Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 2 of the Toad Sage's Apprentice. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys along with 12 other stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 19, it begins. The sun was beginning to set over Konoha. The various teams of shinobi were going about their business without a care in world. It had been 3 years since the disappearance of a certain blonde knucklehead and had left the village quieter than it had been for 13 years. In a clearing behind the Hokage's office, Sakura Haruno and the Hokage were training, working on her tactical skills and taijutsu. You have definitely improved, Sakura. You are more than ready to go out into the field. I know you don't have a team at the moment, but I can put you and Kakashi into a support cell working with the anti-Akatsuki teams, Tsunade said, impressed with how much her student has grown over the last 3 years. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. It will be nice to work with Kakashi-sensei again, Sakura said, stretching for a warm down from training. Losing Sasuke-kun was bad enough, but I haven't even seen Sai since he came and told us he was transferring off Team 7. Tsunade looked at the girl. She held a bit of irritation to the way she still called Sasuke's name with the kun suffix, but as well as saddened Sakura had been left by both her teammates. Go have some fun for the rest of the day, Sakura. You deserve it. We can get you back to missions with Kakashi tomorrow. With all the work you do at the hospital along with our training here, I'm surprised you managed to find time to take the Chunin exams last time around, the Hokage said. Elsewhere in the village, Kakashi was walking down the main street with his new favorite book. The latest copy of Icha Icha was enlightening to the copy ninja, especially when he looked underneath the underneath. The book Jiraiya had written this time in all its smutty glory was a story of a young boy and a slightly older girl who fell in love, but they were separated after a war and could only stay together by letters until the day they were finally reunited. Kakashi liked the storyline, but what really made him smirk was names of the characters Nakuro Uzuki and Yujiri Ki. Needless to say, the copy ninja had finished the book several times already. Kakashi was walking lost on the road of life when an Onbu arrived telling him to be in the Hokage's office 5 a.m. tomorrow. She seems to be learning to tell me to come earlier, however I know she is never there before 8. As Kakashi walked on, still consumed by the pages describing what could be considered highly inappropriate behavior between Nakuro and Yujiri, Kakashi's thoughts drifted to what his sensei's son was really doing now. My Obakuzan. Damn you, Erozenin. We finished our scheduled training months ago. I have learned everything you wanted me to. Hell, I can even beat you in our spars almost half the time. Why are we still here? I want to go home, Naruto called out from where he was sitting with several seal arrays he was working on in front of him spread out. Naruto had changed. 3 years of non-stop training would tend to have an effect on a person's body. Also, the fact that the toads did not know how to cut hair helped. He now stood just over 6 foot tall, slightly shorter than Jiraiya. He wore black ninja sandals along with black Onbu pants. A tight blue muscle shirt with an Uzumaki swirl on the back clung to his frame, showing off his well-defined stomach and chest. His arms were now highly toned, but not like a bodybuilder. Naruto's build was lean and athletic. He had 2 seals tattooed on each arm that looked like small demon shuriken, located on the upper bicep. They were only just visible when his shirt was on. His face had lost all his puppy fat while still round and exuded playfulness and warmth. It was also angular and sleek. His hair had grown. Still spiky, he often trimmed the back himself so his bangs framing his face went down to his chin and the hair was only kept out of his eyes by his hetai. Hey, what happened to Jiraiya-sensei? And here I thought I was gonna get some respect at last. There is still more you can learn, Gaki. You haven't figured out your father's time-space seals yet, have you? Jiraiya said sagely. You became Erozenin again when you used me and Yugi-chan as inspiration for your perverted stories, and why can't I do these seals in Konoha? I can't even understand half of this. The only one I have been able to figure out is the time-space absorption barrier, Naruto said, working alone with his training. Naruto had great respect and affection to the old pervert, but Naruto was not amused when he found a copy of the latest Icha Icha and saw it was based on his relationship with Yugito. Well, that's more than I was ever able to get done of those seals, and if you went back to Konoha now you wouldn't have time to work on them. Tsunade will have you on missions all the time. I bet your dad would have loved to spend time here to work on his seals, the elder Toad Sage said. That may be, but did he have to leave mom for 3 years at a time? Naruto complained. Oh, so that's what this is about. You don't care about returning to Konoha at all, you just want to see your girlfriend again. Don't worry, when we get back I am sure we can find a way for you to see her, Jiraiya teased. That's not it at all, Naruto said, the small blush giving away the lie. Fine, we can stay longer, but can we at least spar for a while? I will leave a clone to work on this. These seals are doing my head in, Naruto complained. Fine, but no sage mode. I can't do it as well as you and it makes me look worse than Kisame, and that guy is more fish than man. Jiraiya mumbled, slightly upset. You just don't want to use it because you know I always win when we spar with Frog Kumite, Naruto said confidently. Your reserves are bigger and it lasts longer. It's not that you win, it's that you stay fully charged for longer, Jiraiya said, irritated that he hadn't beaten his student in their recent spars using Senjutsu. Whatever, Aerozenin. I still can't believe you still grow that massive nose when you use it. At least you don't have webbed feet anymore, the blonde softly chuckled. As they got up and began to walk off to their favorite training area. Unknown location. It is time, Sasori, Deidara, you are to capture the Ichibi. Do not fail me, said the spectral figure with purple eyes. Yes, Leader Sama, we have a plan and we'll put it into action immediately, Sasori said. The Jinchuriki won't know what hit him, yeah, Deidara said confidently. Don't be overconfident, he is a Jinchuriki and therefore dangerous. This is also a cage we are talking about, he has a whole village around him, their leader said, deadly serious. It will be fine, Leader Sama, nothing can stand up to my art, it's a blast, yeah, Deidara exclaimed proudly. Deidara senpai is strong, I sure wouldn't want to fight that big tanuki without help, the man in the orange spiral mask said. And that's why you're not a full member of the group, Toby, you're useless, yeah, Deidara said. Aw, Deidara senpai, why do you have to be so mean, Toby cried. Deidara was about to hit Toby in response but was stoked by their leader. Enough, you two, now Sasori, I trust you can get Deidara and yourself into your old village with little trouble? Of course, I have several spies working for me in high areas of Suna's council and military, getting in or out won't be a problem, Sasori stated. Very well, you are dismissed. Kakazu, Hidan, I need you to start heading towards Kumo. Your target often travels between Kumo and Konoha as she is an emissary between the villages. You are to wait a few days after Ichibi is sealed, then act. We still need you to gather funds while we wait, so any bounty hunting you do will be acceptable. In the meantime, the leader finished before he faded from view, followed by the other remaining members. The next day, Konoha. The sun was still rising when a hawk flew into the village with a priority letter to be delivered to the decryption squad at the Hokage Tower. At that time, Tsunade was currently waiting for the arrival of one Kakashi Hatake, who could be found talking to his old teammates and sensei at the memorial stone as time passed him by. In the office were currently Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara and Tamari Subaku. "Ga, where is that sensei of mine? Can't he ever be on time?" Sakura moaned. "No use crying about it, at least with a lazy sensei like that you get time to sit back and watch the clouds. Wish I had it that easy. Having to work on the Chunin exams is way too troublesome," Shikamaru said. "Are you still complaining about having to work for once, you lazy ass? It's done now, no more work, so why are you still complaining?" Tamari said. "Kami, you must be the second most troublesome blonde there is," the lazy Nara said. "Second? Who is the first?" Sakura questioned. "Naruto, of course, he just up and disappears to train with Jiraiya-sama, doesn't say goodbye or anything, who knows where or even how strong he is now. It's just way too troublesome to think about," the pineapple-haired ninja replied lazily. "Yeah, I guess you're right, I wonder where he is. Have you heard anything, Tsunade-sama?" Sakura asked. "Nope, nothing. Only things I have seen or heard of Jiraiya or Naruto for the past 3 years are Jiraiya's letters with information from his spies and the occasional hello ba-chan from Naruto. Nothing about his training or where he is at all, and when he gets back he will pay," Tsunade said, angry that her little self-adopted son was still out of the village with no word. "If you really want to know how or where he is, Yugito Ni would be the person to ask. They keep in contact through his toads. She isn't in the village at the moment anyway, she just left to return to Kumo a few days ago. At least we know Naruto's apartment is being looked after, seeing as she has been living there when in the village," Shikamaru said. Before they could continue this conversation, they were stopped by a new arrival. "Yo!" came the unmistakable call of Kakashi as he walked through the door to the Hokage's office. "You're late," Sakura yelled, causing the occupants of the room to wince. Tsunade had tried to stop her pupil screeching and for the most part it worked, but the ever-tardiness of her sensei had caused a relapse. Sorry, I was walking here and I got sidetracked by this shiny object. Thinking it might be dangerous, I followed it around, but it turned out to be a balloon," Kakashi said, giving his famous eye smile and producing a shiny silver balloon out of nowhere. "Wow, that is shiny." "Hey, wait a second, liar," Sakura yelled. Would you prefer, I got lost on the road of life," he said, knowing it would frustrate a student. "No," she yelled in retaliation. "Enough." The Hokage demanded, ending Sakura and Kakashi's small disagreement. "I have called you here to tell you that once again you will be working with Sakura as Team 7. Now for your first mission, I want you to." The Hokage was unable to finish giving their order as the door swung open and a Chunin ran in waving a piece of paper. "Hokage-sama, urgent letter from Suna, it's an emergency," the Chunin said frantically as he handed the letter to Tsunade before leaving. The slug Sanin analyzed the note eyes wide as she realized how serious this was. She failed to notice however the small toad on the windowsill puff out of existence. Team 7, your first mission is to accompany Temari back to Suna, and then you are to aid in whatever way the recovery of the Kazekage. Gaara the Hokage said, causing all eyes in the room to go wide. Shikamaru, I need you to get this letter to the intelligence department and send it on to Kumo. Although I believe they would have received this already, it is important they know the Akatsuki are on the move at last. Tsunade ordered. Shikamaru bowed, took the letter and left the office. Now I suggest you leave immediately. I will try and send backup in a day or so. Dismissed, Tsunade ordered and turned to look out the window. Jiraiya, Naruto, there are you now, is when we need you the most. Road to Suna later that day. The group of Kakashi, Temari and Sakura ran through the forest, jumping from branch to branch. Temari, how far away is Suna without a team? I was mostly used to fill in for other ninja the last couple of years, so I never came out this way before. Sakura said. Oh, at this speed, which is rather fast if we get a good rest each day, I would say 3 days, the pig-tailed blonde said. Oh okay, I hope we can get to Suna in time to rescue your brother, but why would anyone want to take him anyway? I mean, Hess the Kazekage who would start a war with both Suna and Konoha? Sakura questioned. The Akatsuki, Sakura, and they are not after Gaara or the Kazekage, they are after what he holds, Kakashi said. What he holds? What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? the pinkhead asked. But it was Temari who responded. Think back to the Chunin exams all those years ago. You saw Gaara transform into the giant tanuki. I am sure. Sakura nodded her head. How could she forget such a terrifying experience? Well, that isn't just some advanced sand manipulation technique. That was the sand spirit Tsukaku, the Ichibi no Tanuki, and the first and weakest of the Baijuu. Temari finished with a sigh. It was sealed into Gaara before his birth by our father to turn him into a weapon for Suna. Sakura was shocked. Gaara had a creature like that sealed inside him, and it made her wonder if there were others. A question answered moments later by Kakashi. That is what the Akatsuki are after. They want the 9 Baijuu, and they will get them by extracting the demon from their host. These are what we call Jinchuriki, which means the power of human sacrifice. They are people who are shunned their whole lives and rarely accepted. However, they also hold back the demons they hold from destroying everything around them. They're heroes, but more often than not are treated as the thing they hold, or, like Gaara, nothing more than a weapon. Kakashi said, hoping his student wouldn't ask any more questions, knowing she was smart and that everything she had been told in the academy was that Kyubi, the strongest of the Baijuu, was dead. Oh, I get it. So does Konoha have a Jinchuriki? Sakura questioned, finding the topic interesting and disturbing. Kakashi mentally cursed. Yes, we have a Jinchuriki in Konoha, but the Sandaime passed a law that states if we talk about who it is, or what they hold to anyone, it is a crime punishable by death. It was made in order to try and let the host live a normal life and make friends and be happy, which so few Jinchuriki are, often becoming missing ninja or mentally unstable from poor treatment, the copy ninja said. I feel sorry for them. They must live horrible lives if people fear and hate them like you say, Sakura said, downbeat, wondering who the poor person was in Konoha who had to deal with this burden. You know, a kunoichi who used to treat me like her son once told me, before a Baijuu can be housed you must fill the vessel with love, then even the loneliest Jinchuriki can live a happy life, and I know that the parents of the current Konoha Jinchuriki loved him more than anything, Kakashi said, thinking about Kushina, and despite the burden she carried was always smiling, just like Naruto. My Obakuzan. Naruto was currently sitting on a small sheet of wood at the top of a tall mountain spike, meditating when he felt his sensei approach. Hey Gaki, it's time to go get your things, it's time to go, Jiraiya said, a slight hint of urgency in his voice. What, we're going home all right? I can't wait to see Ba-chan and the others again, and then go see Yugi-chan. Oh, I hope she is in the village when we get there. I know she has been staying at my place, Naruto yelled, excited to be heading back to Konoha and unable to contain himself. You're not going to Konoha, the elder sage stated bluntly. Where are we going then? The blonde questioned. Well, you are going to Suna. Gaara has been captured and I know you don't want to let them get away with that. I am going to go see Tsunade Heim, and hopefully not to my death because I stole you, Jiraiya said, chuckling at the end, although was rather nervous to face his old teammate. No, why did it have to be Gaara? Why do bad things always happen to him? And Yugito told me in a letter that he had just been made Kazekage as well. This isn't fair. How long till we can reverse summon me there? Naruto said, becoming determined to help his friend. Gamakiro is there setting up the reverse summons right now, so go get all the stuff you will need for a mission. I will take the rest of your stuff back to Konoha with me. Oh, and one more thing, there will be a team arriving from Konoha in about 2 days. Wait for them to arrive before you move out, Jiraiya said, getting a pout from the blonde. Oh come on Erozen, and I can take them. You said yourself they will send the weaker members against the weaker Baijuu, and no, you will wait. I don't care even if you could take 2S ranked ninja, you will wait for backup from Konoha to arrive, then you will follow the commanding officer. Is that understood? Jiraiya said in a commanding tone, interrupting the confident Naruto. Yes sensei, Naruto said, not calling him Erozenin to show he was serious and that despite their joking he really did respect the old perv. I will go get my gear now, Naruto said, running off. When he returned he was wearing his blue shirt and black pants, but he also had on a dark red trench coat with black flames around the bottom. Hey Erozenin, which one do you think, red with black flames, blue with gold, or white and red? Naruto asked, carrying 2 other sage coats. I don't think it matters, Gaki, but I would go with the red. White and blue would be too hard to see in the desert, Jiraiya joked, taking the others from the blonde. Now when you arrive you will be about 1.5 miles out from Suna, so if you get lost when you can see the place I will be awarding you my Dumbass of the Year award for a 4th year running. That award is bullshit, of course I would win it, there is no other people up here to give it to. And I still say you should have won it last year for when you got stuck in Game Abunta's pipe, Naruto joked before he disappeared. Good luck out there, kids. Still, I think I would prefer to face 2S ranked ninja than face Tsunade, Jiraiya thought as his student vanished from view. Chapter 20, Meetings. The Land of Wind was a dry desert land, sand dunes surrounded it, there was very little vegetation apart from what is seen around the various small oases that scatter the landscape, and for someone who had never been there before and was used to forests or tropical climates like Naruto could be considered harsh. Why the fuck did I bring this trench coat? Naruto yelled out to nobody in particular as he arrived on top of sand dune, getting his first taste of the desert heat, a small frog giving him a wave goodbye before returning to their mountain paradise. The heat in the middle of the day was too much for Naruto, who soon decided enough was enough and cast a few Uten jutsu to circulate the breeze around himself to cool him down as he walked towards the giant sand walls of Suna. The walk took Naruto longer than he thought. The sand was not helpful for traction or speed. If it wasn't like 1,000 degrees out here, this wouldn't be a bad place to train for speed. The sand would act like my restriction seals, the blonde thought as he slowly stalked closer to a large opening in the sand wall. Upon arriving at the stone wall he was stopped by 2 chunin with turbans on their heads and slightly covering their face. One was tall and had a long face with dark green eyes, the other was smaller and wore sunglasses. They both wore the standard Suna uniform. State your purpose and business here in Suna, the pair demanded almost at the same time. Naruto Uzumaki Chunin of Konoha have come here ahead of a squad that should be arriving in between 2 and 3 days to aid in the search and rescue of the Kazekage Gaara, Naruto said formally. Do you have any papers? The taller of the pair asked. Naruto thought for a minute and nodded, pulling out his Konoha ID. Here, this should suffice as we are an allied nation and my border privileges are accepted here, Naruto said, handing the guard his ID. Whoa, check this out, the taller guard said, handing the ID slip to his shorter companion. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Village Konohagakure. Description: blonde, spiky hair, blue eyes, height 6 feet 1 in. Rank Chunin and full-time apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin. Skills: classified information held by Jiraiya of the Sannin and current Hokage Tsunade Senju. Other notes: as the apprentice of a Sannin, Naruto Uzumaki has an open passport to leave and return to Konoha as he pleases and has been cleared for entrance to all of Konohagakure's allies as part of the free trade agreement all parties must sign. So I take it I can go in then? Naruto inquired. The guards just nodded dumbly, still finding it hard to believe that Konoha would allow a young ninja the right to come and go as they please as long as they remained loyal, and certainly not one with Namikaze blood, even if he was the apprentice of a legendary ninja. Nice guys, remind me of Izumo and Kotetsu. Bet those poor bastards are probably sitting at that gate right now, Naruto thought as he walked into the city. Meanwhile at Konoha, Izumo and Kotetsu were indeed sitting on guard duty, trying not to fall asleep. Their only highlight of the day had been when young Konohamaru and his team had yet again been given Tora duty. The Konohamaru Corps, as they like to call themselves, thought it would be a good idea to directly chase what has become to be known as the demon cat of Konoha instead of trapping it. Finally catching the cat by their guard hut, the pair found the commotion of the villagers fixing the wreckage quite amusing. Hell yeah, we finally caught her, Konohamaru said in between, having his face turned into a scratching post. Why do we keep getting this mission? Moegi asked her teammates. It's punishment for getting the top time by asking for Yugito Nichin's help, Udon summoned. How were we supposed to know this evil cat can't leave Nei-chan alone? Ever since she started coming to the village, Tora has become worse, escaping multiple times a day. It's almost more trouble than having her around, Konohamaru complained. How can you say that, Konohamaru? Yugito Nichin is so nice and she lets us know how boss is doing, Moegi said, scalding her scratched up friend. Yeah, you're right. I wish Ni-san would come back soon, though it's just not the same without him, Konohamaru said sadly, getting nods from his teammates. While all this was going on, Izumo and Kotetsu were taking bets on how long it would take for Tora to escape again and the Konohamaru Corps to come charging back trying to catch her. It is going to be today. It just has to be. That cat is becoming more and more cunning over the years. It's like a cat version of Naruto, it does what it wants and half the village wants to kill it, Izumo joked. Well, that does sound an awful lot like Naruto, Kotetsu said, thinking about the blonde fondly when something brought him out of this revelry. A tall man well over 6 foot with a long white mane of hair flowing behind him and red markings under his eyes was walking towards the village. Hey, isn't that? Yeah. But where is? I don't know. The Eternal Gate guards continued their process of unfinished questions and answers as Jiraiya proudly walked through the village gates and slowly made his way to the Hokage's tower, silently hoping the beating he was about to receive was not as bad as when she caught him peak perv researching her. Hokage Tower 30 minutes later. So Guy, that is your mission. You will leave tomorrow and will be back up for Sakura and Kakashi and Tsunade, Tsunade said, slowly moving her hand toward her sake cabinet that her predecessor used to store his questionable literature. Yosh, we will help my eternal rival save our most youthful ally the young Kazekage, or I will run 500 laps around Konoha blindfolded. Guy spoke, giving his famous nice guy pose. Okay Guy, you are dismissed. Have your team ready to move out first thing tomorrow morning, Tsunade said as she watched him go. After the man in the green spandex had left, Tsunade quickly went for her sake but froze when she felt a presence behind her. Hey Tsunade Heim. Miss me? Jiraiya asked, hopeful he could diffuse his friend's violent temper. Jiraiya. Tsunade screamed so almost half the village could hear before sending him flying with a punch. One concussion later. Well, I see you're as fiery as ever, Tsunade, Jiraiya said, jumping back through the window to talk this time. Where is he, Jiraiya? Tsunade demanded, looking around expecting to see a familiar tuft of spiky hair appear any moment. He isn't here, Jiraiya said plainly. What wham? Tsunade yelled as she hit Jiraiya again. A second concussion later. Now tell me where he is, Jiraiya, Tsunade ordered. Suna was Jiraiya's only reply. What is he doing there? The blonde Hokage asked, her rage not yet subsided. What, do you think he would let his friend be taken by the Akatsuki and he would just do nothing? Jiraiya asked. Well no, but you let him go without backup on his way to Suna. If the Akatsuki find him, then Tsunade couldn't finish the thought of losing Naruto that way. Hey, if the Akatsuki run into him, they're going to be at trouble, and it will talk a whole lot more than Itachi Uchiha to defeat Naruto. Then again, thanks to Naruto's sealing work, Naruto is Itachi's worst nightmare, Jiraiya said confidently. What do you mean? Itachi is a genjutsu specialist. Naruto has no abilities in genjutsu at all, so how is Fuinjutsu going to change that? Tsunade questioned. Thanks to some rather unique and genius seals of his own design, Naruto is now immune to all genjutsu. The only genjutsu we believe might work against him is that Tsukuyomi, but Naruto is smart enough that if he faces Itachi he will be in sage mode long before that damn Uchiha has a chance to use that damned genjutsu, Jiraiya said proudly. These seals, what do they do? If we could use them for our main ninja force, it would be a massive boost to our strength, Tsunade said. Well, it would be, but those seals are far too dangerous for anyone other than Naruto and myself to use. I only have one as I am not as good at balancing the types of chakra as he is. You see, Naruto made 2 seals. The first one he just thought up as a detection device. He placed it over his chest and it glows red and lightly burns him when a genjutsu is detected to save time, so he doesn't have to spot the genjutsu himself. This would be safe enough to place on most shinobi. The second seal he came up with was to solve a problem he had with sage mode. You see, Naruto can't fuse with the Toad Elders because of the fox. Now he first got around this by using clones to gather nature energy, but eventually decided it wasn't practical enough, so he designed a seal to hold and store his nature chakra at his perfect level for him to enter sage mode. He had 4 of these seals tattooed onto his arms. One is used to first enter sage mode and the others are to recharge if he needs it, Jiraiya said with a smirk, seeing the stunned face of Tsunade. Yes, the kid is that good with sealing. Wouldn't surprise me if he figures out the Hiroshin by the end of the year. He still has a very long way to go to reach that point, but his brain is always thinking outside the box, which is exactly what you want when designing seals. Anyway, as you may be aware, when a person is in sage mode they are immune to all genjutsu because your body is constantly fluctuating levels of senjutsu out from the body. This is how we use our frog coup and extend the range of our attacks. What Naruto did was make the genjutsu recognition seal trigger his senjutsu storage seal so that when his body is affected by a genjutsu he will enter sage mode immediately. Jiraiya finished his lecture by taking out a scroll and showing Tsunade what the seals look like and explaining the inner workings as best he could. While that is amazing work, you still sent him out there to look for the Akatsuki without backup, Tsunade said after finally reining in her shock at the complex seals Naruto had designed. No, I haven't. I ordered the Gaki to wait in Suna until the team from Konoha arrives, Jiraiya stated. Very well, how did you know Gaara was taken and we would send aid anyway? Tsunade queried. Oh, that's simple. I have had toads around this office for months now waiting for the Akatsuki to move. That way I could keep Naruto hidden until the time was right to return. The toads could easily get him where he needed to go a lot faster than if he was here, but seeing as Gaara is already taken, he can gather some information before your team arrived. Who did you send? Jiraiya said calmly. I sent Kakashi and Sakura, told them to offer whatever help they could. Sakura is a fantastic medic and Kakashi is one of, if not the strongest in the village outside of us, the Hokage said, and took out her bottle of sake at last, calm enough to take a swig. Ah, good. Kakashi was never one to sit around when an ally was in danger, and he has a much calmer head than Naruto. I swear he is just like his mother even though he looks just like his father, Jiraiya proudly said. Well, he better get back soon. I am tired of waiting to see the Gaki again. Tsunade sighed, taking another swig of sake before handing the bottle over to Jiraiya. The two remaining loyal Sannin sat and drank long into the night before Shizune finally put a stop to it, dragging the sake away from the two who were too inebriated to stand, much less put up a fight. Unknown location. In a cave, the figure with rippling eyes appeared, looking very businesslike and exuding an aura of power and grandeur. Zetsu, have you found the Kyuubi Jinchuriki yet? He asked the half-plant being. No, I regret to inform you that we have failed, Leader Sama. We cannot locate him anywhere. It is like he has vanished. The black and white half both informed their leader. This is disappointing news indeed, Zetsu. We need you for the sealing shortly. You can begin your search again after we finish, the leader said. As you wish, Pain Sama. We will be waiting for your summons for the sealing, the split personality plant said as he dissolved into the ground. Suna 2 days later. Kakashi, Sakura, and Temari were just arriving at the gates when a group of Suna ninja ran out to greet them. Temari-sama, it is truly good to see you again, and Konoha ninja, your comrade, is waiting for you at the hospital, a random Jonin said. Kakashi and Sakura looked at each other in confusion. Tsunade had told them she would be sending a backup squad, but for them to arrive before they did was hard to believe. Are you sure they are waiting for us? Kakashi asked. Positive, arrived here 2 days ago, said he was here to help in the rescue of Kazekage-sama. Told us that he would be waiting for a group of Konoha ninja to arrive, and you are the only team that has shown up, the Jonin replied. Like I said, just go to the hospital, he's there waiting for you, helping Chiyoba-sama with healing Kankuro. He was poisoned going after the Akatsuki. Very well, it seems like we will need to go there anyway to gather information, Kakashi said, giving the Jonin a formal bow before heading off towards the hospital. Suna Hospital. Kakashi and Sakura arrived and were given directions to Kankuro's room. Walking in the door, Kakashi saw a lage cloak-like trench coat just like his sensei used to wear. Ah, it's the White Fang, an elderly lady screamed, charging at the silver-haired Cyclops. She was short and stocky with gray hair tied up in a bun. Wait, Chiyo-baken, that's Kakashi-sensei, he is an ally, came a voice from behind a tall elderly man. Kakashi was too relieved at not being attacked to register that the voice sounded familiar. I think you're mistaken, I'm Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang was my father, Kakashi said, still looking wearily into the angry face of the old lady. Suddenly Chiyo's expression changed from angry to happy and joking. Wanna haha, I know you're not the White Fang, he died years ago, it was just a joke. And you Konoha brat, what did I tell you about calling me that? Aw man, why does everyone hate being called Ba-chan, said Naruto, stepping out from behind the other elder. Naruto's appearance shocked Temari and the two-leaf ninja. Hey, aren't you the little midget that beat Gaara? Temari questioned, trying to suppress the blush that was slowly creeping onto her cheeks. Sakura was having a similar reaction, but her shock was far more obvious. Naruto, what are you doing here? Oh, you know, I hear my friend needs help and I tend to offer it. Even if there wasn't much I could do except use a stasis seal on Kankuro so the poison wouldn't spread. I'm not a doctor, and even if I was, Chiyo even said she can't cure it, and she is like a poison expert or something, Naruto sighed. He's right, even if he doesn't show much respect. If only the Slug Queen were here, she could always heal any poisons I invented. It became rather frustrating, Chiyo said. Well, I am Tsunade's apprentice, I could take a look, I think I'm rather good at poisons, I just need to extract a small amount, Sakura said, nervously walking over to a sleeping Kankuro and extracting a small vial of black liquid. Okay Sakura, go work on getting Kankuro healed, we need to know where the Akatsuki are heading. Naruto, have you been able to gather any information on what members they are? The one-eyed ninja asked. Oh, write a report, let's see. The Akatsuki member who attacked Gaara used clay explosives he shaped into animals before exploding. From Arazenin's intelligence, I would say it was Datara the bomber. From Iwa. The other member Kankuro was able to supply us with all he said before I was able to put him into stasis was the Red Sands and Sasori, Hessa puppet master and Chiyo's grandson. I believe Naruto finished, receiving a nod from Kakashi. That old toad hermit is just as well informed as ever, it seems, Chiyo said with a small hint of annoyance in her voice. I have to go analyze this poison, then prepare an antidote. Do you have a medicinal garden I can get herbs from? Sakura asked and was pointed in the direction to go. She quickly waved goodbye, saying the process would take a few hours to get the antidote ready, so Kakashi and Naruto spent the time chatting about what he had been doing and how the village was until Sakura returned. When she completed the antidote, it only took several minutes to take effect and Kankuro began to wake. "Eeg, where am I?" Kankuro asked in a daze. "In the hospital. You were attacked by Sasori. We need to know which way they took Gaara," Tamari asked. Pulling himself together, he immediately became serious. "Yeah, they were heading for river country, but I was also able to get this." Kankuro answered his sister, pulling out a bit of a black fabric. "It's off Sasori's Akatsuki cloak. We need to go, now. Kakashi, can you use your dog summons to follow the scent? We can catch up to them and find Gaara," Naruto said, jumping up excited to finally be doing something. "Okay, let's move out," Kakashi said, and he and Sakura picked up their things and began heading for the door. "Wait. I am coming too. I have some things I need to discuss with my dear grandson," said Chio, grabbing several scrolls and following after the ninja from Konoha. That night, border or wind and river. The group were sleeping, so they had energy to fight tomorrow. The only two that were up were Kakashi and Chio. "That boy. The blonde, he seems to really care about Gaara." "Why?" Chio asked. Well, Naruto can understand Gaara in a way nobody else can. He knows what it is like to be avoided, hated, and to have nobody care about him. He sees himself in Gaara and is happy he was able to change him, because when he looked at Gaara as a boy, he saw what he would have become if certain people were not there for him. He saw what he would be like without his friends. And probably most importantly, Naruto cares because that is who he is and would do anything for a friend in need. Kakashi finished and looked over to the tent the blonde slept in. "Understand him in a way nobody else can? You mean Hessa Jinchuriki as well?" It was a statement, not a question. "Then that boy holds the..." She didn't get to finish when Kakashi cut, and he holds the Kyuubi inside him, and it has not made his life easier. It was quiet after that, both lost in their thoughts until their shift of guard duty was over and Sakura woke up, allowing the two older ninja to sleep. "Maybe I was wrong. That boy has shown me there can be true peace and cooperation between other villages. I cannot let their dream die," thought Chio as she slowly faded off to sleep. Chapter 21. Enter Naruto. The group of Leaf Ninja and the elder of Suna, Chio, entered river country the following day, led by Kakashi's summons pack, and they were making good time in catching up to the Akatsuki. "The scent is getting stronger. We are only a couple of hours away now," Pakken said, not looking away from the path. "Good, we cannot let them remove Shukaku from Gaara," Chio said, determination in her voice that had never been there before. Chio-sama, what happens if a demon is removed from their host? Surely it would be good to not have to deal with it anymore, right?" Sakura asked, not knowing the consequences if a Jinchuriki lost his Baijuu. A Baijuu can only be sealed into a newborn child, no more than a few weeks old. This is because the demonic chakra needs to integrate into chakra coils that are not developed yet. Often this is done before birth to get the full effects of the demon's chakra. However, the demonic chakra more often than not results than the death of the Jinchuriki's mother in childbirth. Because the Baijuu and its host are so closely linked through their chakra coils, the removal of the Baijuu results in the death of the Jinchuriki, Chio said, shocking Sakura. "Why would they do that to an unborn child and mother?" Sakura said, shocked that they could be so cruel to the hosts of the Baijuu. Sakura asked. "Because often villages don't care about the children, they only care about their own strength, and a Jinchuriki is usually seen as a weapon. Gaara was made a Jinchuriki by his own father, the Kazekage, just to strengthen Suna. He didn't care what he was doing to his own son. They took Shukaku out of the urn he was sealed into, and placed into Gaara, using only a 3-pillar seal and no dampeners. It's like they wanted him to be bloodthirsty like he was as a child," Naruto said, causing Chio to wince slightly. She had been the one ordered to seal the Ichibi into Gaara and told what seal to use. The group continued on towards their destination, with Naruto becoming worried for his friend. Sealing chamber. Gaara was suspended above the ground by a steady flow of chakra heading to the mouth of a giant stone face that had 9 eyes, all of them closed. However, there was one eye on the far right that was opening slowly. "Pain-sama, we may have a problem. I can detect 2 separate groups of shinobi approaching the cave. I can't be sure, but I think they're from Konoha," Zetsu said. "How far away are they, Zetsu? Will we have the sealing complete before they arrive?" Pain said. "It is unlikely. At their current speeds they shall arrive before we can completely seal the Ichibi," the plant-man hybrid said. "Then we need to stall them. Kisame, Itachiya will need you to take care of them. We will require 1/3 of your chakra for the clone," Pain ordered. "Why should we bother? It's not like they will be able to stop the sealing in time anyway, and besides we have Deidara and Sasori here, they can deal with a few Konoha brats. We wouldn't have to do anything," Kisame said. "What's wrong, Kisame? It is only 1/3 of your chakra. It's not like you will even notice it with your chakra levels, and I thought you would love to have a good fight. You never have complained before," Itachi said in a monotone. "Fine, let's just get this over with." Zetsu, where are they? Kisame said. There are two groups, the closest is coming from the northeast in the direction of Konoha, the second is in the direction of Suna, but I have felt the chakra signature of Kakashi Hatake, so they are most likely a group sent from Konoha to aid in the recovery of the Kazekage, Zetsu said. Very well Kisame, you will stall the first group, Itachi is more suited to deal with the copy ninja, Pain said. As you wish, Leader Sama, said Itachi before fading from view, followed by Kisame. With Naruto's group. Naruto knew they were getting close. They had just jumped down from a tree into a clearing when one of the shuriken-shaped tattoos started to spin and change color from black to bright blue. Dark red markings formed around Naruto's eyelids, his eyes themselves changed from blue to yellow and his pupils elongated into horizontal bars. Naruto stopped running and stood still. There was a genjutsu in this clearing, but who cast it? His thought was answered as a figure with black hair framing his face wearing a black coat with red clouds stepped out from the other end. Sasuke, Sakura shouted, thinking it was her long-time crush. Sakura, that is not Sasuke, Kakashi warned. Then who? The young medic asked. That's Sakura, is Itachi Uchiha, member of the Akatsuki. He was also responsible for murdering his entire clan in one night. Nice job, by the way. Well, that is if your brother is anything to judge the rest of them off, and everything I have heard says they were all arrogant, self-absorbed teams, well except for a few exceptions like Obito and yourself. Makes me wonder why one of the only Uchiha that never craved power and was well liked outside the Uchiha would kill his entire clan just to prove himself, Naruto said lazily. You are well informed, but who are you? I do not know of any blondes in Konoha with yellow, frog-like eyes, Itachi said expressionlessly. Naruto chuckled. Guess you wouldn't recognize me after all. The markings of a sage make me look different and change my chakra signature. Tell you what, check out my cheeks and tell me who I am. Itachi was slightly confused but carefully observed 3 thin whisker marks on each cheek. It has been a long time, Naruto-kun. I am going to need you to come with me. Leader Sama will be most pleased we have found you. You're not taking Naruto, Kakashi said, getting into a defensive stance and raising his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. Relax, Kakashi-sensei, Itachi couldn't take me even if he was actually here. Well, not on his own anyway. Don't fancy my chances against both you and Kisame. Naruto's statement got a look of shock from Kakashi, Sakura, and Chio, and a raised eyebrow from the Uchiha. They couldn't believe that Naruto was not in the slightest bit worried about facing the S-ranked missing ninja who apparently was not even here. Naruto, that's great and all, but what do you mean he isn't here? He is standing right in front of us, Sakura said. Yes, Sakura, he is. You have a firm grasp upon the obvious, however this isn't really Itachi. I'm sure you can feel something is off, right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto stated. Yes, he does not feel right and he hasn't activated his Sharingan, Kakashi informed the group. I would say he is a type of clone powered by placing some of your chakra and consciousness into another body. As they are still required to do the sealing, which must take tremendous amounts of chakra, I would say this Itachi here would be no more than half his strength at most, Naruto said confidently. You are full of surprises, aren't you, Naruto-kun? Well, I didn't come here to talk, so shall we get to it, Itachi said, not moving an inch. Kakashi acted first, flying forward and engaging in taijutsu. Naruto just watched on impassively until Naruto felt something move behind him. Spinning around, Naruto could sense the chakra signature of Itachi, meaning the one Kakashi was fighting was a clone. Faster than Sakura of Chio could see, Naruto kicked off into a nearby tree and a loud crack could be heard. Itachi came out just holding his own against Naruto, who looked like he was barely trying at all. Naruto then decided to pick it up a notch, threw a punch that he was sure Itachi would easily dodge to the right to make an opening. Itachi saw the punch coming and was able to avoid it with little concern. However, upon evading the sloppy punch, he felt a massive force hit him in the side of the face, sending him flying. How did Naruto do that? I saw him miss, and by the looks of Itachi trying to stand, he took one hell of a hit, Sakura asked, but Chio just stared, shock evident on her face at the young blonde's strength. Kakashi had just ran his Itachi through with a Reikiri and was looking around for the real Uchiha when he saw him. Getting to his feet, Naruto slowly walking towards him. I want you to do something for me, Itachi, Naruto said, no emotion in his voice. Yes? What would that be? The Akatsuki member queried. I need you to take a message to your group. It's a very simple message as well, Naruto said, noticing Kakashi move behind the Uchiha and prepare his attack. Naruto gave a small shake of the head and Kakashi stood down but was still ready to strike if needed. Yes, go on, what is it? Itachi asked. Naruto rushed in and delivered massive punch to Itachi's gut, who without the Sharingan couldn't react in time. Naruto leaned into the Uchiha's ear and whispered his message to the Akatsuki, run. Run away, because if you harm my friends or anybody I care about again, I will kill every last one of you. And with that, Naruto jumped back and began running through hand signs. Here's a little parting gift for you, one of my own creations, Fyuuten. Great chains of wind, Naruto called out. Thick white chains extended from Naruto's arm and wrapped around Itachi, holding him in place and pinning him to the ground. Itachi raised an eyebrow at this. I can't use Kurimi-eye to substitute myself out. Why? He thought. Surprised? Nothing can escape this jutsu. All chakra that gets used is just added to the strength of the technique. In a way it is a lot like the Nara clan's shadow possession jutsu, in that if you can overwhelm my chakra with the strength of your own you can escape, but there are not many people with more chakra than me, Naruto taunted. Very well, you have won, Naruto-kun. We shall meet again, but I will pass on your message, Itachi said. Wind chains sharpened, Naruto said, and the chains that pinned the Uchiha down turned into blades and sliced him up. Walking over to what remained of a body, they could see Asuna Hetaiite. Naruto, kneeling down beside him, removed the headband and gave it to Chiyo. Here he may have been used by the Akatsuki, but he still deserves to be grieved by his family, Naruto said. You are an unusual person, Naruto Uzumaki, Chiyo said. How do you figure? The blonde responded. You show compassion to people who do not deserve it, like this man, and you go out of your way to help others even though they are from other villages, the elder said. Well, of course I would help them if they need help. I guess that's just who I am. Come on, we have to get to Gaara before it is too late, Naruto said, and with that the group took off at top speeds again. Sealing chamber. Itachi returned slightly before Kisame and looked around to see all eyes were on the pair. We may have a problem, Itachi said. So you got your ass kicked? Yeah, Deidara said. It's not surprising seeing as you didn't have your pretty Sharingan to help you. Deidara, that's enough. Kakashi Hatake is a high-ranking shinobi and would not be defeated by a clone, the leader said. PFFT whatever, when they get here they won't be able to stand up to my art, Deidara said, but was then cut off with a glare from his leader. It was not Kakashi Hatake who defeated me, although I have little doubt he would have been able to in the condition I was as a clone, Itachi said. If it wasn't the famous Sharingan Kakashi, then who was it? Kakuzu asked. It was Naruto Uzumaki, but he was different. It must have been some technique he had yellow bar-like eyes with red markings around them, the Uchiha said, getting a surprisingly pleased look from his leader. This is good. We have found him at last. Now we must act soon so he does not slip away again. Itachi, how would you rate his skills? Pain asked. He did not show many of his talents or techniques, however, the boy is easily S-class. He took my clone down without even trying. He almost looked bored. If I was to face him at full strength with my Sharingan, I would most likely lose more than just the match. He has a message for us. He told us to run and that if we hurt his friends again he would kill us all, Itachi stated plainly. We have to seal the Kyuubi last anyway. We will leave the fox for now. Zetsu, I want you to keep an eye on him. Do not lose him again, Pain said, slightly disturbed by what he had heard about the boy's strength. He was not worried after all. What chance did a boy have against a god? Outside the cave, Naruto and his group arrived at a riverbank with what appeared to be a large boulder with a tag on and blocking a cave. Ah, Kakashi, my eternal rival, it is good to see you are not held up by our most unyouthful opponents, came the call of one mighty Ogai, causing Kakashi's group to sweat drop at the antics of Konoha's green beast. Ah well, we were held up actually. Itachi Uchiha managed to stall us for a while, Kakashi said. Well, it seems you're as youthful as ever to have defeated such a worth opponent. I'd had a difficult challenge. In a tall blue man, he seemed familiar but his youthfulness was different to any I had felt before, Guy said. Aha, well Guy, we were just about to look at getting through this boulder when you showed up, Kakashi said with a face fault. Why don't I just smash it, Sakura said. Well, that would be alright usually, but there is what appears to be a 5-point seal guarding them. We will need to tear all the seals off at the same time to be able to get in. Neji, can you use your Byakugan to find them, Kakashi said. Naruto had so far gone unnoticed and had moved to inspect the seal. I have located the other tags. They are spread out in a pentagram formation out from this point. The closest one is on a rock 2 miles to the east, Neji said. Okay Guy, I need your team to go take care of the tags. We will wait here and pull off the main one. Remember, all of the tags need to be removed at the same time, Kakashi said. As Team Guy were about to leave they were stopped. Wait, Naruto called from on top of the cave's barricade. The seals are a trap. It's true they are a 5-point barrier, but they are also trapped. I would say when this tag is torn down the trap will be triggered on the others. It's subtle but you can see the defense trigger here in this seal, Naruto said, pointing to a small area on the tag that's meaning flew over everyone's heads. Even Chiyo, who was considered Suna's best seal expert despite the village's lack of skill in that art, was talented enough to understand most seals. Kakashi, who is your new youthful teammate of yours, his knowledge of sealing is quite extraordinary for one who seems so young. Guy said, hello stranger, I am Mighty Ogai, the green beast of Konoha. I know who you are, extra bushy brows sensei, the blonde said. The statement was short, but it told everyone on Team Guy just who this was, Naruto. They all yelled together. Hi guys, Naruto said with a sheepish grin and rubbing the back of his head. So anyway, for this seal I would recommend just disrupting the matrix with a chakra suppression seal. This will have the added bonus of blowing this damn rock sky high, Naruto informed the group. We don't fall into a trap, and we get to blow stuff up. Sounds like a good idea to me, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Alright, just give me a minute to recharge my Senjutsu seal that I used when fighting Itachi and the boulder will be no more, Naruto said before sitting down and gathering natural energy for Sage Mode. There was one shuriken tattoo on Naruto's arm that was currently red. It had changed from blue to red when it no longer had any charge left. As Naruto added Senjutsu to the seal, the tattoo would spin, changing slowly to blue then finally to black. He then collected some for himself to enter Sage Mode so he wouldn't need to waste a seal entering the first time. Standing up, Naruto walked over to the giant stone and took out a brush and some ink. Okay, it's done. Once I put some chakra into this, we're going to want to stand back, Naruto called, causing the group to jump back and Kakashi to hide behind Guy, sticking his head out over his shoulder to see what happened. Naruto ran back to a safe distance before charging a kunai and throwing it at the activation seal before. Boom! The explosion sent rocks flying and kicked up the earth, leaving nothing but a crater in front of the teams from Konoha and Suna. Wow, fuck me, that was awesome. Did you see that? What a blast, Naruto yelled out, ignoring the fact he was being pelted with bits of rock. In his Sage Mode they felt like small flicks. That was a good expression of your art, kid. Finally somebody who appreciates that art is a blast, yeah. A blonde with long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail called out. He was standing next to a short ball-like object with a head and metal tail. Both were wearing the standard Akatsuki cloak. Sasori, how could you have fallen so far? Chio called out, sadness in her voice. Hello grandmother, it has been a while, hasn't it? The small ball-like creature, Sasori said. Naruto and the others jumped down and stood in the entrance, blocking the Akatsuki members' escape. Give us Gaara, Naruto yelled. What do we have here? Blonde, spiky hair, yellow eyes and red markings. You must be the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Itachi will be rather upset when he finds out I have already captured you for him, Sasori said, but on the inside he was shaking in his little wooden box. I said give us Gaara, now, Naruto yelled again. You want him? Come and get him, Deidara taunted as a giant clay bird swallowed the Kazekage and took off with Deidara on his back. Fuck Kakashi, Guy, can you take care of him? Make sure he doesn't escape with Gaara's body, Naruto said, surprisingly calmly, shocking the other members of his fellow former rookies, but the only recognition he received from the two experienced Jonin was a quick nod before they left to chase the airborne escapee. What, you think you can beat me? You're nothing but a bunch of punk kids and my elderly grandmother, Sasori sneered behind his hat. Lee acted first, jumping at great speeds for an attempt to take the head off of Sasori. It was in vain, however, as the scorpion tail easily blocked the brash and excitable Rock Lee's attack with ease. So are you ready to be added to my collection, Chiobaken? It will be a rather welcome addition to my collection, Sasori said, trying to get into the heads of his opponents. He removed his hat and left just a small cloth hiding his face. Getting down on all fours, he extended his tail over his body. Chio-sama, what is that thing? Sakura asked, feeling intimidated by the sight of the wooden man. That is not his real body, Sakura. His real body is inside it. You see, us puppet masters are not good at close range combat, so Sasori built that to compensate. It is his armor, and his weapon. I know everything there is to know about that puppet, Chio calmly stated. Yes, that is an unwelcome truth, Chiobaken, but do you know how I prepare my new additions? First I cut them open and take all their organs out, then I wash them till they are all nice and clean, then once I have preserved the body against decay, the final step is to fill it with hidden weapons. As the old hag said, this one is called Hiraku, and once I add all of you other than the Jinchuriki, I will have over 300, Sasori laughed. Sasori extended his tail, causing the group of ninja apart from Naruto to tense. So basically all we have to do is crush his stupid puppet, Naruto said, still relaxed. Stupid brat, do you think it will be that easy, said Sasori before his mouth shot wide open. Out of his mouth hundreds upon hundreds of senbon came flying at the group, causing the ninja to dodge in their own way. Lee used his great speed to easily run out of Sasori's range of fire. Neji used a kaiten to shield himself and Tenten. Chio used kunai on chakra strings to block the incoming wave with Sakura's help, dodging and weaving when they had to. Naruto, however, just stood there. In Sage Mode, Saban needles were not powerful enough to even scratch his skin. This shocked everyone in the cave, Sasori included. How is that possible? Sasori asked, both curious and infuriated at how the boy mocked him. Well, it's simple really. Senjutsu boosts my healing and shields me from minor annoyances like senbon needles, and I don't think I will tell you anything else, as it would be stupid to give away, Naruto said. Sasori was annoyed at this and extended his tail to swipe at the blonde. This time Naruto did move Sage Mode or not, you can't just get impaled by a giant sharp tail and go home with a smile. Sasori was now using the tail to attack Naruto while shooting his senbone at the rest of the group, and it was obvious that they were getting tired. Sasori's head began jerking around, which caught the group busy trying to dodge by surprise. At the back of the puppet was Naruto. He had grabbed the tail between the blades and was snapping them off one by one before jerking him away, so he was unable to fire at his comrades. "Sakura, now! Use that strength you told me Ba-chan taught you and crush this thing," Naruto yelled out, causing Sakura to charge forward, destroying the large puppet. A man in a black cloak covering his whole body jumped away from the remains of Hiraku and stood with his back to them. "So is this his real body now, Chiyo-sama?" Sakura asked. Taking off his cloak over his head, there stood a man with a wooden face and red hair that spiked out at all angles. "Yes, it is, but it's also a puppet." "Oh Sasori, what have you done to yourself?" Chiyo said as a small tear fell from her eye. "I have found a way to last for eternity, Chiyo-bakan," Sasori said, his voice no longer as deep as when he was in the other puppet but now almost sounded kind and warm. Sasori slowly picked out a scroll and unrolled it. Naruto instantly recognized it as a summoning scroll and prepared for anything. "It's time, you pesky little flies met the Sandaime Kazekage," Sasori said, summoning a puppet out of the scroll. Immediately black sand began to fall from the roof. "What is this black sand?" Lee asked, looking as it began to form clumps of iron. The third Kazekage had the ability to control iron sand through magnetism. "The walls and roof of the hideout will be taking the roof out and walls to create more sand. This is a dangerous battle indeed," Chiyo said. The iron shot like a bullet at Naruto, who just dodged it, but the attacks kept coming from all angles. Naruto had to create clones to help pull him out of the way, dragging him to safety, taking the hits for him. Naruto was facing the brunt of the Kazekage's iron, the rest of it was holding the others off from helping the struggling blonde. "Oh no, Naruto-kun is in trouble and he needs our help. This damn wall of black sand won't let us through," Lee called out. "Damn this sand, there is way too much of it. I need to smash that damn puppet." "Ha, what's this? My senjutsu is being drained. What could cause that?" "The sand. It must be poison. Guys, don't touch the iron sand, it's poisoned. I have to end this now. Restriction seals Kai." Several seals glowed on his hands, arms and legs appeared and glowed before fading away. "Okay Sasori, no more games, I'm going to ruin you, Fuuten." "Great breakthrough," Naruto growled, beginning to take a deep breath in, and with only one hand seal exhaled a large gust of wind, kicking up the sand, disabling all vision. Using the cover of the sand, Naruto sped off in a blur that would make Lee at the Chunin exams look like an old lady with a walking frame. Sasori was trying to find his opponent but soon felt something at the end of his chakra strings. Turning to check on his puppet, he saw Naruto standing there, the puppet of the third Kazekage, shattering around him. How is the boy still able to move so fast? He should be disabled from the poison right now. "You are starting to annoy me, you damn Jinchuriki," Sasori spat. Those words brought Sakura to a halt. "Naruto. Jinchuriki, but then which Baijuu could he hold? The only demon that could have been sealed since he was born would be Kyubi. It has to be his birthday, October 10th, the day of the attack 16 years ago. That must be why my mother told me to avoid him as a child, and he never had any friends." She was soon brought back to reality as the sky filled with at least 100 puppets. Not to be a downer, but I could use some help now, guys," Naruto said, jumping back to stand with them. "I thought this might happen, so I brought us some backup," Chiyo said, unsealing 10 puppets. "Well, I hope you guys don't mind. I think I better even out the numbers as well." Kagebushin no Jutsu and 50 Naruto clones appeared, receiving questioning looks from his friends. Naruto, why did you stop at 50? We could have used a whole lot more," Tenten said. "Oh come on guys, where's the fun in that? Gotta let you do something," the blonde said cheerfully, getting a face palm from most of the people in the cave. The only exception was Lee, who had anime tears in his eyes, thanking Naruto for allowing him to prove his youthfulness to the blonde. The puppets attacked and the group went through them like butter. From the back, Chiyo was controlling her puppets while Tenten, ever the weapons mistress, was raining kunai, shuriken and anything else she could fit into a lengthy sealing scroll. Lee, Sakura and Neji were swiftly dodging and weaving the puppets, shattering as many as they could, while Naruto and his clones had a sort of eternal struggle going on, deciding whether or not to use nin or tai jutsu. Half would attack from range with various Fuuten jutsus, while another group would engage in hand-to-hand until one group inevitably got bored and moved to change their attacks. The real Naruto was currently performing ninjutsu, destroying a puppet with a violent bust of wind from his arms. The blonde then took out what looked like 2 miniature shuriken and threw them at a large group of remaining puppets. Fuuten shuriken wind blade. Large wind blades extended from the small shuriken. The puppets were torn apart, leaving only small remains of what avoided the deadly spinning discs. Sasori was sweating now, or at least he would be if he wasn't made of wood. Naruto had just cleared a large section, and what was left of his puppets had only just finished off his clones, while the remaining ninja and Chiyo's puppets still were causing a problem. Sasori decided to group them in a defensive formation around himself. This turned out to be a bad idea. Udoma Rasengan the blonde roared as his Sage mode finally faded. He had used 2 of his Senjutsu seals and he did not want to use any more in case he had to fight the other member of the Akatsuki after this. Sensing his defeat, charged at the boy, his arms detached and large blades extended out ready to stab the blonde Jinchuriki to end his existence for destroying so much of his art. However, he did not get to move as 2 blades from either side extended out and through his chest, puncturing the only part of his body that was still human flesh. The heart. I see I am defeated. Well, let me give you some information that I was never able to use, Sasori said in a calm voice, the voice of someone who had accepted his fate. In 10 days' time at Tenchi Bridge I was supposed to meet an informant, a spy I have in Orochimaru's organization, he said. We can have a chance to get Sasuke-kun back. That's amazing, but why are you telling us this? It might be a trap, Sakura said, squealing like a fangirl at first before turning serious. Naruto didn't care. As far as he was concerned, the only Uchiha that he found interesting was Itachi, and it wasn't just because he was the Akatsuki member that was supposed to be after him. There was no saving Sasuke. Naruto knew that as soon as he had hit him with the first Chidori. Why did I tell you? Maybe it's because if you can kill me, I hope you can kill that traitorous whelp and put an end to him once and for all. Or maybe it's because the information is of no use to me and it does not affect the Akatsuki, Sasori said, his eyes slowly closing, and in the end, his life left him. Well, it's done, but I think it was a little bit hypocritical to call Orochimaru a traitor considering he was a missing nin as well. Anyway, let's go see if Kakashi and Guy saved Gaara, Naruto said, his mood changing from somber to serious in an instant. They found the infamous copy ninja in a field with Guy. Gaara was laying on the ground, his eyes closed, he looked in peace. Kakashi-sensei, is he? Naruto couldn't say the words, they just wouldn't come to him. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said, looking crestfallen. Chiyo walked forward and decided kneel next to the young Kazekage before her hands started to glow green as she placed them over Gaara's chest. What are you doing, Chiyo-sama? Sakura asked. There is a kinjutsu that I know. Puppeteers would use it in the past to give life to their puppets, sacrificing a small amount of their own for the wooden being. Because Gaara is only recently deceased, I can bring him back, Chiyo said, determined to succeed. Naruto heard the last part and almost jumped out of his skin. Then the realization of what she was planning to do sunk in. Chiyo Bakken, you can't, Naruto said despite his inner turmoil. A large part, larger than Naruto was proud to admit, wanted her to complete the jutsu so Gaara would come back. That's enough, boy. Suna needs Gaara, because if Gaara has a friend like you, then Suna's future is safe. The new generation is coming along nicely, isn't it? The elderly lady finished speaking, mostly to herself in the end. Well, at least let me help you, Naruto said, placing his hands on top of hers and starting to feed her chakra. After a couple of minutes the clearing started to fill. Teams from Suna arrived to assist the retrieval, and Chiyo's brother came to see his sister in the arms of Sakura, for the first time in her long life not pretending to die. Welcome back, Gaara, Naruto said as the former Jinchuriki opened his eyes and stood up to find people all around him cheering for their revived leader. Naruto Uzumaki, it is good to see you again, my friend, but what happened here? Gaara questioned. We had to save you from the Akatsuki, but we were too late, they got Shukaku. You died, but Chiyo was able to bring you back. But she died to save you, Naruto said, saddened at the loss of the old village elder. I see we should get back to my village, Gaara said before turning to some of his Jonin. Carry Chiyo-sama back to the village. We will give her a guard of honor and a funeral when we return, the red-headed Kazekage ordered before turning to Naruto. You will stay for the funeral and to catch up. It has been too long, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said as they walked away heading to Suna. Naruto and Gaara talked although the walk about being a cage was like how Naruto found training with the toads in isolation. They talked and spent time together until the funeral. Naruto sat next to Temari and Kankuro by request of Gaara, saying that Naruto was part of his family and always welcome in Suna. After the funeral, the Leaf Ninja slowly made their way out of the sand walls and began to leave, only stopping for Naruto to shake Gaara's hand. Chapter 22, The Return. The group began the journey back to Konoha. Fortunately for the sensei of the old Team 7, he had recovered quickly from his chakra exhaustion from using his Mangekyo Sharingan. It had turned out that a useful sage art technique had been a nature chakra infusion. Whilst unable to heal any wounds himself, Naruto could slowly balance small amounts of Senjutsu into an injured patient, accelerating their own healing. It was not usable for large wounds, but for chakra exhaustion it worked like nothing else. This had saved the copy ninja from the near-death experience of having to be carried home by Guy, a prospect that horrified Kakashi to no ends, especially when he saw Guy take off at full speed after challenging Kakashi to a race back to Konoha. For the most part the group traveled at a reasonable pace. They would be back in their own village in 3 days. During the first night, Naruto excused himself from the group to go recharge his Senjutsu seals. Boy, Naruto sure has changed. I mean, he was bottom of the class, never answered a question right, and now look at him, he is just so strong now, Sakura said quietly, looking over to where the blonde had left to sit in meditation. Yosh. Naruto-kun's flames of youth burn so brightly, he has proven you can become strong through hard work yet again, Lee said. That's right, Lee, and I am sure in time you will become just as strong if not stronger than our youthful blonde rival, Guy said. Rival? Does that mean he will leave me alone and start challenging Naruto? Kakashi thought, hopeful his torment would finally come to an end. Despite how much he respected and liked Guy as a friend and colleague, his constant challenges became a bit much. Yosh. I will work even harder now, Guy-sensei, Lee called out. Way to go, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Oh man, here we go, mumbled Neji. Guy-sensei. Here it comes, Tenten moaned. Lee. The pair came together and a beach appeared in the middle of the forest with a sunset despite the fact it was nighttime. Naruto looked up confused at entering sage mode. Soon, however, his look of confusion turned into a look of horror. In front of the blonde sat a genjutsu stronger than any he had ever faced, because this was standing up to the full might of his sage mode and winning. How is this genjutsu possible? Lee can't even use chakra, Naruto yelled at the pair, not wanting to believe his ultimate defense against that particular ninja art was defeated by two men who looked like their local barber used a bucket and garden shears. Once the genjutsu freak of nature had finally cleared, Naruto returned to focusing on his seals, having to restore the energy used when Guy and Lee decided it would be appropriate to hug. Neji was staring at Naruto intently, his Byakugan active. Neji, what is it? Tenten asked. It's Naruto's chakra, it's like nothing I have ever seen, the stoic Hyuga said, shock evident in his voice. Why, what's different about it? His less excitable teammate asked curiously. Well, there are many things actually. Naruto's reserves are the largest I have ever seen, they dwarf even the Hokage's. Then there are the points of red chakra on his stomach where that seal is, Neji said, getting a nod from Tenten, remembering when they fought in the Chunin exams Naruto had revealed his seal. Yes, that is weird, but still that can't be what is so interesting, is it? I mean, he has had them there since before he left, right? Tenten said. Yes, you're correct, Tenten. What I can't stop looking at is the way Naruto seems to be drawing in chakra from around him, and flowing out of him, coating him like fire at the same time. I first noticed this when we were fighting Sasori. It must have something to do with the markings around his eyes and the change of his pupils. It is quite the sight to behold, Neji said. That sounds amazing, I wonder what it is, Tenten said. Oh, I can answer that, came the voice of Kakashi, who was sitting not too far away. Really, you can? What is it, some kind of chakra control exercise? Neji asked. In a way, yes. You see, Naruto draws chakra from nature and balances it with his own physical and spiritual energies. This could be considered a chakra control exercise. However, this is not a skill that just anyone can use, Kakashi said matter-of-factly. Why not this time? It was Lee who decided to join the conversation. Well, you see, Senjutsu is a highly dangerous skill to learn, and even more difficult to master. The benefits, you have seen firsthand: increased range of physical attacks, skin hardens like armor, increased healing factor and sensory abilities, but there is a reason that there are only 2 sages in Konoha's history. What is it? Tenten asked, not sure if she wanted to know. If you fail the training, you die, and turn into a giant stone toad. I have seen them, thousands of them. Senjutsu is an art guarded by the Toad clan of Myobyokuzan, and only a select few have been allowed to train in it throughout history, Naruto called out from where he sat, still in deep thought, his chakra sensing everything around him. Is it really that dangerous? Neji asked. Yes, it is. If it wasn't for Jiraiya and the Elder Toads, I would be another garden ornament right now, Naruto said as he stood up and made his way to his tent to sleep, satisfied his seals were fully charged and would stay that way unless Guy and Lee decided it would be in their best interests to express their youth again. 2 days later, Konoha. The teams that left for Suna arrived back at the gates of Konoha, relieved to be home. While Guy and Kakashi went to sign their teams back in, Naruto just walked past them like he owned the place, stretching his arms out. Boy, it feels good to be back. I better go see Ba-chan, she is probably mad at me for running off to Suna without orders, Naruto chuckled nervously in his head. Making his way to the Hokage's office, Naruto came to the realization that he was not receiving as many glares as he had in the past. Some of the villages even stared open-mouthed in wonder at him. Wonder what's going on? Not that I don't like it, but the way they are staring, it's like I'm some sort of celebrity or something, Naruto thought, not keying into the fact that with his hair cut the way it is he looks just like his father, but with a lightly rounder face like his mother's. Seeing the Hokage tower, Naruto decided the door wasn't good enough for him and decided to use his sensei's favorite entrance, The window. Hi Ba-chan, miss me? Naruto said cheekily as he had to dodge a book thrown at him by an irate Tsunade. Disrespectful little Gaki, you're here for less than 5 minutes and you have already given me a headache, and stop calling me that, Tsunade ordered, yelling at the blonde sitting in the window. Sorry Ba-chan, no can do, Naruto said, a grin forming on his face. Oh, and why not, you should learn some respect, Gaki, Tsunade said. Because you're my Ba-chan in every way but blood, Naruto said, jumping into the window and hugging the Hokage. It's good to have you back, kid, she said as she returned the hug. Now let me get a proper look at you. Well, judging by how much you have changed, you will be beating the women off with a stick, Tsunade said. Naruto paled at this. He was about to experience the bane of all famous ninja and brooding Uchiha fangirls. Oh man, this isn't good. I will just have to spend a lot of time in my apartment. I still have to work on the Hiroshin. My father did leave it for me after all, the blonde said, trying to take his mind off of the crazy fangirls that would triple in amount as soon as it became known that he was the son of the Yondame. I see. Any luck with it so far? Tsunade asked, curious as to just how good her fellow blonde was at sealing. Yes and no. I have the basic idea worked out. A seal set to your blood as a receiver and is placed on the body. Markers, otherwise known as the seals on my father's kunai, send signals to the receiver, and when the seal activates, the body will dematerialize and appear around the marker. The problem is I have to completely redesign the seals to work for my blood, and I can only use his as a guideline. The next problem is if I get even one bit wrong, I could end up in 2 separate pieces, and I don't really want to test out how good Kyuubi is at regrowing limbs, Naruto sighed. Sounds difficult, but I believe in you, Tsunade said with a smile. Thanks Ba-chan, I know I can do it. I have one of my father's other time-space seals down. It's a brilliant one for countering ninjutsu and redirecting it at the opponent, Naruto said, wanting to brag about how well his training went. Yes, the pervert told me you figured out the time-space absorption barrier, Tsunade said. Oh, what's the point of coming here to brag about how good I am if Ero Zenin has already done it for me, Naruto whined. Shut up Gaki, nobody likes a show-off. Now when would you like me to make an announcement about who your parents are? Tsunade asked. Whenever is fine with me. The council will give you hell for this, you know that right? After all, they hate me. Well, most of them do that aren't on the shinobi side, Naruto said. There isn't a damn thing they can do about this. We have your birth certificate, blood samples, your parents' wedding certificate, and Jiraiya's testament, as he and Sarutobi sensei were the only people at the wedding. And to top it all off, a nice formal letter from the Sandaime Hokage stating that your father named you as an Uzumaki until you were old enough or strong enough to take his name. Tsunade said, a confident smirk on her face. Hey, thanks Ba-chan, that almost sounds like it would be fun to sit in on, Naruto said, trying to imagine the members of the civilian council trying to deny what was put in front of them. You're welcome to come and watch, plus you being there and looking just like your father will be a massive in your face to them, Tsunade said. Hell no, I will have to go to enough of those damn meetings when I'm Hokage. There's no way you're dragging me to one now, Naruto said, making a break for the window. Fine, I want you back here tomorrow. I have a mission I think you will rather enjoy. You can have the day off, but you're back to work now, so no slacking off now. Get out of here. I need to get proper reports from Kakashi and Guy. They will be at the tower by now. Surely, the Hokage said, leaving mother mode and back into Hokage, piss me off and die mode. Ichiraku ramen 30 minutes later. Hey old man, set us up with the usual, actually make it double that. I haven't been here in years, Naruto said, walking into the ramen stand. Who do you think you're calling old, Naruto? Is that you? Tucci said, disbelief etched on his face. Sure is, old man, and I am starving, Naruto said, smiling at seeing some of his favorite people again after so long. Hey, where's Ayame Nichin? The blonde asked. Oh, she's out the back. Hey Ayame-chan, come see who's here, he called out. The famous ramen chef's daughter came out of the back and saw Naruto sitting there. Despite her best efforts, a small blush crept onto her cheek. Oh Kami, Naruto, you're back. Where have you been? Dad and I have missed you so much, she said, giving the blonde a quick hug. Oh, I have been good. Ero Zenin and Toads have been training me. It was intense, and Naruto got into the story of what he had been doing with the Toads, and how much he had improved. They sat there talking late into the afternoon until Naruto had decided it was time to head home. On his way home, however, he ran into someone else. He was excited to see Iruka-sensei. The blonde called out. Naruto? Is that you? The scarred Chunin asked. You bet, Iruka-sensei. Oh wait, I have a gift for you, Naruto said, digging into his pocket and pulling out a large white knife with a blue hilt and handing it to Iruka. Wow, thank you, Naruto, but you didn't have to get me this, Iruka said. No, but I wanted to, Iruka-sensei. You were the first person to ever believe in me. That knife is not normal, by the way. It is infused with my wind chakra. You just have to channel some of your normal chakra into the blade for less than a minute to activate it. It should be good to last about 2 hours of constant use, then you will need me or another wind user for a recharge. See, it's different from a normal chakra blade and it's designed for people who are not wind users to have the same advantage in close range combat. It doesn't channel the other elements, but if you are ever in a kenjutsu spar or hand to hand with kunai, it's the next best thing to assume as trench knives, Naruto said. Wow, that's amazing, Naruto, thank you so much, Iruka said. Don't mention it, sensei, just remember me if you ever need to use it, the blonde chuckled. Naruto began to walk off but was stopped one last time as Iruka called out, "It's good to see you back, Naruto, the village hasn't been the same without you." Giving a final wave in response, Naruto walked home knowing tomorrow there would be a big topic spreading around the civilian and shinobi population after the council meeting that was currently taking place. Council chambers. The room that the council met in was an old circular room, shinobi on one side being clan heads and highly respected jonin, with Kakashi given a seat when he actually showed up on time. And he had the unfortunate luck to have just delivered a report to the Hokage before the meeting, so he had to show up this time. The civilians were on the other side, often bickered amongst themselves and left shinobi business well enough alone. The only topic they found they needed to voice their opinions on was the welfare of one Naruto Uzumaki. The elders sat at the back of the room in silence. They were well aware of who Naruto's parents were and had some degree of respect for the boy. They still thought of him more as a weapon than a person, but that was just the old way of thinking. Tsunade entered the hall and sat down at the front desk, Jiraiya following closely behind but remained standing. "Tsunade-sama, may I ask what this meeting is about?" Koharu asked respectfully. "Yes, you may. I would like to inform the village as a whole that today, Chunin Naruto Uzumaki returned to the village," the Hokage said, folding her arms in front of her face, observing the reactions. The shinobi seemed pleased that the boy many of them had come to respect after saving the village, and bringing the current Hokage back to Konoha, had returned. The civilians were having mixed reactions. Some seemed furious that the Hokage would let him just walk back in, while others who had began to change their views on the boy seemed indifferent. The elders, however, had calculating looks on their faces, especially that of Dansu. "This is good news, Hokage-sama. With the Akatsuki currently hunting the Jinchuriki, I would suggest that we have him followed and kept in the village," Homura said, getting a small laugh from Jiraiya. "You would have more luck keeping me away from my research," Jiraiya laughed. A small irritated smirk came on Tsunade's face, knowing how difficult that task really is. "What do you mean? He is a shinobi of this village and cannot leave without the Hokage's permission, and I suggest we keep him in the village, with strict security," Koharu said, angry at the Gama Sanin's outburst. "I'm afraid it is not that simple, as Jiraiya's apprentice Naruto falls under the laws regarding the apprentices of the Sanin. Meaning he has an open passport to come and go from Konoha as he pleases, as long as he isn't needed," Tsunade said, shocking the elders. "Then we demand that he is followed at all times. I can have my best men watch over the boy," Dansu said. "No, I will not have him become a prisoner in his own village. Besides, do you think he can't take care of himself? I have the report here from the rescue mission of the Kazekage. Naruto successfully defeated both Itachi Uchiha and Sasori of the Red Sands easily, with Sasori dying in their battle," Tsunade said, shocking both the entire room apart from Jiraiya and Kakashi. The defeat of 2S ranked missing ninja, one as infamous in Konoha as Itachi, was a big deal. Tsunade did not feel the need to mention it was only a clone at less than half strength of Itachi, and Kakashi was not going to correct her. Also, there is the fact that should Naruto want to leave, he can organize a reverse summons to Myobyoku's and at any time he pleases, Jiraiya added, to effectively put out the elders' babying of the younger sage. "Very well then, is that all you wish to discuss?" Tsunade Haim, Dansu said, racking his brain as to how he could get more information on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. "No, there is one more topic that needs to be addressed and it involves Naruto's parentage," Tsunade said. This got Kakashi's interest and even raised the head of Shikaku Nara, who was not the smartest man in the village for nothing and had figured out who the boy really was. "Tsunade, you must reconsider. The boy could be unstable and we can't have that information get out," Koharu and Homura said. Dansu wanted to see how this played out, as he knew the return of the Namikaze clan would bring more business to Konoha and strengthening the village as a whole. "He already knows. I told him almost a year ago now," Jiraiya said, stopping the elders in their tracks. Dansu may have been a power-hungry man, but it was without question that he loved Konoha. The problem was he didn't mind if it burned as long as it rose stronger and he had more power. Dansu had played the card before when Orochimaru had attacked, but the Shinobi Council and civilians both wanted one of the Sannin as their Hokage, and he had once again been denied what he believed was rightfully his. "What do you mean that? Boy was an orphan, he has no family," a civilian council member said, indignant that they were still here for something so trivial. "Yes, you are right, Hagashi-san. Naruto is an orphan, but he did have parents that were married in secret a year before the Kyuubi attack on the village," Tsunade said. So what, that thing is a menace to this village and should have been killed as a child. A woman with long pink hair screeched, but soon was cowering from the killing intent directed at her from the opposite side of the room, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade. It matters, Haruno-san, because while you disrespect the boy you praise his father almost every day, Shikaku said venomously, still glaring at the pink-haired banshee. Several members of the room turned to the Nara, who usually just slept through these meetings, but was now at full attention. How come one people? It wasn't hard to figure out, Shikaku said, returning to his lazy demeanor. Blonde spiky hair and blue eyes just like his father, round face and always smiling, as well as a massive troublemaker. Last name Uzumaki. If he isn't the son of Kushina and Minato, I will retire and my son will take my job, the scarred older version of Shikamaru said, causing audible gasps at the name of their most respected and loved Hokage. Don't worry, Shikaku, your job is safe, Tsunade assured her tactical advisor. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki's full name is in fact Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. This earned outraged shouts from the civilian side and contemplative looks from the shinobi. Why were we not informed of this? One civilian demanded. It's quite simple, really. If word got out that Minato had a son after he had died, we would be back at war within a week because of assassination attempts on the boy from Iwa. If you want proof, any of you, we have his birth certificate, as well as blood samples and the wedding license of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, if you don't believe me. Now I think I need a drink. After that, let's go, Jiraiya. Meeting dismissed. Tsunade left the meeting hall when she finished. Jiraiya followed soon after. The rest of the council looking over the copies of the evidence they left behind. The next day, Naruto woke early, not used to sleeping in his bed again. Going to his bedside table, he picked up a photo and looked at it. In the photo was possibly one of the most embarrassing moments of his life at the time. It was him with his arm around Yugito, who was curled into his side and cuddled into his chest. Both were looking right at the camera, a blush just starting to form on their faces. The photo next to it was of him and Jiraiya sharing a splittable ice block, sitting under a tree together after a training exercise. Naruto remembered the Sandaime took the photo just a few days before he died in the Chunin exams. A small tear falling from his cheek at the memory of his grandfather figure, Naruto decided he needed a walk to clear his head. The streets were oddly quiet despite the fact that even though it was early they were still very busy. It was like wherever Naruto walked the people grew quiet and looked on in awe. Naruto was beginning to get worried until a woman in her early 40s came forward and bowed at his feet, making him stop in both embarrassment and confusion. Please forgive me, Namikaze-sama, for the way I treated you in the past. We were blinded by our irrational fear, the lady said. Suddenly Naruto was swamped by people all begging for forgiveness from the blonde. Whoa, okay, stop. There is nothing to forgive anymore. I understand why you mistrusted and disliked me, and I got over it a long time ago, but I will not stand for being called Namikaze-sama until I have earned such a title. I want you all to call me Naruto and nothing else, he yelled so the whole street could hear him before he knelt down and helped the woman up. Thank you, she said. Don't mention it, just don't treat me like I am royalty. I'm the same person as I was yesterday, I just have my rightful name at last, the blonde said with a smile. The same process happened several times on his way to the Hokage's office, and he also had his first run-in with what would soon become the fangirls from hell, with several of them asking if he would marry them before chasing the blonde down an alleyway, and he used a shunshine to escape. Dear Kami, that was exhausting, Naruto said as he casually walked into the office and slumped into a couch. Ah, Naruto, you seem to be enjoying your newfound fame, Tsunade said with a smirk. I had to stop around 6 times to tell crowds of civilians I had forgiven them long ago, Ba-chan, and I also had to tell them to not call me Namikaze-sama. I really hate formalities, the blonde said. I had noticed that particular personality trait already, Tsunade said with a tick mark on her forehead at being called old again. Anyway, Naruto, I have a mission for you. I want you to deliver this to Kumo. It's a full report on the rescue of the Kazekage, Tsunade said, getting a huge smile from the blonde. Great, so when do I leave, and who's in my team, Naruto questioned. Ah yes, they should be arriving shortly. Tsunade had just finished and a man with an Anbu face armor walked in. He had brown semi-unruly hair, and a face that seemed cold as ice. Behind him was a man Naruto was looking forward to seeing again, Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto's interest in Asuma stemmed from the fact he was the best Fuuten user he knew, with Temari and Baki not coming close to his level of expertise. The blonde wanted to question Asuma and find out if there was anything he was missing in his style. Naruto, Yamato and Asuma here will form your team for this mission. Dansu and the elders wanted a root member to join you, but I was able to relocate him to Team 7 for some reason. Dansu did not object to this. Anyway, you are to head for Kumo immediately. On a side mission on your return trip, if time permits, I want you to head for Tenchi Bridge to back up Team 7 in the extraction of the Akatsuki spy in Orochimaru's organization. Dismissed. Oh, and Naruto. Good luck, Tsunade said, receiving a thumbs up from the blonde as the group left the office. Chapter 23 Naruto and Asuma. The Futon Tag Team. Naruto and his team made their out of the Hokage's office and split up to collect what they will needed for their mission. Naruto entered his small one-bedroom apartment. Instantly he could sense there was someone else in there with the blonde. Extending his sensory perception he had gained from his mastery of Sage Mode, he discovered 4 life signs, all female, in his bedroom. "Oh, please don't be fangirls, please don't be fangirls, please don't be fangirls," he begged as he opened his bedroom door. Naruto's eyes widened as he was successfully hugged by 4 of his more fanatical fangirls. Freeing himself with a kawarmi with a nearby pillow, the blonde began to sweat. "Fuck, fangirls, how do I deal with them? I can't hurt them." "Well, maybe a little." "No, that's wrong, bad Naruto, I guess I will just have to trick them," he thought, quickly coming up with a plan. Naruto went over to the window, backing away from the increasingly hungry-looking girls. He made a seal-less shadow clone just outside before substituting with it. The blonde watched with some interest as his clone pretended to flirt with the harem of women who had made their way into his home. Taking them outside, the real Naruto jumped back in, locked the door and began setting up seals to keep unwanted people away. As soon as his apartment was sufficiently secure, Naruto made another clone that dispersed immediately, informing the first that it was now safe to dispel. Moments later, angry cat calls could be heard several blocks away. "Phew, that was a close one. If I knew I would be this popular today, I would have made precautions last night," Naruto thought with a sweat drop. He had realized the truth about his heritage would make him liked a lot more, but this was a bit much. Quickly packing enough for a 2-week mission, Naruto gave the apartment one last check over to make sure his seals were working before leaving via the window to meet up with his team. Unknown location. Pain was standing alone at the top of a tower. Rain was falling all around him as he looked out over his kingdom. Turning slowly, he felt a presence appear behind him. "Ah, Zetsu, have you gathered any information on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" Pain asked. "Yes, Leader Sama, I watched his fight with Sasori, if you could call it that. He seemed to dispose of the puppet master with ease. We also found some rather interesting news out of Konoha," Zetsu said. "What is it?" "We need all the information we can get on him. He has become far too strong. We need to think and act carefully around the boy," Pain said. It appears that Naruto Uzumaki was not his full name. His full name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The brat is the son of the Yondaime Hokage. It is no wonder he became so strong, Zetsu said. "His name doesn't concern me. What can you tell me about his skills?" Pain said. "Well, from his battle with Sasori, we have found that he possesses great mastery at long and mid-ranged Futon Jutsu, not opting to use it in close range," Zetsu said, pausing to let his leader take in the information. "What else? There is no way he could beat Sasori with just Futon Jutsu," Pain ordered. "As we already know, he is an expert in the Kagebushin no Jutsu and the Rasengan, and has made at least one variant, the Udoma Rasengan. Finally, he has not used 1 ounce of demonic chakra yet, apart from what naturally flows through his body. Instead, he seems to be drawing energy from nature," the plant told his boss. "So, he's a sage," Pain said, rain starting to fall faster and heavier, fueled by his rage. "What does that mean, Leader Sama?" the black half asked. "My former sensei Jiraiya once claimed to be training in a special kind of jutsu, Shinjutsu," Pain said. Flashback. In a small cabin in the outskirts of Ame, 3 orphaned children were training to be able to defend themselves. "I wish Jiraiya sensei was here. Why does he always have to leave us for days on end?" a small boy with dark red hair said. "All he ever tells us is that he has special training to do." A girl with a paper rose in her hair said, folding some origami paper into a kunai and throwing it, embedding deep into its target. She went and retrieved her handiwork. "Hey, I say we gang up on him and force him to tell us what he is doing when he gets back," the final boy said enthusiastically. He had orange spiky hair. "Yeah, let's do it. I'm in." "What about you, Konan?" the red-headed boy said. "Well, I guess I will do it if you and Yahiko are going to go through with it anyway," Konan said, not wanting to pressure her sensei but at the same time, wanting to find out what his special training was for. The 3 orphans from Ame waited and planned until they came up with a plan so evil, even Kami himself would be powerless against it. Jiraiya appeared in a clearing. He looked down over the small cabin that he had built for the 3 orphans he was teaching. The future Toad Sage slowly made his way towards the cabin, and the trap that was set waiting for him. The door opened and Jiraiya walked in, to find his 3 students sitting around a table in hushed discussion. "Hey ya kiddos, I'm back for a few days," the white-haired man said loudly. His students only looked at each other and gave a nod before they all stood up and ran over to their teacher. "Jiraiya sensei, we want to know what you are training in that is so special you need to leave us here to go learn it for days on end," Yahiko said. "I can't tell you because the training I am doing is very dangerous and can only be taught by a very special group," Jiraiya said. "Fine. If you want to play it that way. Konan now. Nagato ordered. Konan walked up, her eyes big as saucers, hands folded in front of her face pleadingly. Please Jiwaiwa sensei, she asked in the cutest voice she could. Nagato and Yahiko joined their friend and fellow orphan in using the most diabolical of jutsu. Oh fuck, it's the puppy eyes jutsu, and they are all using it. Must resist. Cuteness, but it was no use. Jiraiya was gone the moment they had sprung the trap. Okay fine, I will tell you, but I must warn you that if you attempt this training, you will die, Jiraiya said, making sure his students understood before continuing. The ninja art I am training in is not nin, tai, gen, or even ken, jutsu. It is the ability to take energy from the nature around you and harness it. It's known as senjutsu. This ability, should I be able to use it, will make me the first sage in almost 200 years, Jiraiya said, proud of himself. But why is it so dangerous, Jiraiya sensei? Yahiko asked. I'm glad you asked, Yahiko. You see, if you make a mistake, or you get the balance wrong, you will turn into a toad statue. It is not something you want to have happen to you, Jiraiya informed the group who were listening intently. How will you know if you have the balance right, Sensei? Konan asked, curious to find out more. Well, my senseis tell me that if I get the process right, my eyes will become yellow and bar-like and red markings will appear around my eyes, Jiraiya said. Now that's enough about me, tell me how your training is coming along. After that, the orphans began talking about what they had done in their training. Flashback end. I never saw Jiraiya sensei use his sage mode, but the way he described it, and with your description of the Kyubi Jinchuriki, I have little doubt, he is a sage, Pain said, seething with anger. He would prove to be a most difficult one to capture. What do you plan to do about him, Leader Sama? It's evident from the fight that Itachi and Kisame may even fail in capturing him, Zetsu said. We will leave him for now, he has to be sealed last and that will not change, but we must warn the others about engaging the boy. You are dismissed, Zetsu, Pain said, turning around to gaze back out into the rain, Zetsu slowly disappearing from the floor. I gather you heard everything, Pain said when Zetsu had left. Yes, the boy is a rather large obstacle that stands in our way, but it won't matter in the end. After all, sage or not, he is still just a boy, and you, as you have said so many times before, are a god. Came a voice from behind him in the shadows. Back in Konoha. Naruto was running a little late, having to deal with fangirls and civilians begging you for forgiveness or to marry them could do that to someone. Dropping down at the west gate where they had agreed to meet, Naruto saw his team waiting for him. With the addition of Kurenai-sensei, and Naruto's sensors were picking up somebody else. It was weak, but there was another life sign in the group. Hey guys, sorry about the being late, fangirls belong in the deepest pits of hell, the blonde sighed. Well, if it isn't young Naruto. Now normally I would agree with you, but at the moment I would say that looking exactly like your father and knowing who you are, they probably can't help themselves, said Kurenai. Geez, thanks for the support, Kurenai-sensei. Oh, and congratulations are in order, I believe, considering the extra life you are holding, Naruto said casually. How did know? We haven't even told anyone yet, Kurenai said, looking at an equally shocked Asuma, who made it clear he did not tell the boy. Oh, you see, with my sage training I had to learn to feel all of nature around me. And that means I can sense where there is life, and right now I'm getting 2 readings from you, Naruto said in a factual tone. I'm sorry if it was meant to be a secret. I didn't know, please forgive me, Naruto said. It's alright, I was going to start telling people soon anyway. Won't be able to hide it for long at the moment though. Only Tsunade-sama, Asuma, you, myself and now Yamato here, are aware, but as you are leaving the village for a mission I will just have to get busy so my friends don't hear it from one of you, Kurenai said with a small smile. Alright, well we better be off, got a long trip ahead of us to get to Kumo, Asuma said, picking up his backpack and leading the team out the gates on the road to Kumo. 2 days later. The trip to Kumo had so far been uneventful, but they were now passing through rice country, well-known location for several bases of Orochimaru. The group slowed their pace and lowered their chakra signatures traveling through this land, not wanting to be discovered by enemy sound nins. But sometimes, no matter what precautions you take, you can find yourself drawn into a fight. Naruto jumped up over a hill, followed by his team, and they gazed down upon what looked like a team of samurai from Iron Country involved in a skirmish with large numbers of auto ninja. The samurai were protecting a large caravan and being assaulted by wave upon wave of auto ninja. We have to help those samurai. If Orochimaru wants what is in that caravan, then letting him get it is bad news for Konoha, Naruto said, taking out a kunai and awaiting orders from Asuma. You're right, for the safety of Konoha we need to help them. It's time I get to see your skills. Hey Namikaze, Asuma said, almost looking eager to join the fight, his cigarette never falling from his mouth as a smile graced his face. The three-leaf ninja charged down the hill at full speed. Naruto arriving first, he slit the throat of two Chunin before sending a small blast of wind from his palm, knocking several of the approaching ninja into the air. Asuma saw the flying Auto Shinobi and took advantage. Pushing chakra into his trench knives, Asuma jumped up and in what appeared to be one swift movement cut through his targets that Naruto had sent flying. "I'm winning, kid, that's your 2 to my 6, and Yamato has won," Asuma said, neatly slicing through the sword of an onrushing Auto Chunin, before removing his head from the body. "Make that 7. Not one to be outdone so easily." Naruto quickly drew out 2 of his mini shuriken. Seeing another group of onrushing Auto ninja, Naruto sent the small blades flying towards them. The closest of the ninja could see 2 small dots flying towards him. Deciding they were easy to dodge, casually stepped to the side and waited, sending a taunting look to the blonde who threw them. The blonde, however, just casually brought up his fingers up and shouted, "Fuuden Shuriken Wind Blade." He then clicked his fingers and long blades of wind extended out from the miniature projectiles. Asuma turned when he heard the name of an unfamiliar wind release jutsu, and looked on in awe as he saw the tiny, almost invisible discs expand and cut through a large group of around 15 enemy ninja. "Who's whining now, Asuma-sensei?" Naruto taunted. The face on the elder Fuuden master was priceless. He had known of shuriken that could expand with wind chakra, but to be used to expand mid-throw was amazing. "We'll see about that. But you're teaching me that jutsu when this is over," Asuma called out. The samurai who was guarding the caravan looked on in awe at the skill at which the ninja dispatched their opponents. While the samurai did not use jutsu, they were more than capable to use chakra, often focusing it in their blades. They was masters at kenjutsu, only matched by the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist. While they could hold off ninja, even best them often, the samurai were breathing a sigh of relief that these leaf ninja came to join the fight. However, they were still weary in case they too wanted their cargo. As the fight drew on, it became clear that while both Asuma and Naruto were clearly Fuuden masters, their styles were insanely different. Asuma would favor his knives and close-range Fuuden attacks, while Naruto would send long-ranged high-level destructive jutsu to decimate the numbers and favored taijutsu or clones up close, most likely due to the fact in Sage mode it was a superior weapon. Poor Yamato barely had to do anything, and he just sat and watched with the rest of the samurai as the pair effortlessly tore apart their opponents, Naruto thinning them out, and Asuma finishing the survivors off with deadly efficiency. Soon there were only a small number of Auto ninja left and they surrounded the pair separately. Both Naruto and Asuma found themselves facing 6 remaining Auto ninja each. "Shall we?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "Hey, why not?" came Asuma's reply. Both wind users took a low stance and Naruto took out a knife just like the one he gave to Iruka. Spinning wind cutter. Both called out at the same time, and identical movements saw a small, almost invisible blade of wind extend out as the pair spun. Their final opponents didn't know what hit them. They all looked down in unison to see deep cuts appear on their chests, arms, and wherever else they had the misfortune of being struck by the spinning blade. When Naruto and Asuma finally came to a stop, they were in the same stance exactly as they had began the jutsu. The separate groups of sound ninja just slowly swayed before they collapsed in a heap of bloody mess. "Aw man, Therese, blood everywhere. At least I didn't wear my white coat. Red hides the blood much easier, so I won't have to be spending hours washing it," Naruto complained as he stepped away from the circle of bodies stacked around him. "Yeah, you get that, it's why I wear black." "So how did you do?" Asuma asked. His cigarette still lit and in his mouth. 57. "You?" the blonde replied. "Got you by 4, I got 61, the Sarutobi said smugly. "Hey Yamato, how did you do?" I got 12, the Makuten user said, slightly embarrassed at being beaten so badly. The group lightly cleaned themselves off, then they walked to check on the samurai who were still in a defensive formation around their caravan. "Hey, come on, relax guys, we don't mean any harm, we just came to check to see if you were all alright," the blonde said happily. Relaxing slightly, an older samurai stepped forward. "Thank you for your assistance, Konoha Shinobi. My name is Raifu and we are transporting this shipment of metal and weapons to the Land of Iron." "Metal to the Land of Iron, huh? That explains why Orochimaru wanted it enough to send over 100 men to come and take it. Samurai metal that is used there is highly chakra conductive. In fact, my trench knives were a gift from Mifune-sama. When I was in the 12 Guardians we became friends, and after he observed my fighting style offered me these as a token of his friendship," Asuma said, handing out one of his knives for the elder samurai to inspect. "These indeed do have the mark of Mifune-sama on them as well as the sign on the Land of Fire. May I ask a favor? Can you aid us in reaching the border? There should be no more trouble, but it would be safer if you accompanied us," the elder samurai Raifu said. The mark of Mifune had made Asuma immediately trustworthy to the older man. "Why not? We are heading in that direction anyway, and there will be safety in numbers," Asuma said, and the group of ninja and samurai left together. There had been several more small ambushes set up for the caravan on their way out of Otto, but nothing that wasn't dealt with swiftly. Upon coming to the border, the group split up, with the ninja heading towards the mountainous region of the Land of Lightning while the caravan headed towards a large mountain that looked like 3 wolf heads. Kumo. One day later. Naruto and his group had been climbing for hours, the clouds making vision difficult. Eventually they rose above the thick cloud layer and Naruto saw Kumo for the first time. To Naruto, Kumo seemed as different to Konoha as Suna had been. Giant pillars that were mountaintops were turned into buildings, and there seemed to be a natural wall of earth from the mountains surrounding the city. Coming to the gates, there were 2 darkly tanned chunin sitting looking bored. I wonder if every hidden village has a pair of poor saps who are always stuck on guard duty, Naruto thought, thinking about Izumo and Kotetsu back home and the Suna pair that had been on the sand walls when he had arrived and left Suna. Asuma, Sarutobi along with Naruto, Namikaze and Anbu captain, code name Yamato, here to deliver a report and intelligence to the Raikage, Asuma said. Stamping the passports, they let the group of Leaf Ninja into the village, being escorted straight to the cage tower. Did you see that kid? One of the guards asked. Yeah, I mean a Namikaze, who would have thought the Yellow Flash would have had surviving family, and judging by the look of him they're closely related as well, the other responded, watching the group being led to their meeting with the Raikage. The current Raikage was sitting at his desk when a messenger came in. Raikage-sama, a team of Konoha shinobi are here to deliver the information on the retrieval of the Kazekage, the tall darkly tanned woman with pure white hair tied back in a bun said. Very well, send them, and he waved his secretary away. Yugito-chan, you work with Konoha often, I want you to stay and tell me what you know about the members they have sent, said. It was not that he didn't trust Konoha not to break their agreement, but he was always a very strict, secretive man who believed in his own strength and wanted to know more about who entered into his village. The door opened and Asuma walked in. Followed behind him was something that made Yugito almost visibly jump: blonde hair and those blue eyes. It's him. Hess back, Naruto-kun, she thought. My kitten, you have hit the jackpot with this one. He looks like a god. I bet you can't wait to take him now, Nibi interjected. Nibi, not now. I can't be thinking these things while in a meeting, Yugito begged her by Juu. Yugito, outside of her inner thoughts, had not looked away from the blonde and only barely noticed the final member of the group. Raikage-sama, I, Asuma Sarutobi, son of the Sandaime Hokage, am here to deliver important information regarding the Akatsuki, Asuma said formally. However, after taking the scroll and nodding to Asuma in a friendly manner, was staring at Naruto. You, boy, what is your name? Ordered. Asuma tensed a fraction at this, knowing Minato and A had clashed in the past and the outcomes were not in the current Raikage's favor. Naruto asked, shocked to be addressed directly. Yes, you look familiar, and I desire to know who I am meeting with, said, slightly more polite. Oh, okay, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, finished for the young blonde. Shock erupted on Yugito's face and Naruto knew he was going to get it for not telling her. You know, he was the only person to ever escape me when I used my lightning armor at full strength, and with him gone I am now the fastest person alive. I would like to see what you have got before you leave. You will stay in the village until we have carefully looked over the information and decided upon a reply. The process will take around 2 weeks, said, still intently looking at the boy. Thank you, Raikage-sama. If we may, our team has been requested as backup for our operation to capture a spy in Orochimaru's organization just outside the Land of Lightning at Tenchi Bridge in 2 days' time. We request a short leave of the village to provide our assistance, Asuma asked. Very well, I will allow it. Yugito, show them to their hotel room, but I want you back here in an hour. Yes, Raikage-sama, Yugito said and bowed as she escorted the Leaf Ninja out of the office. The group walked down the streets in relative quiet. The only real interaction was Naruto and Yugito catching each other's gloss as they walked. They soon arrived at a large hotel and Asuma and Yamato bowed and began to head to their room. Hey, you guys go ahead, I'm going to go have a look around to get something to eat, Naruto said, not taking his eyes off of Yugito. Very well, don't be out too long, Yamato said knowingly. Naruto and Yugito walked in silence for a minute before she grabbed his arm and yanked him into an empty alleyway, slamming her lips against his. Naruto immediately responded, fighting back control from his fellow Jinchuriki. He gently, yet powerfully turned them so her back was now against a wall. Yugito began to unconsciously purr into the kiss as a small moan escaped Naruto's lips. Both of them were lost in their own world, only the two of them existed. Yugito slowly lifted her legs and wrapped them around Naruto's waist, now being supported by the wall behind her and the firm chest and abs of the man she desired. Naruto was in meltdown. The isolation from the woman he loved was too much, and he needed to show her just how much he missed her. Naruto deepened the kiss, slowly licking her lower lip, begging for entry. Yugito obliged and brought her own tongue out to meet his own, but instead of fighting him, she gently helped draw it and massaging him as he reacquainted himself with her mouth. Bringing up his hand, the spiky-haired blonde began slowly kneading his fellow blonde's breast, only pausing for a second when Yugito let out, not a moan of pleasure but a cat-like mewl. After what seemed like an eternity, the long-lost couple finally broke apart. Yugito, desperate not to lose the feeling of complete bliss, followed his slowly retreating lips as long as she could. "I love you, Yugi-chan," Naruto whispered, only just loud enough for her to hear. "I love you too, my Naru-kun," Yugito said, quickly stealing another kiss from the boy she hadn't seen in 3 long, infuriating years. "Whilst I would love to continue this now, you have to get back to the Raikage and I'm needed to plan our mission to Tenchi Bridge. When we get back, I will take you wherever you want to go," Naruto said, hating himself at the same time as gently unwrapping her legs from his waist, hoping his arousal would go down before he was discovered in the ally. Yugito gave a light hiss as he removed her legs and clung tighter to his neck to show her displeasure of what he was doing. Eventually she came to her senses and gave a curt nod. "Fine, but we are not finished here. Oh, and you owe me for not telling me who your father was," she ordered, rubbing her forehead against his own as a final sign of affection before they parted. Chapter 24: Trouble at Tenchi Bridge. Yugito had left Naruto and made her way back to meeting with the Raikage. Fixing up her hair, she walked inside. "Ah, Yugito-chan, welcome back. I trust that you know some things about our visitors?" asked. Yugito paused. She didn't know how much to give away about how well she knew Naruto, but decided to give him a short version of what she knew about her Naru-kun. The leader of their party, Asuma Sarutobi, is an honorable man. I have worked with him on 2 occasions when we were searching suspected Akatsuki hideouts. He is deadly at close-range combat and uses a mastery of Fuuten chakra to complement his unique fighting style, with its use of trench knives, Yugito said, going over her experiences with Asuma. "Okay, now, what do you know about the Namikaze?" said with interest. His only ever rival in Speed's legacy had stood before him and nobody outside of Konoha had known he had existed for years. "I met Naruto Namikaze 3 years ago when I first was sent to the village to negotiate the agreement on the Akatsuki. Then, however, he was simply known as Naruto Uzumaki." Yugito paused here, not sure how to continue. "What do you know of his skills? Who trained him?" asked. "Naruto is the apprentice of the Gama Sanin Jiraiya. He was taken out of the village 3 years ago to train full-time, only returning recently, so I do not have an accurate scope on his skills. However, before he left he was highly skilled in Konoha's Kagebushin no Jutsu as well as his father's Rasengan. He also has a wind affinity," Yugito said, not feeling it necessary to divulge Naruto's rather unique training method. "Is there anything else?" asked. "Yes, there is. He is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune," Yugito said. This got A's attention. The boy would become a strong ninja indeed. "Thank you, Yugito-chan. I am aware the last member is an Onbu and thus as per our agreement is under an alias and information on him is classified, so you will not know. You are dismissed for now, but I hear the council would like to have a word with you tomorrow. Don't ask me what it is about. Probably just another scouting mission like last time." A waved goodbye to Yugito before turning to face out the window. "Namikaze, I look forward to having a spar with you. If you're anything like your old man, I may have found a new rival," the Raikage thought as the sun slowly set. Hotel. Naruto walked into the hotel room still in a daze from his rather heated encounter with the cat-like Kunoichi. Slumping into the couch, he let out an exhausted sigh. "So did you get something to eat?" Asuma asked, wondering why the young blonde and looked like he just got out of bed. Naruto thought about the question for a minute. "Yeah, it was delicious. Even better than ramen," Naruto admitted. "Wow, for you to say that, it must have been good. Where did you go?" Yamato asked, having a theory from the time he had helped the boy master his wind manipulation. He had seen how Naruto and Yugito interacted and they were not just friends. Naruto began to sweat a little. He had not actually eaten and could not give them a name or anything. Just some small shop in a back alley, I can't remember the name." Naruto's reaction to the question gave Yamato the answer to his theory. Just nodding his head in acceptance, he turned back to Asuma. "What does the approach to Tenchi Bridge look like?" Yamato asked. "Well, it's not good. I would suggest working with Team 7 with one of us filling up their numbers for a 4-man squad while 2 others scout the area and prevent unwanted visitors during the extraction," Asuma said, wishing Shikamaru was there to help him with the best strategy for the capture of the spy. "Well, I will observe the capture if I can escape higher-ranking ninja. When I was an academy student, I don't see why anybody can find me if I want to be hidden," Naruto said with a smirk, remembering when he used to terrorize the village with his pranks and he would hide from the ninja who followed. "Yes, that does sound like a good idea. We should leave tomorrow, that way we can set up a camp and do a proper scout before anybody arrives, and maybe meet up with Team 7 and Kakashi-senpai," Yamato said. "I agree," Asuma said, folding up a map and placing it into a small backpack. "Now Naruto, I was wondering if you could explain how you use those miniature shuriken like you did against those auto ninja, Asuma asked. Yeah, why not? It's a simple technique really, Naruto said, producing one of his shuriken for Asuma to inspect. The way it works is basically like your trench knives, although the chakra conductivity and delayed release is done by these tiny seals, Naruto said, pointing at two separate yet intricate seals no bigger than a fingernail on each side. Now what you do is channel your chakra into the seal on top. The more you use, the bigger the blade will become. The seal on the bottom is a three-way activation seal often used on exploding tags that allows you to either set them to a time delay, remote or even proximity triggers, Naruto said. That's genius, but couldn't you put those seals on any shuriken or even kunai for that matter, Asuma questioned. Well yeah, technically I could, Naruto said. Then why do you use these tiny things, Asuma said, not understanding why he would go out of his way to custom make something like these. I would say because if a person sees something tiny they're not going to think it is as much a danger as a full-sized shuriken. Also my father could have placed his Hirashin formula on normal kunai instead of his three-pronged variety. I guess we are a lot alike, Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Tenchi bridged the day of the meeting. So how is this going to work, Naruto asked. After reworking the plan for both teams, it would be easier for Yamato to use Makuten to create a shell version of the Hiruko puppet, and he will be inside to make the capture, Asuma said. Naruto will be on the far side to block his escape while Sai and Sakura I want you observing from the south ready to jump in should Yamato need help, Kakashi said. Then what are you and Asuma-sensei going to do, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura asked. We will be spread out several miles to the north to prevent any interference from any of Orochimaru's men, Kakashi said. The meeting is in a few hours, Sakura. You can stay here and help me get the costume and voice right. Naruto, you should get into position with Kakashi-senpai and Asuma. You are on the other side of the bridge and we don't want you getting caught out of position when we begin the capture, Yamato said as the two groups split up, Naruto, Asuma, and Kakashi on one side, Yamato, Sakura, and Sai on the other. Naruto sat back and waited for the spy to arrive. You could imagine his shock when he saw Kabuto walking out onto the bridge. Well, this is a shocker. I never would have expected Kabuto. Of all the people in Orochimaru's team, he always seemed the most trusted, the blonde thought as Yamato slowly stalked out onto the bridge. Something is not right here. I can sense three people on the bridge. There, but whoever it is knows Erozenen's chameleon jutsu for hiding in the open, and I can't even warn Yamato about it without compromising the mission. I will have to wait for now. On the bridge. Kakuzu slowly moved to the center of the bridge where Kabuto was leaning against the railings looking out over the valley. It's been a while, Sasori-sama, Kabuto said, turning to face the covered leaf ninja. Were you followed? Sasori said. No, we are all alone, Kabuto said. I have questions for you. I want information on Sasuke Uchiha, as well as Orochimaru's whereabouts, the fake puppet master said. Orochimaru has many hideouts, many in Otogakure, but he has bases in other countries as well, Kabuto said. His current location, Sasori said, irritated. He is in a base, several miles from here to the north. Sasuke is there with him, Kabuto said. I have to take him now, can't wait any longer, Yamato thought. Taking out a kunai, but paused when he heard a slow, almost peaceful voice. My, isn't this intriguing conversation? There, leaning against the opposite railing, was Orochimaru himself. Kabuto jumped and repositioned himself when he saw the kunai. Thank you, Sasori-sama. If you hadn't drawn that kunai he would have gotten me, Kabuto said. Damn, this isn't good. I can't take Orochimaru on my own. I would have a chance if I fought him back with Kabuto, but that would give away that I am not Sasori with my fighting style. I could call out my teammates, but that too would just prove I am not Sasori and the target could get away, Yamato thought. Kabuto activated his chakra scalpels and lunged, not at Orochimaru but at Sasori, destroying the Hiriku shell the Anbu captain was wearing. Shadow snake hands, Orochimaru called out, and snakes flew from the sleeves of the heavy Sanin's robes, curling their way up Yamato's body. However, when they finally bit his neck, the leaf Anbu's body changed into wood and crashed lightly to the ground. That was a Makuten clone, then that means, Orochimaru said, but was cut off by Kabuto. I don't get it. Is this form Sasori's real body? My Kabuto, you mean to tell me even after all these years of working with him, you never saw Sasori's real body? Orochimaru calmly said. Well, he always hid it behind those puppets. Has such a dreary fellow. Anyway, if you're not Sasori, who are you? Kabuto said smugly. Now Kabuto, there will be time for that later. Why don't you tell the rats that are hiding out there to join you? Orochimaru said. So he knew all along, Yamato thought, signaling Sakura and Sai. Ah, that's a face I know, the snake said, looking at Sakura, but I think you are missing one little rat. With Naruto. Guess I better go join the party, Naruto said to himself, standing up and slowly walking towards the bridge. Still wish I had Asuma and Kakashi here instead of Sakura and Sai, but I should be able to deal with Orochimaru until they arrive at least. Naruto walked out onto the bridge behind Kabuto and Orochimaru, and a gust of wind immediately gave away his presence. "Oh my, it's you. Tell me, how did you survive the Valley of the End?" Kabuto sneered, seeing the boy he had picked apart and tossed into the river just over 3 years ago standing at the across from him. "Ah, so the Kyuubi is here too. Maybe we can have some fun with him," Orochimaru said. "I wonder how he compares to Sasuke now." Naruto just stared and gave a small laugh. "Ha. Sasuke was never as good as me. It's good to see you again, Kabuto. I think it's time I gave some payback for that beating you gave me." "I will take care of him, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto said, and blurred away chakra scalpels activated, charging at the blonde. Naruto just stood there, activating a seal to enter Sage mode, swiped Kabuto away with a backhand like he was nothing but an insignificant fly. "Well, now this is interesting," Orochimaru said, licking his lips and turning to face Naruto head on. "This isn't Kyuubi's chakra at all. What is this?" The snake began stalking forward, hoping to decipher what the blonde just did. Sakura at this point saw Orochimaru had his back turned and went for an attack. Her punch shattered the floor of the bridge, but Orochimaru was easily able to avoid it. "Kukukuku, it seems Tsunade has been teaching this one. Unfortunate for her she didn't learn when she is over her head." "Isn't that right, Naruto-kun?" Orochimaru said. He had been hoping upon seeing Naruto there that he could test out himself against some of the Kyuubi's yokai, but this new development had shocked and intrigued him immensely. Naruto pushed forward and delivered a devastating punch to the snake's face, sending him flying back, crashing through a good section of trees. Orochimaru struggled to his feet. The attack Naruto had just delivered had such force behind it the snake had lost an arm. Naruto walked casually through the dust and stopped upon the grotesque sight of a pair of hands and arms stretching out from Orochimaru's body, and slowly a completely rebuilt, perfectly healthy Sannin stood before him again. "What the fuck are you?" Naruto said, looking at the snake in disgust. "Naruto-kun, you can't kill me. Is that all you got then? Even with this new power, is that the best you can do?" Orochimaru said, taunting the blonde. He decided to push it further. "You're no Sasuke, you're not even in the same league." "Yeah, I know, Sasuke will never match up." "Sage art, winds of destruction." Naruto thrust his palms out from his body and a massive force of wind began to crush everything around him, throwing it back. Trees were uprooted, the earth around him ripped away. When the winds finally died down, Naruto stood on a small mound of untouched grass, and all around him for about half a mile was a crater. Orochimaru, who after the attack had to spit out another body, had a hungry look in his eyes. "The things this boy can do, I must admit, he has piqued my interest," Orochimaru said to himself. Yamato and Sakura came out of the surrounding forest at this point and saw the destruction. Sai had been flying above the fight on an ink bird since the start of the confrontation. "Captain Yamato, Sakura. I need you to find Kakashi and Asuma. I can take care of Orochimaru for now," Naruto said calmly, not taking his eyes off of the deadly S-class ninja standing opposite him. "What are you saying, Naruto? You can't fight Orochimaru alone," Sakura yelled out. "No, Hess, right, Sakura. We need to get Asuma and Kakashi-senpai," Yamato said, not wanting to leave Naruto alone but at the same time realizing they are going to need the other two Jonin to get out of this situation. Naruto kicked off and began engaging the snake in taijutsu. Orochimaru's body was able to take the hits from the frog kumite by bending his body at unnatural angles, but he was still feeling the effects. Sakura and Yamato left just as Naruto kicked Orochimaru back again. The snake once more shed his skin, before dropping to the ground and spewing out hundreds upon hundreds of snakes. "Okay, that's fucking disgusting. Don't you have any normal jutsu, you freak?" "Summoning jutsu," Naruto roared before slamming his hand down, and a large red toad about the height of Naruto appeared. It was wearing a blue shirt and had a sword at his side. "Kichi kinda need your help with a jutsu. I need your fire," Naruto said urgently. Gamakichi, seeing the situation they were in, didn't argue and stood in front of Naruto before taking in some air to breath fire. "Sage art compilation jutsu, white flames of the heavens." Naruto released a gale of wind from his mouth at the same time as Gamakichi expelled flames. Combining, the red fire expanded and changed to white. The snakes were incinerated before the flames even hit them, and Orochimaru once again had to evacuate his skin. "Thanks for the help, Kichi. Stick around, I might come into more trouble. I am facing someone like Orochimaru after all," the blonde said, producing a small cake from seemingly nowhere and chucking it to the ever-growing toad. Naruto took out several of his mini shuriken, applied an appropriate amount of chakra and threw them. Orochimaru looked at the small projectiles with interest before they expanded. The traitorous missing ninja deftly weaved off the oncoming barrage of rapidly expanding shuriken, almost dancing out of the way as his body would contort into shapes that should not have been possible. Orochimaru sent several snakes trying to find a way through the boy's long-range defenses, but the shuriken were slicing through them as though they were not even there. Eventually Naruto got an indirect hit and removed the hand of the snake Sannin, and forcing him to yet again produce another version of himself by shedding his skin. So, Sasori won't be coming after all, huh? Came the sneer of Kabuto, who had finally repaired himself from the beating that Naruto had given him. Ah, Kabuto, nice of you to join us at last. We should not have much of a problem with the boy now. He is strong but hasn't made me exert too much effort. Also Hess not as fast as Sasuke, so the pair of us should be able to take him down a notch quite easily, Orochimaru said confidently as there was a small break in hostilities brought on by the arrival of his most loyal subject. Funny how you think this is all I have, Naruto said, bringing his hands up into a seal. Kai, the restriction seals on this body began to glow and fade away. Orochimaru looked on and just licked his lips at the prospect of such an interesting boy. Looks like we will have to get serious, Orochimaru said and got back into a stance, no longer overly confident. How did he get this strong? This is ridiculous. Damn you, Jiraiya, what else have you taught this boy? Orochimaru and Kabuto both raced at Naruto, arriving at the same time in blistering speeds. Their attacks were well timed and accurate, but it seemed as though nothing they did could get an upper hand. The young Konoha ninja was able to dodge most attacks with his superior speed, and the ones that he couldn't were mostly glancing hits. Kabuto was stunned. His chakra scalpels were having no effect on the boy at all. He would almost instantly heal. It was just like his own advanced healing, but he did it subconsciously. Naruto spun back and delivered a spinning kick to the side of Orochimaru's head, knocking him into Kabuto, and the pair went sailing to the far side of the clearing. Naruto formed two shadow clones and began gathering wind chakra and spinning it in his palm. You know, I am really getting sick of you too. Why don't you try regenerating from this? Fuuten, Rasen Shuriken, the blonde called out, holding the large spinning disc above his head. That jutsu, what? Power, I can't let myself be hit with that thing, Orochimaru said to himself as he began to stand and spew out another body. The snake's look of awe at the jutsu turned to horror when the blonde threw it. How can he throw something so dense? It's impossible. Summoning Rashaman, Orochimaru screamed in desperation, slamming his hands on the ground. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken hit the first gate and expanded into a ball of wind, slicing the first two gates apart, destroying them completely. Only one gate remained. Orochimaru relaxed slightly but then froze as he saw a second Rasen Shuriken flying towards his last gate, protecting him. I'm down to my last seal. If he is alive, this could cause some major problems. I just hope Kakashi, Asuma and Yamato get back here soon, Naruto thought, panting slightly from the use of so much senjutsu techniques. Despite its healing and restorative factors, they were still high chakra consumption jutsu he had used and required a lot of concentration, which had taken its toll on the boy. The dust from the jutsu cleared and Orochimaru's body lay on the ground. His head seemed to be missing. That doesn't seem right. The Rasen Shuriken powered by senjutsu should have wiped his disgusting body from existence, or at least most of it. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought a second before he felt something move beneath him. A blade from a sword shot out of the ground. Naruto reacted just in time to catch the blade before it pierced his heart. Following the blade out was the head and extended neck of Orochimaru. Slamming Naruto into the ground with the blade just an inch from his chest, Orochimaru began to poke with all his might to force his blade down. I really hate this sword, Naruto spat and took one hand off it before slamming his fist across the blade, shattering the supposedly unbreakable blade of Kusanagi. Naruto stood and the remaining members of his group entered the clearing ready to fight. Knowing he could no longer win this fight, Orochimaru ran, grabbed Kabuto, gave a final glare at the blonde before dissolving into the earth. Naruto, are you alright? Kakashi asked, concern evident on his face. Yeah, I'm fine, but I want a long rest after this, the bland laughed before falling on his ass, breathing out a sigh of relief. Chapter 25, Trapping the Cat. Naruto slowly stood, weary from his battle with Orochimaru. Phew, that was exhausting. Haven't had a battle that hard since I had to fight both Fukusaku and Shima-senseis, the blonde said. Kakashi and Asuma just looked in awe at the damage done to the surrounding area. This mission is a failure and we're needed back in Kumo. You better head back. This was obviously a trap, Asuma said. What do you mean? You heard Kabuto? Sasuke-kun is so close we can get him to come back with us, Sakura said. While I don't agree we can convince Sasuke to return to Konoha, I say we push on in an attempt to capture the traitor, Sai said. The black-haired ink user was almost desperate to continue, which confused Naruto, but the blonde would not be drawn into a futile battle such as another confrontation with Sasuke. Sakura, he said with a small amount of exasperation and pity. Asuma, Yamato and I cannot go on any further. We need to be back in Kumo in 2 days. We can't go on a wild goose chase for a ninja that does not want to be rescued. And if your team heads there now, you will face not only Orochimaru, but Kabuto and Sasuke as well. The only sensible choice is to return to Konoha, and declare the mission a failure, Naruto said, bending down to pick up several of the shards of Kusanagi. What are you talking about? Sasuke wouldn't fight us. We're his team and his friends. He wouldn't hurt a comrade. You just don't like Sasuke-kun, Sakura spat. Kakashi winced at his young student's blind declaration. knowing the damage caused to Naruto's body by the move Kakashi taught him, the Chidori. Really Sakura, then can you explain this scar? Naruto said, throwing his coat off. He began to remove his shirt, earning a small blush from the pink-haired kunoichi. There on Naruto's chest, on the left pectoral muscle was a scar. This scar extended out in a random pattern almost looking like lightning. This is where your precious Sasuke team slammed his Chidori through my chest and ordered Kabuto to throw me in the river. I should have died, but Jiraiya sensei and the toads saved me. If Sasuke ever returns to Konoha, he will be put on trial and then executed for his crimes against the village. Sakura was crying at the blonde's harshness. Despite all that she had seen, she still thought Sasuke was a good person. You don't know him. Sasuke-kun is a good person. He would never betray Konoha. He had to be being controlled by that curse mark Orochimaru gave him. Sakura cried out, falling to her knees. Ah yes, the curse mark of the heavens. Unless I am quite mistaken, Kakashi put a seal on it that could only be operated by Sasuke's will, and that team only ever wanted the power to defeat his brother. It didn't concern him how he obtained it. Joining Orochimaru is what he wanted. In the end it won't matter though. He will have to kill Orochimaru to even get that chance, but it's not all bad news for the team. The snake will be weak before he changes body. Either way, neither party concerns me. Itachi is an intriguing subject though, as he was loyal to a fault to Konoha, and I know for a fact that he loved the village more than anything. Gigi told me himself once when I was in the office with him after a meeting with the Uchiha, the blonde said. Sakura just continued to cry as she tried to not let Naruto's words change her view of the man she thought she loved. You're wrong. You will see, Sasuke will kill his brother, then he will return to Konoha a hero for killing a missing ninja, she spat as the pink-haired medic left the clearing. Well, I think we better follow her. Come on, Sai. Naruto, that was a bit harsh, but it needed to be said. Kakashi sighed, looking in the direction Sakura had left. Naruto, why did you pick up the shards of Kusanagi? Asuma asked. I'm going to take them back to Konoha. I don't want that freak to reclaim them. If I can help it, Naruto said, getting a nod of understanding. Orochimaru would most likely come back to search for the blade shards so he can try to reforge his signature weapon. Come on, we better head back to Kumo. Don't want the Raikage mad at us for being late now, do we? Yamato stated as he had seen Naruto had finished collecting the broken pieces of metal and returned his shirt and sage coat. About time, that means I will be able to finally spend some time with Yugi-chan, Naruto thought with a smile, although she had a meeting the day we left, so she might be still out on a mission. I wonder where she is now. 2 days ago with Yugito. Yugito-ni had just seen the team from Konoha off, sneaking a quick unnoticed kiss from her favorite blonde while the others weren't looking. When she had gotten over the disappointment of seeing him once again walk away from her, she remembered that the council wanted to see her that day. Well, I still have a few hours before those old bastards meet. I think I might go see Samui. Her team just got back from a mission, so she will have something to talk about to keep my mind off of Naruto-kun, Yugito said to herself, walking aimlessly down a street. Yugito found her friend walking away from the Raikage Tower. She was a tall tan woman with short blonde hair and a sizable bust. She was slightly taller than Yugito and a few years older. Hey Samui, how was your mission? Yugito called out, getting the other kunoichi's attention. Oh hey Yugito, it was good. We just had to deliver more supplies to Bisama, although most of them were just writing pads and pens for his lyrics. The woman stopped and walked back to the Jinchuriki. I wish he would stop with those damn raps. It's not like they're good anyway. People just keep kissing his ass because he is the honorable killer bee that successfully tamed Hachibi. Nobody cares that I can use Nibi almost as well. Yugito moaned, knowing if Kirabai got extra notepads that meant he would make another CD. Aw, is little Yugito jealous? B-sensei is a great guy once you get past the rapping. Even you said yourself has always been nice to you. On the plus side, you don't get treated poorly anymore. You're actually quite popular with the boys, I hear, Samui teased. Yes, B is a good man, but I just don't like how he is treated with so much respect, and I'm not. And as for my popularity, I wouldn't touch any of them. They only want me for my body or to claim they slept with the demon bitch, Yugito spat. Oh, they can't be all bad. Didn't Dorai ask you out? But I heard you turned him down. I know he is lazy, but he is a really nice guy. And not bad looking either, the short-haired blonde said. Well, he's nice, but he's not. I mean, I'm not. We wouldn't work out. She finally got out. So you like someone already then, huh? What? No, of course not. Yugito lied unconvincingly. So who is it? Anyone I know? Samui probed, looking for information on the person who had caught her younger blonde's attention. I don't know what you are talking about, Yugito said, but a small blush that came when she thought about Naruto gave herself away again. Don't give me that now, Spill. Who is it? Samui demanded. Fine, but if you tell anyone I will kill you, Yugito said, completely serious. Samui only gave a nod in agreement. The chance to find out who it was that her friend had fallen for was too good to miss. He's from Konoha and not just that, it's the son of the Yellow Flash, Yugito whispered. Bullshit, he didn't have any children, someone would have known if he did, Samui said. It's true, his name is Naruto Namikaze, he has blonde hair, gorgeous blue eyes, and I know for a fact that we love each other. Samui was stunned. She knew when her friend was serious, and right now she was deadly serious. Wait, you love him? How long have you been seeing him? Well, I met him 3 years ago, and we just really hit it off, but we have been separated for years. I only just saw him again the other day, but I know I love him more than anything. It hurts being apart from him even now, Yugito moaned. Does Asama know about it? Relationships between villages are very difficult, and Konoha and Kumo don't have the best history with each other, Samui said, concerned for her friend. No, he doesn't know. I want him to get to know Naruto first. I'm sure he will like him if he gets to know him. Everybody does in the end, Yugito said confidently. The two blondes talked for a while after that, and before they knew it, Yugito had to leave to get to the council meeting. Walking into a large room, Yugito stood at the floor and the counselors were in high booths towering over her. Ah, Yugito-san, you must be wondering why we summoned you today, an elderly man said. Yes, elder, I assume you have another scouting mission for me, Yugito said. She hated the counselors with a passion, but they had the power to order individual missions should a majority approve the mission. Very observant Ni-san, a female council member said. Yes, recently we lost contact with a small village just outside of Kumo. We of the council have decided, you are to investigate the reason for the lack of communication, the elder spoke again. I accept. Who will be in my team for this mission, the blonde Jinchuriki asked. Oh, you will not need a team, dear. The village is inside the land of lightning, and you are one of our strongest Jonin. This will be a solo mission, a female elder said. What, that is ridiculous. You are sending me out to scout a loss of communication. If that is the case, it is an unknown what I will find. You can't send a single unit into what could be a dangerous area without backup, Yugito tried to reason. She had been given suicide missions before, but she had always been given a team. There was something wrong here. You will do this mission, Yugito-san, or you will be branded a traitor and executed, or I am sure the breeding program for our Onbu division could use another volunteer, the elder said, getting lecherous looks from some of the male counselors. Yugito looked defeated. She knew they had her. She would not let them take her for that purpose ever. She would rather die than let them touch her. Very well, I accept, she said in a defeated voice. You will leave immediately. We expect to have word from you in 4 days. You are dismissed, the old man said and waved away the young Kunoichi. Yugito left the council chambers and put on a brave face as she walked home to collect her things. However, as soon as she shut the door to her apartment, she collapsed in a ball, tears freely flowing, knowing that where they were sending her was not going to be safe, and she was going to be alone. She eventually pulled herself together and collected her gear and prepared to set off. Only one thought was running through her mind. I'm sorry, Naruto, I guess I won't be able to meet you when you get back. I will love you. Even in the next life. Unknown location. It's done. She will be at the village in around 2 days, the elder male from the council said into space. The room was dark and nothing could be seen outside of the small lamp the elder held. Slowly 2 men walked out into the light. The first had silver hair slicked back and was rather tall and carried a scythe. The second was shorter and had unnaturally green eyes. His body looked like it was sewn together. Very good, you have done well. Here is your payment, the shorter of the pair said, handing over a bag of coins. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Kakuzu. That girl has been rather difficult to control. This was well worth the money, the elder said. Then it was a pleasure doing business with you, Kakuzu said, and the paid faded back into the darkness. Kakuzu and his partner left the meeting area and began their trip to set up the trap for the Nibi Jinchuriki. I can't believe a village would sell out their Jinchuriki, just for some cash, the taller member said. Money is all powerful in this world, Hidan, even more so than your pathetic god, Kakuzu said in a grumpy voice. What did you say? Jashin-sama is far more powerful than money, you would do well to know that. But for Kumo to just give up the Nibi like she was nothing, especially when they treat the Hachibi Jinchuriki like he was a holy man or something, Hidan said with a smirk. Yes, I wondered that as well. I found a most interesting thing. The Jinchuriki was chosen because her mother disagreed with the counselors over some key factors in Kumo's politics. She didn't approve of the attempted kidnappings that the previous Raikage allowed to continue. As punishment, the Nibi was sealed into her daughter during childbirth, and this killed the woman, Kakuzu said without emotion. So they hate the girl because of who her mother is, and she has the Baijuu as a mark of shame. No wonder they are treated so differently, Hidan laughed. I'm just upset I can't sacrifice her to Jashin-sama. The pair continued on in silence after that. Every once in a while Hidan's scythe would scrape along the ground, or Kakuzu would mumble about some bounties he wanted to collect after they had captured Hidan's target. 2 days later with Yugito. Yugito had entered the village late at night. but had not seen a single person alive. There were several bodies scattered around and it had put Yugito on edge. Oh Kami, what the hell happened here, Yugito thought. I don't know kitten, but I can sense traces of powerful jutsu from each of the elements, Nibi said. Yugito was following the path of a deep scratch into the road that appeared to be caused by a very sharp blade. Around her several shops and houses still had their lights on as well as the street lights. They illuminated the path Yugito was following as they found more and more bodies killed in various ways. You should get out of here, kitten, this is not safe and I think you are being watched, Nibi said urgently. You're right, Nibi, but if I don't get a good idea of what happened here the council will not be happy, Yugito replied. Screw the council, it will be suicide to continue, even with me, this has the stink of a trap written all over it, the demon cat hissed at her container. Yugito paused for a minute, then decided that Nibi was right and turned back to leave the village when she saw them, two men standing around 200 yards in the direction of the exit to the village, their black cloaks lightly flapping in the breeze, and only a nearby light illuminating the taller of the pair just enough to make out several red clouds scattered over their cloaks. Akatsuki, Yugito said in a lifeless breath. Kitten, run, Nibi ordered, causing Yugito to kick back to reality and run from the two Akatsuki members. As she ran, Yugito realized the lights were slowly going out around her and she had no idea where she was going. Pausing to get grasp on her current situation, she began to sweat. She was in an unknown village without knowing the escape routes. What's more, all other villagers were either dead or nowhere to be found. And finally, as the last light faded to black around her, she was in the dark. Yugito started to move. She knew she couldn't stay in the one place for too long. She was aided by the cat-like qualities, mostly her night vision. Whilst not as easy as daylight, Yugito could see quite well as though the world was in a state of twilight. Where should I go, Nibi? I have no idea how to get out of this damn place. They obviously picked it as a perfect spot for an ambush, Yugito thought desperately. I'm sorry, kitten, I do not know, you just have to keep running and look out, Nibi said, causing Yugito to bend backwards under a swung blade of a three-bladed scythe. Well, would look at that, she's agile, and quite a looker too. I bet she would be amazing in bed, Hidan said with a smirk. Hidan, focus or I will kill you, Kakuzu complained. Hey, like you could, not that you haven't tried a few times, Hidan said, taking another swing at his blonde target, causing her to jump away. Yugito knew she could not run like this, they would just catch her. She took out several kunai and blew a large stream of fire at Hidan, who jumped out of the way. This was a decoy attack, however, as she soon pushed off and sent several kunai at Hidan, expecting him to dodge, and began running through hand signs for the area she had forced him to move to. She was shocked, however. The kunai she threw struck the man directly in the chest and he collapsed on the ground. Yugito was surprised at this but happy nonetheless. Maybe these Akatsuki aren't that tough after all. Turning her attention to the shorter member of the pair, she finished her jutsu katen, Flame Dragon's Jutsu. Opening her mouth, two large dragons made of fire with green eyes flew from her mouth and circled around her before they flew at Kakuzu. Suten, water encampment wall, the ninja with the bright green said, and a huge amount of water erupted from a nearby pipe, drenching the dragons before they turned to steam. Yugito readied herself to attack the money-obsessed Akatsuki member when a thick blade swiped at her from behind. Using her reflexes, she jumped over it and spun to see who had just attacked her from behind. There, getting to his feet, was Hidan, still with kunai deeply embedded into his flesh, holding his scythe. Damn, that hurt, but Jashin always takes care of me, Hidan said, as he began taking the kunai out of his chest, the wounds healing immediately when he finished the process. Yugito was shocked. She knew she had hit him. There was no doubt about that. The problem was he was not affected by the damage done. What is he? Why isn't he dead? I don't know, kitten, I think we are in trouble. Call on me should you need my help. Here, kitty, 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 Hidan taunted, sending his scythe at Yugito several more times. You can't run forever, you know. We have you now. Damn it, Hess, right, I can't fight them both like this, and his partner doesn't even look worried. Nibi, you're up, they have us trapped, but if you can try and escape, Yugito thought desperately as she began to channel her demonic chakra. Where Yugito once stood, there was a strange transformation occurring. Her eyes changed from light blue to yellow, her hind legs seemed to change shape, and as she got down on all fours, she began growing. Soon Yugito did not stand in front of the two Akatsuki members, now they were facing the two-tailed demon cat. Nibi let out a road and flared her yokai. Several buildings caught fire, creating an eerie glow to settle on the city as the large blue cat glared at its opponents. Well, looks like this is going to be funner than I thought, said Hidan as he hoisted his scythe onto his shoulder and began to kick off, narrowly avoiding the majority of attacks Nibi used, the ones that is, while they should have been fatal, Hidan would just get back up and continue his assault on the large demonic cat. Moments earlier with Naruto. Naruto had just recharged his last seal and was sitting in sage mode waiting for it to expel from his body. The group of himself, Asuma and Yamato had made camp a short ways out from a small village about half a day's run from Kumo. The group had passed several villages on the way here, but they felt it best to not be in unfamiliar towns in Lightning Country as they were not sure how welcome they would be. Naruto had just stood up to go rejoin the others when he felt a large tremor. What was that? An earthquake? The blonde's question was answered several seconds later when he was hit with a blast of highly concentrated demonic chakra. Yugi-chan. Oh no. Naruto quickly returned to his group to discover that they had felt it as well and had decided to investigate accordingly. With Yugito. Yugito, currently in the form of Nibi, had tried everything she could think of, but the tall silver-haired Akatsuki members just would not die. She had tried to burn him, his skin wouldn't burn; she had tried to crush him, his body repaired itself. Nibi's lightning techniques only seemed to annoy the man as they affected his nerves. Slowly, very slowly, Yugito was being worn down. She couldn't keep the form up much longer. Hidan and Kakuzu's attacks were finally taking their toll. Jumping back to escape one last attack, Hidan grinned when he saw the giant cat slowly reform into the well-shaped beautiful woman. She swayed for a moment before collapsing onto a knee. Yugito used the last of her energy as a tear escaped her eye, knowing she would never see Naruto again in this life and that she hadn't even been able to see him one last time before she died. She looked up as Hidan raised a small hidden blade and was about to cut her when an ungodly force knocked him back and a feral snarl came from just above where she now lay, losing consciousness. "Don't you dare touch her, you fucking piece of shit!" Yugito did not recognize the voice, but she instantly felt safe as she drifted off to sleep. Naruto stood over Yugito defensively as Asuma and Yamato arrived. Naruto's eyes were not their usual blue, they were blood red and slitted, and he glared at the pair of Akatsuki members. "Hey, look at what we have here, Kakuzu. It seems to be the Nine Tails," Hidan said, not sounding at all worried. "You heard Leader Sama, we are not to engage the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, it is too dangerous," Kakuzu said. "Nah, that was just a suggestion, and what am I worried about? I can't die, although that pretty little thing did manage to get one of your hearts, didn't she?" Hidan said. Their conversation was so low it only seemed like whispers, but to Naruto, who was currently using small amounts of Kyuubi's chakra, he could hear everything perfectly. "Can't die? What does that mean? And the other one has multiple hearts?" Naruto thought, processing the information. Naruto's eyes changed back to blue before shifting to yellow. "Yamato, can you take Yugito somewhere safe? Asuma, the guy with the scythe, looks like a kenjutsu user. That perfect for your style." "I will take the freak with the masks," Naruto said. "Good plan, Naruto, I agree, it is the best course of action," Asuma said, and Yamato gave a nod, bending down to pick up Yugito and throw her over his shoulder. Normally he would have carried her bridal style, but he did not know how Naruto would react and wanted him to focus on his fight. Naruto kicked off. He had taken his restriction seals off as soon as he saw Yugito in danger. Arriving at his target, he delivered a kick to his side. Naruto was shocked when his frog kumite strike seemed to detach parts of Kakuzu's body and they began to reform via the black cords that he was made of. What the fuck is it with me and people who have some kind of disgusting regeneration? First I get that heavy team shedding his skin, now this freak is made of some kind of rope and what looks like body parts from different people. Naruto created 3 clones to try and surround Kakuzu, but was shocked when his odi detached into masses of the black substance with a mask on them. "I just can't have anything easy, can I?" laughed Naruto as all his clones began forming Rasengans. The masked masses of black each moved to intercept Naruto and his clones, each firing a jutsu of a separate form. They all struck, and what became shocking to Kakuzu, they all disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Where is he?" surprise. Came a voice from above, and the corpse robber only had time to look up as Naruto landed on his back, a Rasengan in each hand, driving the Akatsuki member into the ground. Naruto jumped back, a content smile on his face at having defeated the man. He moved to check on Asuma. Asuma was fighting in a rather unique kenjutsu battle, his trench knives clashing blow for blow with Hidan and his much harder to control scythe in one hand and a short one-handed blade in the other. It was obvious that Hidan was losing, his cloak was being torn after almost every time they clashed, but the wounds would heal immediately and the fight would go on. Naruto was about to go over and help his comrade when a blast of fire sent him somersaulting backwards to avoid the jutsu. There was Kakuzu with 3 masks circling above his head. There were now 2 that stayed on his body, but they were cracked. "But I killed him. How did I only beat one of those freaky mask things? Wait, he has multiple hearts, that's it, so he must have 4 left, 1 for each mask and the one in his body. So basically just smash the masks, kill the man, simple enough." Oh, how Naruto wished that to be true. From where Kakuzu was, he sent his masks to hunt, and they were hunting Jinchuriki. Not only were they almost as fast as the blonde, they were extremely well versed in jutsu. Naruto first tried to take down the red demon mask. Big mistake, shooting a Fuuten jutsu to shatter the mask. It responded by sending a fire jutsu back at him. The wind fueled the flames and they picked up speed. Naruto only just escaped the singes on his coat, proof of just how close he came to death. With Naruto on the defensive, the other masks made their move. Naruto found them to be water and lightning, so that meant he had taken down either rock or wind, and he guessed Yugi-chan took down the other. Water and lightning masks both sent out jutsus that took the shape of a dragon. These dragons encircled one another before combining. Naruto had to make a clone to pull him out of the way of the corresponding explosion that tore right through a block of the ghost town. On the run, Naruto took refuge in a large 2-story building, having currently given the masks and Kakuzu's body the slip: need to take out the Kaden mask first. As long as it is around, I can't use my wind jutsu without fear of it backfiring on me. It would be fine if I could overpower the strength of the jutsu, but the only real S ranks I know are collaboration and the Rasen Shuriken. Either one would give my position away, and without backup outnumbered, that would be suicide. Moving upstairs, Naruto kept to the shadows so he could scout their whereabouts. On the second floor, Naruto saw the lightning mast pass by a window. Confident it didn't spot him, he quietly moved to a position to take it out. Forming a Rasengan, Naruto went to kick off but stopped when he felt something below him. Shit, he thought, and quickly jumped out of the way as high-pressured steam blew a large portion of the building away. Below him on the first floor were the fire and water masks. Jumping out of the building, Naruto again began dodging the attacks of the Raiten and Suten masks, with the Kaden sitting waiting, preventing Naruto from using any of his Fuuten jutsus. Fuck this Taiyo Kagebushin. Over 1,000 Naruto clones appeared and rushed at the masks, who had superior movement and able to fly above. Most of the clones were easily thinning their numbers. The real Naruto moved to find Asuma. Kakuzu was no pushover and he seemed to know all his moves. They must have gotten information on me somehow. I don't get it though. It's not like Sasori could talk after he died, and Suna collected the body. Asuma was having a frustrating time of it as well. His opponent just wouldn't die. Even having his arm cut off, the Jashinist would simply reattach it with ease. The positive thing you could say was that Asuma was the far superior shinobi and had yet to be cut. Naruto arrived in the small square where Asuma and Hidan were fighting and was about to jump in to help Asuma when he felt a chakra spike right behind him. Whirling around, he came face to face with the Kaden mask of Kakuzu's, but just as it began to spew fire, it was crushed into the ground and shattered by a pillar of wood. The distraction, however, was taken advantage of by Hidan, who nicked Asuma's arm with his small single-handed blade before jumping back. Seal arrays began surging out from Hidan as his whole body changed to pure black, with several seals in silver appearing on his body. Naruto looked in interest, trying to decipher what they did as Hidan ran the blade with Asuma's blood along his tongue. So that's an energy transfusion seal and a chakra converter, but what for? Naruto thought as he looked on, somehow frozen in interest. Hidan brought his balde up to his chest and Naruto finally caught on. Oh fuck. That's a life and spiritual energy transfusion seal. Uses their blood as the medium, and by killing people he extends his life despite injuries. To finish him properly, you would have to destroy every last cell in his body before it could reattach. By the use of that seal he effectively steals their life force and adds it to his own, so in a way he is a real immortal. I have to do something quick. But he was too late to stop the ritual. Driving his blade into his chest, Hidan watched as blood began to fall from Asuma's mouth. Fuinjutsu, 7 points. Elemental stasis seal. Fun. Naruto screamed, slamming both palms into Asuma, causing his body to go limp, and sealing lines formed all over his arms and face. I have saved him for now. The only person who would have a real chance though is Ba-chan, Naruto informed Yamato. There was no time for celebrating though as Kakuzu stalked into the clearing. So Makuten, huh? Bet that's why you were picked for this team then, Naruto said conversationally, trying to hide his worry at what he was planning. Yes, that is exactly why, Yamato said, confused as to why the blonde was bringing this up now. Then I'm going to need you to save me when I am finished with these two. Oh, and if you could cast a genjutsu on me to activate my seals for Shinjutsu to heal me when I'm done, it would be just great, Naruto said, and he closed his eyes in determination of what he was planning to do. Mindscape. Naruto awoke in a damp corridor. Water was covering the floor. Well, here we go, he thought to himself as he began walking in the direction of the large gates that housed his inner demon. Arriving at the gate, a large fox glared out at him. So to what do I owe the honor, filthy flesh bag? Kyubi said. Desperation, you stupid fucking fox. I wouldn't be here if I had a choice. If I can't defeat those two fucking zombies, I'm dead, and you become the Akatsuki's bitch, probably pass you around to be used like currency. Naruto spat. So pay up, you owe me a lot of rent and now I'm collecting. Hey clever brat, very well, just don't lose. Once your rage takes over or I will come out to play, and as you know, I don't play nice, Kyubi said as red chakra leaked out of the seal and began to enter Naruto's body. Outside world. A massive explosion and the ground around Naruto began to crumple and a small crater formed. Yamato now understood his role. Use his Makuten to calm him afterwards if he lost control. Around the blonde a red chakra cloak formed, followed by 3 chakra tails. So you think you can take my Yugi-chan, huh? Well, first, you have to get through me. Naruto roared as a burst of raw chakra sent the zombie brothers flying. Both of the Akatsuki members slowly got to their feet as they looked on with interest. Hey, the last one didn't do this, Hidan said, looking at the enraged blonde. That's because he holds the Kyuubi, it is infinitely more powerful than the two tails, Kakuzu said. Whatever, let's just capture him, find out where that wood freak took the other and report to the boss man, Hidan said, picking up his scythe. Yamato had taken Asuma and hidden a safe distance away, sending a wood clone to watch the fight and attempt to rescue Naruto if necessary. Hidan charged forward, his scythe ready to begin wearing down the Jinchuriki just like he did with Yugito, but before he got halfway their large hands made of chakra extended out and grabbed the Jashinist. His skin began to peel and burn away even faster than he healed it as the chakra arm extended and slammed him into a building which soon caught fire from the close contact of the Kyuubi's yokai. Kakuzu sent wave after wave of Suten and Raiten jutsu at the boy, but his speed, which had been immense before, was now untraceable. When he was lucky to get a near hit off, and the water just evaporate before it even became an issue, and the lightning seemed to warp around the blonde or didn't bother him. Naruto's attention was dragged from Hidan by this most infuriating effort to defeat the blonde. Using his chakra arms, he began chasing the, as far as he was concerned, minor annoyances around. Building upon building was brought down as giant red arms lashed around, attempting to grab two of the final three hearts of Kakuzu. Naruto slammed his hand onto the ground in frustration. The shock wave destroyed the area ahead of him for about 100 yards. This had caused the rubble around Hidan that trapped him when he was slammed into the building. Casually walking out, the taller of the Akatsuki pair took note of the destruction the blonde had caused. You know what, Kyuubi brat, I am going to enjoy beating you, then I think I will have some fun with that fine-looking girl you're protecting. I'm sure Leader Sama won't mind as she is used for a while before we seal her, Hidan taunted. That was foolish, Hidan, look what you have done. Kakuzu urgently pointed at the boy of fourth tail and begun to form the insinuation of what Hidan would do to Yugito had been too much for the blonde. Skin began to peel off Naruto's face as a small black and red dome appeared, and a black line of smoke shot straight up into the sky. The fires that had been lit during the fighting were now attracting rain clouds and lightning, and rain began to fall. The rain never hit the dome, evaporating before it ever had the chance. Soon the black smoke had cleared, and there in the middle of what once was a town square sat a dense orb of black and red chakra. Then it exploded out. Blocks upon blocks of the small city ripped apart. Shocked by its power, Kakuzu lost his Raiten mask when a large pillar from one of the buildings that had been taken down speared it through the center. Yamato, who was getting constant updates from his clone, was taking a massive sigh of relief. He decided to move back with Asuma. When the debris finally cleared, Kakuzu and Hidan were looking down at what could only be described as a miniature form of the fox with only 4 tails. Hey Kakuzu, I have this weird feeling in my chest I have never felt before, Hidan said. That would be fear. Naruto let out a feral growl and disappeared from sight. Where did he go? Hidan asked, but when he turned to face his partner he found the answer. Naruto was there in front of him. One tail was piercing Kakuzu's chest while the other had wrapped around his final mask, crushing it into a million pieces. Hidan backed up. Those attacks wouldn't work on him, he knew that, but he was still scared. No, scared wasn't strong enough, he was shitting himself. Naruto's chakra hands extended out, picking up the silver-haired ninja, who could only watch on helplessly as his partner's body was torn apart by the Kyuubi's yokai. As the rain began to fall harder, lightning strikes illuminating the former blonde, who now looked like a demon. The cubified Naruto launched Hidan into another building and stood glaring as he began to stand up and heal. This enraged the Jinchuriki still further, and he sent his arms to bring the building down on top of the mortality-challenged ninja. Naruto still didn't seem to accept that he had won, and in his current state went for the final move. The boy raised his head and spat large groups of red and blue chakra into the air. His tails then came and began very slowly shaping it into a large black ball. The 4-tailed Naruto opened his mouth to a degree that should not have been physically possible and swallowed the condensed ball of chakra. The process caused another crater to form underneath him, but slowly and with a lot of stumbling Naruto was able to remain upright. Suddenly Naruto opened his mouth again, but this time it was to shoot a condensed beam of chakra out from his mouth, wiping anything in front of him off the map, and Hidan, who was still in the closest building as Naruto could hear his swearing, was completely vaporized. Wow, Hess not gonna heal from that anytime soon, Yamato's clone thought as he messaged his real self before zooming down and beginning to restrain Naruto with his Makuten. Chapter 26, The Old Toad Story. Yamato had struggled to contain the enraged Jinchuriki, but had eventually caught him in his Makuten and began to suppress Kyuubi's influence over Naruto's body. Eventually, however, the cloak faded and Naruto appeared, his skin slowly reforming. He is healing much slower than usual. I need to cast a genjutsu on him so his seal can activate subconsciously, the Makuten user thought. The effect was instantaneous, his skin began rapidly healing and Naruto slowly began to wake. Well, that does not get any easier to control, Naruto moaned out as his skin had finished healing. You have done that before? Yamato queried. Yeah, twice, both times during my training. Naruto paused for a moment, wondering what he should tell the curious Makuten user. The first time was right after I mastered Sage Mode, about a year ago. Flashback. Naruto rose from his small bed in the shack the Toads had built for him as an honorary member of the Toad clan, and their latest sage. It was only a small hut, one room with a kitchen and bathroom off to the sides and attachments. Naruto's kitchen was filled with instant ramen. Jiraiya's warning about Shima's food was proved to be well founded, especially after the first day when she had prepared her famous beetle soup. After that, Jiraiya had gone on a shopping spree of nearly 3 villages, gathering supplies to last them for the next few months, and enough ramen to last Naruto a year. Even though in the end he ran out after 6 months, he was told that was all he was getting and had to deal with it. It had been almost a year till Jiraiya next restocked his supply of his favorite noodles, and this time he was determined to make them last. Making his morning breakfast, the blonde sat and ate happily until Fukusaku and Jiraiya walked in. Morning, Naruto-chan / Gaki, the pair chorused. Morning, senseis. What are we going to work on today now that I have mastered Sage Mode? Naruto questioned. Well, my boy, we would like you to try channeling Kyuubi's chakra as much as you can before you lose consciousness. So far in your fights you have relied on it to get you out of trouble. This is no longer the case as you have Sage Mode as well as several other skills, but you still need an ace you can play if you are desperate, Fukusaku said. Won't it be dangerous though? I mean, I wouldn't want to hurt any of the Toads, and the demonic chakra would do damage to the land as well, Naruto replied, unsure of much damage he would do. Yes, that is true, and I thank you for your concern, Naruto-chan, but we will be leaving Myobakuzen for this training. Ma is out setting up the seals in a secure location as we speak, so hurry up and get ready, the elder Toad said, lightly stroking his cane threateningly to enforce his point. Right away, Fukusaku-sensei, Naruto stammered out, still deathly afraid of his cane after his experiences with it in his sage training. Subconsciously rubbing the back of his head where he still had lumps, the young sage jumped to his feet and ran over to his bed where his equipment for the day's training lay. Strapping on his kunai and shuriken holder to his right thigh, he slipped on his ninja sandals and returned to meet with his senseis, who were waiting for him just outside. Okay, Gaki, ready to go, Jiraiya said, receiving a curt nod from Naruto. Fukusaku performed some hand signs, then slammed his small palms to the ground before the man, teen, and elder Toad disappeared. Naruto had arrived in what looked like a thin valley. There was a strong wind blowing and it had almost felt like he was standing against a low-powered Fuuten jutsu. As the blonde looked around, he saw high cliffs on either side with dense forest towering above him. The trench that he had found himself in was only about 50 yards wide but stretched on in each direction as far as he could see. Fukusaku-sensei, where are we? Naruto asked. This valley doesn't look natural. Very observant, Naruto-chan. This valley, like the Valley of the End, was the result of a ninja battle. Long ago it was said that the Rikadu Sennin fought a demon. This demon would one day become the 9 Baijuu we have today. It was the Juubi, the 10 tails, Fukusaku said. The fact that Naruto had just heard that the Sage of 6 Paths really existed shocked him but did not answer his question. So this valley is the result of that battle? The blonde asked, still confused. Yes and no, this is the result of one attack, the most powerful attack any Baijuu can use, the Baiju Dama, also known as Amari, or the menacing tailed beast ball. The power of the Juubi was able to create this scar on the earth. It runs right through the countries of forest and maze, and the explosion it caused created the desert that today is where Suna stands, the old Toad informed his young student. That's amazing. So how did one man defeat that thing? And how come it's not around today? Naruto asked, curious as to what happened to the demon. Well, the Rikadu Sennin managed to seal the Juubi inside of himself using a sealing technique and became the very first Jinchuriki, long before the ninja world had ninjutsu and genjutsu. Fuinjutsu was used far more. Now apparently the Rikudo Sennin was from a family that were the world's best sealers. This was long before clans, so there was no record as to who this family was. In any case, after the Juubi was sealed, the man who became a legend had thought of a way to keep Juubi's power from returning to the world after he had died. His solution was to split the Juubi into 9 separate bodies and seal the original away, Fukusaku lectured. Sealed it away? You mean it can be released? Naruto said, shocked, and hoping nobody else knew this information. Yes, he sealed it away, but somewhere nobody can ever get to it. He created the moon, and sealed the Juubi inside, the Toad said. He created the moon. I had heard he gave birth to ninjutsu and had some special eyes or something, but to create the moon, that's hard to believe, Naruto exclaimed, before continuing, so what happened to him after he sealed the Juubi away? He died even though he was considered a god by many. He was still an old and mortal man, and could not survive without the Juubi's chakra, but despite that fact he still was able to survive in bed for long enough to name his youngest son, Senju, as his heir. Naruto's eyes widened at this bit of information. Senju was Tsunade Baken's last name. Senju? Isn't that the clan that co-founded Konoha? Naruto asked. Yes, the story of the Senjus is an old one that stemmed from the second son of the sage. The first son also became the start of a famous clan. His name was Uchiha. It was what? They are related to each other? Naruto was struggling to cope with this information. He was hearing the two biggest rivals in the history of Konoha were in fact siblings at one time. Yes, they were, and closer brothers you couldn't find. That was until one question divided them, and then when the sage picked Senju to be his heir, they became the worst of enemies, and the families have hated each other ever since. Fukusaku said, shaking his head at how the siblings had squabbled. What was the question, and how could that change them so easily? Naruto queried. It was a small question asked by the Rikadu. How would you achieve peace? Uchiha believed peace could only be found by fighting and conquest, while Senju believed that there would be a time when people could understand and reason with each other, that fighting was not necessary. Neither sibling would budge on their point of view, and on his deathbed when Rikadu had to name his successor he chose Senju's version of peace over Uchiha's. Uchiha was furious and refused to accept his choice, and they family split away from each other. Taking a seat, Naruto began to process what he had just listened to. I get it, but I do have one last question. Why do only the Uchiha have the Sharingan then, and why have there never been any Uchiha to use Makuten? The blonde asked. A very good question. Rikadu gave both of his sons different gifts. To Uchiha he gave a dojutsu, the Sharingan to be exact, and to his younger son he gave the gift of his body and spiritual energies. Both gifts were designed to help control the Baijuu he would return to the world. This altered their DNA and effectively became two separate families. Eventually down the line their heirs took up the name of their forefathers as their clan name, but the families never stopped their bitter rivalry, the old toad said. Wow, that's amazing. Hey Jiraiya-sensei, did you know all this? Naruto asked the older toad sage. I was told that story many years ago. I found these 3 orphans and began to train them. However, one day things went wrong and they were ambushed while I was waiting for them at their home. The young girl of the group, Konan, came running and I went to find the boys. When I got there I saw Nagato sitting surrounded by the bodies of the attackers, and he had awakened the Rinnegan, the same dojutsu as the Rikadu Sennin. I came to Fukusaku-sensei some time after that to ask him about the eyes, and he told me that story. From what we could piece out, only someone directly related to both a Senju and an Uchiha could have those eyes, but he was an orphan with no last name, so we were never able to find out, Jiraiya said. There is one possibility that we never considered, Jiraiya-chan, that the boy may have come from another line of Rikadu's family. He would not have been the only member. He had brothers and sisters, although not the direct descendants of the sage. If they came from the pure line, the main family Rikadu came from, it would be a possibility that the Rinnegan could be a dormant bloodline that is just unknown how to awaken. It is a shame that Rikadu's time was before that of clans, so we could not trace any possibilities as to where young Nagato belonged, Fukusaku said sadly. So what happened to him? Why haven't we heard about a man with such an amazing dojutsu? Naruto said. The last thing I heard of them, they died, quite a few years ago now, during a battle in Ame. Jiraiya sighed. He had great affection for the 3 orphans that he had taught, before Minato. Anyway, Naruto-chan, we are getting off topic. We came here today because it is a safe place for you to attempt to use some of Kyuubi's chakra, not have a history lesson. I always thought you hated those the most, Fukusaku said. Well, normally it is, but you haven't heard Iruka-sensei go on about the trees around Konoha for several hours on end. I mean, can it be summarized as Shodaime-sama grew them for protection? So anyway, what do you want me to do? As you know, Kyuubi is basically a massive giant ball of hatred, kind of like Anko is if you are stupid enough to steal her dengo. And this will feed on any negative emotions you hold, and they will become stronger. Your rage will increase and eventually you will lose control completely and black out, giving control to Kyuubi. We want to find out what that point is, Jiraiya said confidently, taking out several sheets of paper with seals on them and handing some of them to Fukusaku. So basically you want me to push the chakra until I no longer have any control at all? Naruto paused for a minute here, contemplating what that might mean. Is there any risk that Kyuubi could break free? Yes, there is a risk. In your enraged state you will not be yourself and will tear apart anything you come across. You will be under the Kyuubi's control and it will attempt to completely transform as your rage builds. That's why we have these yokai suppression seals to wrap you in. Without them you would have to burn yourself out and that could take days. Hence why we are in this valley, nothing to fight or make you angry but us. We have taken every precaution to prevent the fox from taking over. Now let's begin, Jiraiya said. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto closed his eyes and slowly began to focus on Kyuubi's chakra. Mindscape. Naruto found himself in a familiar corridor. The lights on the roof were flashing on and off and the path towards the cage was illuminated like it always was. Naruto began walking with conviction to the cage. Stopping in front of it, the blonde waited for the fox to appear. He waited some more, still nothing. "Hey, where the fuck are you, stupid fox?" This seemed to do the trick as a large spectral head appeared directly in front of him and a large clawed paw gripped the gate. "Why are you here, boy? I sense no danger in the area," Kyuubi said, irritated. He had been enjoying a nap, one of the few pleasures someone trapped in the stomach of a 15-year-old boy still has left available to them. "It's time to get to work. I need chakra," Naruto demanded in a tone that said quite clearly, "Don't fuck with me." Unfortunate it was that fucking with the boy was another one of the few joys he was given when he had the chance. "No. I'm not messing around, now give me some chakra," the blonde demanded, seemingly oblivious that the fox was deliberately making him angry so he would be easier to influence. "Why, there is no point, you're not in danger and I want to sleep," the fox chuckled. "There is a point, it to find out how much of your chakra I can control before you get control of my body. Now cough up and you might have a chance to break free," Fox Team Naruto spat. "Well, when you put it like that, here, take as much as you want," and Kyuubi began flooding Naruto's system with his tainted yokai. Real world. Naruto doubled over in pain and began to scream as red chakra burst from the boy. This was far more chakra than he had ever been given, and it seemed to be causing the container of the strongest of the Baiju no small amount of discomfort. When Naruto finally righted himself, he had 3 tails flowing behind the fox's cloak. His whisker marks had become far more defined and now covered most of his cheeks. His eyes were now blood red and slitted. He had dark black lines like fox markings lining his eyelids, and finally his hair ruffled and became more feral. Everything about the blonde screamed dangerous. "So Naruto, is that still you?" Jiraiya asked, readying himself by gathering natural chakra while he had the chance. Naruto just sat and looked at Jiraiya, still aware of who it was and what the man meant to him, but his rage was building and he wanted to take it out on something. Turning on the spot, Naruto sent out a chakra hand in the direction away from Jiraiya and began the destruction of the cliff face, working out his anger. "If he won't attack us, it obviously means he is still himself, Jiraiya-chan. We need to get him angrier," Fukusaku said, indicating the blonde who was now busying himself with ripping trees out of the ground and smashing them to pieces. Jiraiya, who had just entered sage mode, let out a sigh. "I'll see what I can do. This seems like suicide." Taking off in the direction of Naruto, he stopped before throwing several small rocks at Naruto, finally getting his attention. "I knew it. In the end you were nothing but a mindless demon." Jiraiya's heart felt like it broke in two as he saw what looked like a tear steam out of Naruto's eye before a 4th tail began to grow. Naruto felt betrayed. In his current state of rage, he was unable to contemplate that his beloved sensei would say those things just to get a reaction. The 4th tail completed and a primal howl split the air. "I think they got it," Fukusaku yelled to Jiraiya. Said man was just staring in shock as Naruto's skin began to peel off and blood seemed to be adding to the cloak. A large black ball of yokai formed around Naruto as he sat and watched in fear of what would come out. Suddenly the ball exploded outwards, the walls of the valley were cracked and a large crater appeared. When the dust cleared, there was a Naruto what looked more beast than man. The cloak had compressed and looked like a body. Blood and yokai combined to form what looked like a shell that would contort to whatever shape it needed to. Naruto saw Jiraiya and the last remnants of his consciousness left him. The Kyuubified Naruto rocketed off in a blur towards Toad Sage, who was just able to get out of the way before one of his tails slammed into the ground where he was just standing. Well, he might have lost consciousness, but Hess far more dangerous now. Jiraiya tried to joke, but in truth he was fearing for his life. Naruto's speed and strength was being added to Kyuubi's, and Naruto was one of the strongest people he knew despite his young age. "We need to focus, Jiraiya-chan. Get in close and place this seal on him," Fukusaku said, producing one of the seals they had prepared before the training started. "Yes, but Fukusaku-sama, how am I supposed to get close to him? Hess about 10 times faster than Naruto without his restriction seals. This is impossible," Jiraiya said, narrowly dodging a chakra hand that Naruto had sent for teacher. "Well, just distract him for a while longer and I will place the seal," Fukusaku said. This turned out to be easier said than done as Naruto was so fast not even the Elder Toad could get close to him. "I have an idea, Doton." Swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya slammed his hands into the ground and Naruto became trapped in the thick mud, flailing uselessly. Jiraiya smirked in accomplishment, but he acted too soon as a chakra fist slammed into his chest and sent him flying. Jiraiya was unconscious, but lucky that he was in sage mode that the wound quickly healed, leaving only a small scar. Fukusaku knew he had to act quickly as Naruto was removing himself from the swamp. The toad used all his might to kick off the wall as fast as he could, slapping the seal onto Naruto's back and watching him slowly retreat back to his normal form. Fukusaku then went to revive Jiraiya, who had awoken and immediately regretted such a foolish act as trying to sit up. The wound, though it was healed, was still very sore. Did we get him? Yes, Jiraiya-chan, we got him. We have to get him home now and treat him with some senjutsu, but he will be fine, the old toad said, bending down to pick up his trusty cane he had dropped when fighting the Jinchuriki. Flashback end. After that we returned to Myobakuzen and found that senjutsu heals me from the excess of demonic chakra almost instantly, Naruto said, finishing his story. During the time they had been speaking, Naruto and Yamato had collected Asuma's body and returning to camp where he had taken Yugito. How long will Asuma last like this? Yamato asked, looking at the man covered with seals in concern. About 2 weeks, although if he is not treated by a world-class doctor within one he will surely die. He needs Ba-chan, Naruto said sadly. But what about our mission? We can't just abandon the Raikage. He would see it as highly disrespectful and would end our cooperation agreement, Yamato said. You need to take Asuma back to Konoha. I will complete the mission and make sure Yugito gets back safely. Naruto was cursing himself. He had just given away that he at least liked the girl to the Anbu captain. It's alright, Naruto, I already knew you two like each other. I have known since I helped you with your wind manipulation, 3 years ago when I made you the waterfall, Yamato said. Of course you're Sparrow. Man, I'm an idiot. I should have known from the wooden platforms you made. Thanks, Yamato. I never got a real good chance to thank you back then. I was sent on the mission to retrieve Sasuke and well, you know the rest, Naruto said, giving the Anbu captain a friendly smile. When the pair made it to the camp, they split up, with Yamato not wasting any time and heading for Konoha. Naruto, on the other hand, went into the small shack Yamato had built with his Makuten and headed for the bedroom that Yugito was asleep in. Kneeling down beside the woman he loved, he gently pulled a strand of hair off of her face. Her usually tight ponytail was now gone. The bands holding it in place were torn during her fight with the Akatsuki. Naruto placed a hand on her forehead and began channeling a small amount of nature chakra into Yugito's body. The effects were almost instantaneous. Her cuts healed over in no time at all and her deep coma-like sleep changed as she began to purr lightly and rolled over. You're safe now, Yugi-chan, and I will never let anybody hurt you, Naruto whispered into her ear and began to stand. He had just made it to his feet when he found out Yugito was not as asleep as he thought she was. A hand had reached out and latched onto his. Naruto turned around and saw Yugito sitting up staring at him like she was not believing her eyes. Yugito was in shock. Last thing she remembered was a voice. The voice sounded harsh, almost evil, and yet it made her feel safe. Waking up and seeing Naruto, she had little doubt what had happened. The man she loved had just saved her life. Tears began to fall from the slitted eyes of Yugito as what had happened set in. Naruto, confused as to why she was crying, reacted instinctively and returned to the bed and wrapping her in a hug. Shh, it's okay, Yugi-chan. They're gone now, you're safe. I won't ever let them take you. It's a promise of a lifetime, Naruto whispered, slowly rubbing her back to comfort her. I'm sorry, she cried. I'm sorry you had to rescue me. I put you in danger. I was not strong enough to beat them. That guy with the scythe, he just wouldn't die, Yugito managed to say in between sobs. It's alright, Yugi-chan, I killed them both. They won't be bothering you again, Naruto said, and was about to get up and get her a drink when she found something she wanted more. She kissed him, lightly at first but then fiercely, wanting to get everything she was feeling out in her ministrations. Author's note: there is a lemon here. I can't post it on YouTube as my channel will be taken down. If you want to read it, link to the story is in the description. If you are a patron, then you can also find the unedited version over there. Naruto awoke the following morning and felt an extra weight on his chest. Then the sound of contented purring reminded Naruto of the events of last night. It had gone from potentially losing his girlfriend and Asuma to the Akatsuki to the best night of his life. Naruto began gently stroking her hair as they both lay there still just as naked as they were last night, and she cuddled deeper into his chest. I love you, Yugi-chan, he said, hoping even in her dreams she could hear him, and judging by the way she tightened her grip on his chest she had. Chapter 27, Back to Kumo. Yugito awoke and lightly shuffled in deeper into Naruto's loving embrace. She began to subconsciously purr happily as she felt him gently stroke her hair. Well, my little kitten has finally become a woman, and you have found yourself one hell of a specimen in the fox boy. I'm so proud of you, Nibi said proudly. Shut up, Nibi, I'm far too happy at the moment to listen to your gloating or teasing or whatever it is you were planning to talk to me about, Yugito replied, still trying to pretend to be asleep so she wouldn't have to be removed from the warmth of Naruto's arms. Fine, be that way, but when you get a chance ask him how he woke you up. That feeling of power he sent into your body, I could feel the world, every single life form for miles, I could feel them all. Even as a demon, the feeling of being able to feel the world is invigorating, and I want more, Nibi said hungrily. What do you mean I didn't feel anything when I woke up? Yugito thought in response. This was not entirely true. When she had awoken she felt like she had just had a long rest and was completely healed. Maybe not, but he was pouring what felt like the power of nature into your body. Your wounds healed, and while he was doing it even I felt at peace, and that's saying a lot for a demon, Nibi said contently. The feeling she got when Naruto had pushed his Senjutsu into the unconscious form of Yugito was a brand new experience, and for a 2,000-year-old entity new experiences were few and far between. Fine, I will ask him how I was able to heal so quick from the chakra exhaustion, she finished before mumbling something about nosy cats sticking their nose where it didn't belong. That was when she realized that her mumblings had been out loud as she felt Naruto's chuckle. "The knee be giving you a hard time, hey," Naruto said with a smile as he continued to run his hands through her hair. "You know you have been asleep for hours. We should probably head for Kumo soon before people start to get worried and come looking for you." 5 more minutes, she moaned as she clung onto his chest as if to say she would not move unless he forced her. "Come on Yugi-chan, we can't stay here all day," he reasoned, planting a kiss on the top of her head. "Why not? I still have a day before I'm supposed to be back in the village and it's only a 6-hour run from here. We can stay in bed all day if we want. And I really do want to," she said as another purr escaped her lips as she talked into Naruto's uncovered chest. "That does sound good, and I am hating myself for not taking the offer, but my squad are required back in Kumo by tonight, and I want to talk to the Raikage as to why you were out there alone last night," Naruto said in a dangerous voice. Yugito had lost her thought process halfway through the previous statement. She had forgotten all about his teammates, and to make matters worse she was positive they hadn't used any silencing or privacy jutsus, so she was sure the other occupants of the house had heard at least some of their activities. Where are your teammates?" she said, bright red, thinking about how she could even look them in the face. Naruto's mood became somber. "Asuma was injured fighting that tall guy, Hidan I think his name was. The only person who I was sure that could save him was Tsunade Bakken. I had to seal his whole body into stasis and Yamato had to return to Konoha. I am completing the mission solo." Yugito gave a sigh of relief, and Naruto gave her a questioning glance. It's just that well, we were a bit loud, and I'm glad we weren't heard," she said, a small blush coming back across her cheeks. "Will Asuma-san be alright?" "I don't know. He effectively has been stabbed through the heart, even though there is no wounds and that will make it harder to heal, but if anyone can save him, Ba-chan can," Naruto sighed. Yugito slowly lifted her head off his chest and brought it up to kiss Naruto on the lips before returning to her previous position using his chest as her pillow. "I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me he wouldn't have been hurt," she said sadly into his chest. "That doesn't matter, and it is absolutely not your fault. It is those fuckers in the Akatsuki who are doing this to people, not you, beautiful. But now we need to get ready to leave. Come on." Captain Yamato makes a mean house. This place even has a working shower. "Not bad for a hut in the middle of nowhere," Naruto said, trying to coax Yugito into accomplishing something that day rather than staying in bed. "Well, a shower does sound nice, but you're going to have to take me there. I'm far too comfortable to give up my comfy warm pillow," she said, and to emphasize her point she wrapped her leg tightly around his in an attempt to hold him there. Naruto stayed that way for a few more minutes. No words were said, they just lay there enjoying each other's company. Eventually Naruto decided enough was enough and substituted himself with a pillow. "Hey, what are you doing? Get back here and cuddle," Yugito demanded with a cute pout. "Sorry, but at least I'm having a shower, as much as I want to stay and play with you all day I can't," and Naruto left the room for a door on the side which opened into a reasonably sized bathroom equipped with a sink and a shower. Not needing to strip off, Naruto turned the water on, waited for it to reach a nice temperature and jumped in. It wasn't long before he felt the door open behind him. He deliberately ignored this occurrence and continued washing himself like nothing had happened. Slowly the arms of Yugito snaked their way around his body and she kissed the back of his neck. "I thought you wanted to stay in bed all day," Naruto jokes, turning in Yugito's arms to face her. "Why would I want to stay there when what I really want is in here?" she said, and began passionately making out, which eventually turned into them fooling around and then making love to one another. It had been the best shower either had ever had. After they had finally finished expressing their love and lust for one another, they decided it would be wise to get dressed, as remaining naked had proved distracting. After a short breakfast they had leveled a small house made of wood and began their trek to Kumo. Meanwhile in Kumo, A was sitting behind his desk, the bane of all cages stacked around him. He had silently been cursing why he accepted this role when a rather interesting mission statement came up. Mission type, Recon. Location, Cater Town, known holiday destination in winter for skiing, large city with small population due to the constant fluctuation of inhabitants. Description, lost communication with Cater Town, Yugito Ni requested to investigate. Employer, NA. Acceptance, Council approved after vote. Team sent, Yugito Ni, NA. Notes, Yugito Ni had a request for a team to accompany her as it may have been a highly dangerous situation. Request was denied. A was furious. This had the stink of a trap all over it, and he knew that at least one counselor was in on it, but he would never be able to know who had issued the order to accept such a mission. Then a bigger fear crept into his mind. Akatsuki. Jumping into action in particular A style, he smashed a hole into a wall and went through it out into the village, determined to grab the closest Jonin he could find to form a search party. Samui was having a quiet day. She had woken up at breakfast, gone for a small training session. Overall she would put the day down as relaxing. This changed 7 seconds after hearing a loud crashing noise. There, standing in front of a stunned and confused Samui, was a rather angry Reikage, and by the looks of it he wanted something from the busty blonde. "Sama, is there something you need?" Samui asked tentatively. Despite being one of his top Jonin and a personal student to his brother Kirabai, she couldn't help but feel highly intimidated to the muscle-clad Reikage. "Samui, I need you to round up your team. I have a search mission for you. Those bastards on the council have sent Yugito-chan on a mission that I can only assume is a trap set up by the Akatsuki and at least one member on the council," said urgently. Samui was shocked. Sure, the councilors in specific areas of the village disliked Yugito, and some even despised the shapely blonde, but to send her into a trap knowingly, she couldn't believe. "Are you sure it was a trap?" she said, not wanting to accept that someone in the village could have worked with the Akatsuki in such a way. Yes, it's the only reason why she would be given a mission like that and be refused a team when there was a possibility of an entire village being Kia said before handing Samui the copy of the mission statement. Samui's eyes widened as she took in what she was reading. This was easily an A-ranked mission, if not an S. Even if it was in Lightning Country, the loss of contact with an entire village is a big deal. "I will assemble my team immediately," Reikage-sama, Samui said, and she bowed quickly before heading off to find her team. Unknown location. Once more, several holograms were standing on the hands of a statue with 9 eyes. Only one of them was open. The holograms that were standing there seemed to be waiting for something. "Damn it, where the fuck are those two? They should have captured the Nibi by now," Kisame said, his anger clear on his face. Knowing them, Kakuzu has probably been sidetracked by a large bounty," Itachi said in a monotone. "That's true, maybe you should have sent Datara-senpai, he would never get sidetracked like that. And they said the trap had to be sprung last night as well. They are not being good boys like Toby." The orange-masked man named Toby said with a childlike attitude. "Shut up, Toby. Kakuzu and Hidan would not be late for something like this. Kakuzu is almost as punctual as Sasori was." "Hey Leader-sama, can I trade partners with Itachi? I can't stand this guy," Datara snarled. "No Datara, you will work with Toby, but in essence you are correct. Kakuzu would not be late for something so important, and Hidan would have jumped at the chance to offer all the people in that town to his idea of a god is not something he would miss either," Pain said. The group waited a few more minutes in silence before the plant man Zetsu arrived. Pain-sama, they are not coming," Zetsu said. "And why not?" asked Pain, his anger beginning to boil. "They are dead," Black Zetsu answered. "The Nibi Jinchuriki was able to kill both the zombie brothers. Never thought they would ever die," Kisame said with a shocked yet strangely hungry expression. "It wasn't Yugito Ni that killed them," White Zetsu said, slightly scared at how his superiors would react to the news of their real demise. "Then how did they die?" Pain demanded. It was the Kyubi Jinchuriki leader Sama. He arrived with a team from Konoha containing Asuma Sarutobi from the 12 Guardians, and a Makuten user. The only information we found on him was that his code name is Yamato, Zetsu said. Pain's anger exploded. Almost all of the figures shivered a small amount at the killing intent that was being radiated off of the man, and this was only his hologram. Miles and miles away, a village who worshipped a man as their god all collectively wet themselves in fear, and one older member of the village had a heart attack, although this act in itself was seen as an act of God, and the man became even more revered in the village. "God, it's the damn Kyubi brat again. He has really been screwing our little group over recently, hasn't he?" Kisame said. "Yes, it has become a rather difficult capture, and he still has 2 of the Sannin, and the copy ninja are often around him. At the moment it's not a battle we can win," Itachi said. "Wow, he must really be strong if Itachi's senpai can't win. He must be a good boy like Toby," the orange-masked man responded. "Attempting to take the Nibi again now would be foolish. I expect the Reikage to be more protective of her now, and we won't be able to use the council again," Pain said, still angry at the failure. "So what now then? What are our new targets?" Datara asked. "Zetsu, I want you to locate the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. We will leave the Kyubi and Nibi, for now. Datara, I want you and Toby to collect the Sanbi. It is currently free with no Jinchuriki and an inland ocean and water country. Kisame, Itachi, move on to the Inbi and Gobi. They are still in Earth country," Pain said, and with that he faded away and followed shortly by the others off to their assigned tasks. Later, with Naruto and Yugito. The pair of blondes had been traveling at a reasonable pace as they moved toward Kumo. It was unfortunate for Team Samui, as if they had been traveling at a slightly faster pace, or had spent less time enjoying each other, they could have saved them a pointless journey to the now ruins of village, that turned site of a full-scale battle between S-class ninja. We're almost there, Yugi-chan. Bet it's a relief to be home after what you have been through. Naruto sighed in relief as the gates of Kumo came into view. Well, that depends. I would much prefer to be back in that house Captain Yamato built in bed with you, she purred. You are becoming quite the tease, Yugi-chan. Where did you learn to be so promiscuous? Naruto said. Oh, it's only for you, Naruto-kun, but it helps when you have a perverted cat telling me to jump you all the time, although after finally doing it I am glad Nibi did, Yugito said. I don't do it all the time, most of the time, yes, but not all of the time. Why do you need to be so mean, kitten? Oh, and you still haven't asked him how he woke you from your coma, Nibi whined. The lack of information on the topic was infuriating. The power he had used was not demonic and it certainly was not normal chakra, and this confused the demon cat to no ends. Naru-kun, I was wondering, after my fight I was out with a coma, severe chakra exhaustion. How did you wake me and heal my injuries? I thought medical ninjutsu was impossible for Jinchuriki, Yugito asked, deciding to ease Nibi's curiosity. Medical ninjutsu is, I used my senjutsu. It is the chakra from nature and accelerates a person's natural healing rate by around 4 times. By slowly sending small amounts of chakra into your system I can cause you to heal faster, and with Nibi helping it became further accelerated. It is the ultimate treatment for chakra exhaustion as it drains chakra from around you to fill up your chakra reserves, Naruto informed Yugito and unknowingly her demon. That can't be all it does, it at least has sensory properties. He has told you how he woke, but he didn't tell me what else it can do. This is outrageous, Nibi raged in Yugito's mind. To Nibi it was like being given a lolly then having it taken away and held just out of reach while small children laughed at her. Is that all senjutsu? Does Yugito asked in an attempt to please her infuriated demon cat. Well, no, it's not, but for now that is my little secret. Don't worry, I will tell you in time, Naruto said, reassuring her she will be told in time after she began to pout. Before arriving at the gates the pair reluctantly let go of each other's hands. They still did not know how the Raikage or anyone in Kumo for that matter would take their relationship. Yugito-san? What are you doing here? The guard asked upon their arrival. What do you mean, what am I doing here? This is my home, Yugito said, incredulous that the man was shocked to see her. Of course, Yugito-san, it's just Raikage-sama just sent out a search party for you. Oh, and Namikaze-san, you and your team were requested to report to Raikage-sama when you arrived. But where is your team? The guard asked. Well, we ran into some trouble and had a serious injury. Asuma and Yamato had to return to Konoha, Naruto said, not wanting to give away what had happened just yet. Yes, well, Raikage-sama told us he wants to see you when you return, the guard said. Good, I want to see him as well, said Naruto. In his mind he knew he wanted to confront about why Yugito had been sent out alone at all when the Akatsuki were after her. Naruto and Yugito walked casually to the Raikage's office. The office was far larger than the Hokage mansion back in Konoha and was built into the largest mountain peak right in the center of town. Whilst it could easily be described as grander than the Hokage's tower, the Raikage tower seemed to be the center for all ninja and council business in Kumo. Ninja were constantly heading in and out of the 3rd floor, which Naruto had presumed would be the mission office. Like the hall, the teams would get their missions from back in Konoha. You better not waste much more time looking around. If Sama wants to see you, it's probably best you go immediately. Hess, not the most patient person, Yugito said, noticing Naruto looking around admiring the halls of the Raikage mansion. Sounds like he might have a temper worse than Ba-chan, Naruto chuckled. I would say he does, and it is best not to annoy him. He tends to like to destroy things, Yugito said, deadly serious. This made Naruto contemplate several things, the first of which was that if Yugito was serious and he was just as irritable as Ba-chan, if not more, then he wondered if the Raikage's tendency to destroy things was why there were so many builders just sitting around waiting to fix things. They arrived at the office and A's well-dressed formal assistant was sitting behind her desk filing paperwork. Excuse me, miss, but I was requested to see Raikage-sama upon my team's return to Kumo. It's Naruto Namikaze, by the way, Naruto said, being rather more respectful than he was to any of the officials in Konoha. Oh yes, he's expecting your team, you can go ahead, the assistant said, too busy to look up but sending the boy in anyway, not realizing he was alone apart from Yugito, who was just waiting to the side. Naruto gave a small knock on the door. It wouldn't do good to barge in like in Konoha, where he was guaranteed a hostile yet warm welcome. Naruto waited till he received a loud enter from the other side and opened the door. There was A in his cage robe sitting at the desk. Next to him was a man even bigger. It was obvious this man was quite a few years younger than the Raikage, but he had the same dark complexion and build. He wore glasses to cover his eyes and had 2 horn tattoos on his right cheek. Namikaze-san, may I ask where your team are? Said. We ran into some trouble on the way back with the Akatsuki, Naruto said. This got a reaction out of the Raikage, to say the least. A stood up and slammed his hands through the desk, which splintered into 1,000 tiny pieces and rocketed around the room. Naruto had the common sense to cover his face with his torn and dirty sage cloak to prevent the needless loss of an eye. Where did you encounter them? He yelled as his face became red with what seemed like undirected rage, as he was not angry at Naruto but angry that Yugito may still be missing. Was Yugito-chan with them? How did you escape? Tell me now, he roared and smashed a hole into a wall. This was seen by several of the builders Naruto had taken note of on his way in, and they subsequently got to work patching the now man-sized DIY door that A had built. While Yugi-chan was right, he is short-tempered and excitable. My team were on our way here from Tenchi Bridge when I felt a large burst of chakra. After consulting my team, we decided to investigate. The large chakra signature was coming from a large town that was completely void of life except for one thing we could see at the center of town, a large blue two-tailed cat. At this point A had calmed himself enough to sit down. Yo bro, looks like this fool knows what's up with Yugito too. The taller man rapped badly. Naruto gave the man a questioning look before continuing. Upon my arrival at the scene, Yugito-san had been incapacitated by the Akatsuki members, Hidan and Kakuzu. We prevented the Akatsuki from taking Yugito, and Captain Yamato removed her from the area to a safer location while Asuma and myself engaged the Akatsuki members. With Asuma fighting Hidan and I focused on Kakuzu, Naruto went to continue but was stopped by the Raikage, who was once again got out of his seat before interrupting the blonde. Where is Yugito-chan now? The Cage said in a strangely calm voice. She is just outside waiting for me to finish this meeting before she come to see you, Naruto said. You saved her? I asked. Of course we did. Why would we let the Akatsuki take their target when we are working against them? And the way I see it, we are allies on this. I would save anybody I could from being taken like that, Naruto said. It's rare that all the past animosity between our villages, and even though there is a working agreement to cooperate with Konoha to deal with the Akatsuki, that you would risk yourself to be taken and your team just to save a kunoichi from a rival village. Thank you for saving her, I said. Naruto was shocked that this man who seemed to expel power and a twinge of arrogance from every pore would be thanking Naruto so calmly. I went to the door and directed the blonde, waiting patiently for her boyfriend to finish his meeting, to enter the room. There is no need for that, Raikage-sama. I'm sure you know that I am a Jinchuriki as well, just like Yugito. She called me on it the day we met, and I'm sure you wanted information on me when you found out my name. Yugito's Baijuu was able to feel the energy of Kyuubi and inform her. Unfortunate for me, my Baijuu is a jerk and never helps, Naruto said with a small smile at the end that he directed at his fellow blonde. This kid's go style, yo. It's nice to meet you, Fu. I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee, cause I'm the Eight Tails host. Killer Bee, the younger of the muscle-bound men, rapped badly again, introducing himself at last before pushing his fist out for a fist bump. Naruto looked hesitantly at the unmoving fist before slowly bringing his own up, and they came together in a tentative fist bump. Yo B, I'm Naruto Namikaze, future Hokage, and I will protect all the Jinchuriki that I can with my life, in similar bad rap style. This caused mixed reactions around the room. B thought he had found someone to help him with his art. A was shaking his head knowing this would be painful with two rapping idiots. And Yugito was planning to make Naruto pay for encouraging the rapping Jinchuriki and embarrassed that her boyfriend would do something like that, but at the same time she was proud of his determination to save all the Jinchuriki from the Akatsuki. So what happened to the rest of your team? Namikaze-san asked with a sweat drop at the blonde's antics with B. Ah well, you see, the Akatsuki members were rather hard to kill. In fact, Hidan was as close to immortal as they come. Nothing Asuma could do would kill him, and Kakuzu had 6 hearts, the one in his body and a different heart that used each one of the elements. Each one was represented by a mask and could separate from his body, so I was outnumbered and ninjutsu was out because he could counter anything I tried, Naruto said, thinking back to how he had been hunted by the masks. Well, eventually Asuma picked up an injury and Hidan began some sort of ritual that would kill Asuma. He stabbed himself in the heart with his own blade and used a variant of a transference and blood seal to transfer any injuries he causes to himself, to the person whose blood he takes for ritual. Asuma was effectively stabbed in the heart. I was able to put him into stasis, but the only person who could stand a chance to heal them was Tsunade Bakken. Yamato had returned just moments before and was able to get Asuma to a safe location, but I was forced to use Kyuubi's chakra to eventually kill both of them, Naruto said. He was still rather upset he needed to use Kyuubi to beat the pair. So Yamato and Asuma have gone back to Konoha. Well, I'm glad you saved Yugito, said. I still don't understand why she was out there in the first place. She was alone, in an empty city. Where was her team? Naruto demanded. The council sent her on the mission solo, and she has never had a permanent team. Yugito-chan was never liked by the council, and before I became Raikage, the council was given the power to send her on missions when she is not on missions for me because she is considered a weapon by the councilors and by most of Kumoa said. No more, you have to do something or she will be taken by the Akatsuki because of it. Let her return to Konoha with me. We can protect her until the threat passes. I know you do not trust the strength of other villages, but she will be much safer with me in Konoha than with the council here. She's even the official envoy to Konoha, so you can pass it off as a long-term mission, because I will not leave her here. It's not safe, Naruto said, determination burning in his eyes. I will think about it. For now I have to go send a letter to the team that is out searching for Yugito. Why don't you both rest up? I'm sure you must be tired from your trip, said as he dismissed the pair. The couple walked aimlessly around for a while, just enjoying each other's company before they arrived at Naruto's hotel room. I'll see you tonight. We'll go to your favorite restaurant, my treat. I hope they have ramen, Naruto said as he gave Yugito a quick peck on the lips before he turned and walked into the hotel. A date? I haven't been on a date for 3 years. I have nothing to wear, Yugito thought as she walked away. Well, nothing sounds god to me, Nibi said lecherously. Damn it, you perverted cat, why can't you ever help, the blonde replied. I don't see why it matters. We both know you're crazy for each other, so just wear anything, Nibi moaned. I want to look good for him though, Yugito thought back as she was now determined to find an outfit that would blow Naruto's mind. Chapter 28, The Shadow vs. the Sage. Yugito was currently looking through several stores for something nice to wear for her date that night. Normally an attractive woman looking for a nice dress was no big deal, but this was Yugito. She had never accepted a date from anyone and had only ever been seen in her ninja attire. This abnormality had drawn a small crowd. What does she think she is doing? One man whispered not too quietly. I don't know, she probably finally accepted some guy's date offer. Bet she doesn't even notice that nobody in this town really likes her, another said, not even bothering to hush his voice. So what? I would fuck her, I mean look at her, she's easily one of the hottest chicks in the village. I wouldn't keep the bitch around though, I don't want no demon as a girlfriend. Who would this time? The man almost yelled it, hoping she could hear. Yugito could hear them, and despite the fact she knew nothing they said mattered in her relationship, it still hurt. She tried desperately to not listen until a woman's voice came to her ear. You know, you might be wrong, and she does have a proper date with someone who might be genuinely interested. That bitch was walking around the village with a chunin from Konoha earlier today, and I have to say he was smoking hot, a tall thin red-headed female said. This received a few looks of interest. Hey, he has it lucky then. Sham to see such a fine piece of ass go to some foreign scum though, a shorter man with glasses said. Well, what's this guy look like? Oh, he was tall, had a light tan. Nothing as dark as most of the people from Kumo, but it looked more like a light bronze. His body was to die for, wearing a big red cape-like thing, but it was pretty badly torn, bright blue eyes, and finally his hair was spiky and yellow, had bangs that framed his face that had these adorable whisker marks. The woman replied, a small blush coming to her cheeks as she thought about the blonde. I wonder if he will give me a go after Hess finished with that thing. Yugito heard this and instinctively let out a small hiss and some killer intent from her spot as she was looking at a small red dress. This didn't seem to faze the observing group as they continued talking about Naruto without a care in the world. Oh, I saw him a few days ago. He has this aura of power about him, just like B-sama and Reikage-sama, a smaller woman said as she too had a blush. Who is this guy? Is he an envoy or something? An older man said. We should ask this Jonin. They are all informed of what foreign diplomats are in the village. Walking down the street was a dark tan man with silver hair carrying a large cleaver and looking rather bored. Daru Senpai, a tall chunin who was in the group, greeted upon the arrival of the world's laziest ninja that was outside a certain clan in Konoha. Yo, Daru said as he stopped his walk to let out a yawn. Senpai, I was wondering if you had any information on the blonde from Konoha. We have seen him around the village and we would like to know his name, the chunin said tentatively. Wha? You mean you haven't heard? Man, it's the talk of all the Jonin at the moment. That kid is Naruto Namikaze, the son of the Yellow Flash. Daru yawned. Needless to say, the group as a whole looked like they had just been told the Reikage was a woman. Their mouths were so far open they were in serious danger of having to hire a retrieval crew just to locate them. They were so far deep in the ground. Yugito had used this moment of the crowd's utter bewilderment to slip past them. Having picked out a dress she was confident Naruto would be blown away by, she decided to run home quickly and change. Somewhere north of Tenchi Bridge, Orochimaru was sitting in a chair coughing and spitting out small amounts of blood. His battle with Naruto had certainly taken its toll. The heavy senin would only be able to last a few more months in this body. He had hoped to make it last at least a year longer, but his rapid shedding of his skin multiple times had decreased the amount of time his body would last drastically. Where were you? You were supposed to train me, came a slow drawl from behind him. Even after all these years the Uchiha hadn't changed, and even though you couldn't see you could tell there was an arrogant smirk on the face of Sasuke Uchiha. Orochimaru didn't respond. Instead his assistant answered for him. Orochimaru-sama can't train for a few days. He is recovering from a battle, Kabuto said, readjusting his glasses. A battle, huh? Who was it? That old teammate of yours? Or one of the Akatsuki? I can't imagine anyone else doing something like that to you, Sasuke sneered. It wasn't either, but you would be interested in who it was, Kabuto teased Sasuke, knowing that he would want to know if there was another strong warrior out there. Fine, who is it? If I know them, it was probably that pathetic old sensei of mine, Kakashi, Sasuke said arrogantly. Nope, it wasn't Kakashi Hatake. It was Naruto Uzumaki, although I think he has a new name now. Now he is known as Naruto Namikaze. From the research I have done since the fight, he has killed at least one member of the Akatsuki, and they have given him a do not approach rating. He is far superior to you now, Sasuke-kun. I guess you didn't do a very good job killing him. I hope you're more sure when you kill your brother, Kabuto said with a smirk. The second he had finished, Sasuke unsheathed his katana and went to move to attack the egotistical medic when Orochimaru finally spoke. Sasuke, don't, we need Kabuto for my research. And Kabuto, when were you planning to tell me he was that man's son? Orochimaru spat before he coughed up some more blood. What man? The Dobi is an orphan, a clanless loser, Sasuke spat. The fact that Naruto had hurt Orochimaru this badly had been like yet another slap in the face to him. I bet he used the Kyuubi to do that, right? He said, thinking Naruto would never be able to do that with his own power. I'm afraid not. Naruto-kun has become far stronger than we could have ever known. He did not use 1 ounce of Kyuubi's chakra. And to answer your first question, Naruto is the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Would that be what you consider a clanless loser? Kabuto paused, enjoying the look of outrage on the Uchiha's face. Orochimaru-sama, the reason I came here was to tell you what I have found out. Unfortunately, Konoha has no more information on the boy's abilities. Orochimaru sat there for a while before getting up and slowly making his way to his room, aided by the silver-haired medic. Kumo. Naruto had been looking through the clothes that he had brought with him to find something to wear on his date. He knew they had been on many dates before, but this somehow felt different. He wanted to impress Yugito and treat her to a nice night out. Naruto finally decided on a black button-up shirt with the Uzumaki swirl over his heart, black dress pants, and his white cloak that had Namikaze embroidered on the back. With the white cloak on, the illusion was complete, and anyone who saw him would have sworn they were looking right at the Yondaime Hokage. Hope Yugi-chan likes what I'm wearing, he thought as he left his room to the meeting place in a nearby park they had agreed on. Naruto left the hotel and crossed the road into the small park. It was only a small journey, but Naruto had become aware of several people staring at him and muttering. This didn't bother Naruto as he was used to the stares by now, although he hoped they wouldn't bother him during his night out. Any thoughts of the sort soon faded way into the back of his mind, along with every other rational thought except one: holy shit. There was Yugito standing with a strapless purple dress that went to her ankles and showed off a decent portion of cleavage. There was a slit along the right leg that stopped about halfway up her thigh. It lightly clung tightly to her perfect curves. They just stood there staring at each other. Both seemed lost for words. That was until Naruto finally was able to stammer out a barely audible wow. It was a simple statement, but it seemed to click them back to reality. You look good yourself, so handsome, Naruto-kun. You look good in white, Yugito said. She was happy with the effect she was having on him. You look, well, I think I already said it. Wow, you're always beautiful, Yugi-chan, but this. Just wow. I think if people see us go out like this, they're going to know there is something between us, Naruto said. It had been a thought in the back of his mind all afternoon, but he thought if they just looked like a diplomat and an escort, it would not prove much of a problem. Her in this dress, however, screamed date, as there was no way anyone would wear something so amazing for some random foreign diplomat unless they were really important, something Naruto, at least in his opinion, was not. I don't care, I want to be seen with you as a couple. And if people oppose it, she thought for a minute, then gave him a determined glare, then leaned in so she was breathing into his ear. Then you will just have to kidnap me, she cooed so lightly only he could hear. Naruto got a big smirk on his face and wrapped his arms around her waist, giving her a light kiss on the lips. Try and stop me, he laughed, and they began to walk towards the restaurant district, Naruto with his arm holding her firmly and to his side defensively as if to say, she's mine. Their walk to the restaurant Yugito had picked out had hardly been long, but it had enough time for both Naruto and Yugito to realize they were being watched by everyone. Yugito received open glares from some of the women while others just looked at Naruto, clear lust in their eyes. The men on the other hand were split as well. Half were afraid to show any signs of aggression or jealousy towards someone like the son of the Yellow Flash. After Daru's little conversation in front of the clothing store, now the whole village knew the son of the strongest Hokage was in the village. Another group of men were not so restrained in their leering at the couple. All of it stopped, however, when one foolish group decided to, for lack of a better word, warn the teen away from Yugito. Hey Namikaze, you shouldn't be wasting your time with her, she's nothing but the demon bitch. You should be dating some Konoha royalty or something, not the shame of Kumo like she is. Let us take her off your hands for you. The man who had been foolish enough to interfere with their date was soon on his knees emptying his stomach. killer intent rolled off of Naruto and filled the street. Many couldn't stand, and this man was receiving the full directed force of it. Don't you ever call her that again, he said. His eyes were now blood red and slitted as he glared into the man's eyes, who backed away, falling on his ass before turning to run. Needless to say, the trip to the restaurant went smoothly and quietly after that. They arrived at a large seafood place, which didn't surprise Naruto at all. He had known about her love for sushi. When they entered the restaurant, Naruto was pleased to see that here at least people treated Yugito kindly. "Ah, Yugito-chan here for dinner again, I take it. And who is this?" an older woman around 35 asked, eyeing Naruto appreciatively. "Ah yes, Kali-chan, this is Naruto, my boyfriend. Naruto, this is Kali-chan. She used to look after me and get my food when I was younger, and the council were punishing me for not improving enough in my training or doing something wrong," Yugito said, introducing Naruto to the waitress. She was dark like most of the population of Kumo and had short auburn hair. She was slightly taller than Yugito, and as she was not a kunoichi, had a small amount of puppy fat in her face that gave her a look of a very caring person. "Boyfriend? That's a shocker. Little Yugito-chan has turned down every date she has ever been asked to go on, yet you come along and bam, just like that," Kali said. Naruto blushed and scratched his head in a way that was uniquely Naruto. "Well, we have a lot in common, I suppose," Naruto said, not wanting to give away too much about himself or their real kinship. Kali just gave a smile and a shrug and showed the pair to a quiet table at the back where there was little chance of being seen by others eating in the restaurant. "Well, she is at least nice apart from the rakeage. You don't seem to have many friends. Those people on the street, if we weren't in your village, I would have turned them all into toads for what they said about you," Naruto said sadly. "Don't worry about it, Naru-kun, let's just order and have a nice meal," she offered. "All right. For you. I'm going to have the mixed seafood ramen. How many plates of sushi do you want?" he asked, knowing she could easily eat multiple plates of her favorite form of seafood. "3, I think. Seeing as you're paying, you can spoil me before I spoil you later," she said seductively, getting the desired blush out of Naruto before he left to order their food. They sat and quietly chatted while they ate, mostly about some of the adventures Naruto had with the toads during his 3-year exodus. Yugito enjoyed the way Naruto would still be childish sometimes and acted out several events causing her to giggle. When they had finished, Naruto paid for the meal. He had saved a lot of money and still received his weekly chunin wage while away, so his poor Gama-chan wallet was not abused too badly in paying for their dinner. Yugito then took Naruto on a walk up a large mountain on the edge of the village, claiming it was her favorite spot, and Naruto soon found out why. From the peak they could see the lights of Kumo illuminating the night sky on one side, while on the other the full moon cast an eerie glow over the whole valley that Kumo was located in. Clouds would hug the cliffs and mountainsides in a way that made it obvious why they were in the village, hidden in the clouds. "It's beautiful up here," Naruto whispered, enjoying the view as he sat beside Yugito. She had her head resting on his shoulder, while he had an arm holding her tightly into his side in a loving embrace. "Yeah, I come up here to think or to hide from the villagers. Only shinobi can get up here, so it is like a small sanctuary," Yugito said, thinking back to all the times she had come up here. "But this would have to be my favorite trip here. I have never been this happy here before," Yugito said, and gave Naruto a light kiss on the cheek that turned into a heated make-out session. They stayed on the mountain in an epic tongue battle for close to an hour before Yugito jumped up, dragging Naruto with her as she began to run down the mountainside, not caring. Her hair was now messy and flying around wildly, and her dress had wrinkles and looked like it had been thrown around the floor and not cleaned, which in a way it had. "Where are you taking me now, Yugi-chan?" Naruto asked playfully, adding a boost of speed to come up beside her as she ran. "Home," was all she said as she led Naruto through unexplored streets before they came to a small apartment complex. Naruto made a shadow clone and sent it back to the hotel. He didn't want people to suspect they were a couple any more than they already had, a futile objective as by now the whole village was talking about their little trip to the seafood restaurant. Yugito didn't care what he was doing or where he sent his clone. She just opened the door and dragged him inside and slammed the door while she hungrily claimed Naruto's lips with her own again. The next morning, Naruto had awoken for the second day in a row with Yugito purring contently into his chest. This time he was sure she was awake, however, as she was lightly kissing his scar on his chest. "I could get used to waking up like this," Naruto said as he began stroking her long hair all the way to the end of the tips just above her hips. Yugito's only reply was to snuggle in closer before giving a satisfied good. "You know, my shadow clone dispelled through the night. I should get back to my hotel and sneak in before anyone suspects anything," Naruto reasoned. This didn't go over well with Yugito as she began protesting wordlessly to get him to stay by tightening her grip on him. "I know, I don't want to leave either, but it's probably not a good idea to get caught here once the day gets busy," Naruto said, fighting an internal struggle not to take her right then and there. She was just too sexy the way she clung to him like a life raft, and her hair framed her body almost like a silk blanket. Fine. She pouted angrily but with no malice in her voice. But you owe me later. It's a promise and I always keep my promises, he said lovingly and slowly removed himself from her arms before getting dressed and leaving through a window. Konoha later that day. Yamato had run constantly since leaving Naruto at the wooden house he made. He was tired but would not let that stop him from getting back to Konoha as fast as he could and get Asuma to Tsunade. He gave a sigh of relief as he saw the gates fast approaching. Not stopping to sign in with Izumo and Kotetsu, who had a confused look on their face at seeing the sight of the Anbu captain carrying Asuma on his back with markings all over his face and arms. Tsunade was having a quiet day. The only disturbance was from a nearby hot spring where Jiraiya had been caught peeping once again by some passerby and alerted the women inside. Tsunade just shook her head at the memory. She knew Jiraiya let himself get caught most of the time. He could after all become almost invisible with his chameleon jutsu to the point where even highly skilled ninja couldn't see him. The female Hokage gave a sigh and went for her hidden sake when Yamato burst into the room. Tenzo. What are you doing here? She yelled in shock and thus forgetting to use his code name. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but on our way back from Tenchi Bridge we encountered the Akatsuki, Tenzo said urgently. He would have continued but Tsunade had stood up and grabbed the front of his vest. Where is Naruto? Is he safe? If you let them capture him I will kill you, she screamed, shaking the poor man, not letting up for a second so that he could answer. He. Shake, is. Shake, fine. Shake, Yamato managed to breath out at last, poor Asuma on his back shaking around with the Anbu captain. Tsunade stopped. Dusted herself down despite not being dirty and sat back behind the desk. Well then why are you here then? She realized what was on his back. Asuma. What happened to him? It was the Akatsuki. One of their members used some kind of ritual to transfer bodily harm onto Asuma. Naruto-san was able to put Asuma into stasis with a seal. I have never seen anything like it, the Anbu captain said formally. That is a 7-point stasis seal. Only extraordinary seal masters like Naruto and myself can use that seal. It effectively stops the body completely. Unlike other forms of stasis where minor body functions are still required, this seal is a complete stasis. Came a voice from the window and there sat Jiraiya. I take it then that if you are here that the damage must be serious, as you haven't taken him to the hospital of either Kumo or Konoha and come straight here. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto-san told me that only Tsunade-sama would have a chance at healing him. Naruto is fine by the way and he managed to kill both Akatsuki members. Yamato finished placing Asuma on the desk as Tsunade began examining him. His heart is punctured. Should the seal release I would only have about 30 seconds to heal him before it is too late. Jiraiya, can this seal be held during surgery? Tsunade asked urgently, as that would be the only way they could be sure of saving the Jonin's life. It can if there is someone as awesome as me in the room, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Good, then we need to get him to the hospital right away, Tsunade said. Then she went pale before turning back to Yamato. If Naruto isn't here then he must be completing the mission solo, she said. Yamato nodded. Oh, we are so screwed, the Anbu captain sighed. He had just remembered Naruto's awful track record with showing respect to authority figures. Tsunade nodded in response, grabbing Asuma and jumping out the window next to the one occupied by Jiraiya, who soon followed after her. An hour later Tsunade left the operating room to find Yamato and Kurenai there waiting for her. Yamato had gone to find Kurenai after leaving Tsunade's office, knowing that she would want to be there for the father of her unborn child. How is he, Tsunade-sama? Kurenai asked as soon as she saw the blonde-haired Hokage. He will be fine in a few months. He's got a long way to go for a recovery though. A blade through the heart is not something that people usually survive. If it wasn't for Naruto's seal he would most certainly would have died, Tsunade said. Oh, thank Kami. Kurenai sighed as relief washed over her after finding out Asuma would recover. Kurenai, who is the leader of your team at the moment? Yamato asked, knowing she must not be on duty because of the pregnancy. Well, I had Genma take over but they have not been on any official meetings yet and I was thinking of putting them in the Jonin exams, although I am unsure if Kiba and Hinata are ready, Kurenai said. Tsunade and Yamato left after that to allow Kurenai to go see Asuma. Kumo. Naruto had spent the week in Kumo. The Raikage had given him a training ground to use but he had to be accompanied at all times. It was quite fortunate he had a Kumo kunoichi who was more than willing to volunteer for the task. Naruto was currently training with Yugito when Anbu appeared in the clearing. Stopping their friendly spar they turned to greet the Anbu. Hello Anbu-san, what can we do for you? Naruto said cheerfully. He had become well liked around the town, mostly due to his constant smile and laid-back attitude he had when he wasn't fighting. Namikaze-san, you are requested to see Raikage-sama as soon as possible, the Anbu said shortly before disappearing the same way he came. Well, he wasn't very friendly, Naruto grumbled playfully. Guess not everyone likes me as much as Samui and Karun, Naruto said, knowing the response he was about to receive as Yugito began to mutter about pushy friends that should leave here Naruto-kun alone. Flashback. Samui, Karu and Amoe collapsed just inside the front gate, grumbling about how their mission was a waste of time. They had made it all the way to the now ruins of the once popular holiday village before a eagle arrived saying Yugito had returned safely to Kumo. Damn Yugito-chan, making us go all the way out to Cater Town to save her, just to get called back because she is already home, Samui said, exhausted from her journey. The others just nodded. They hadn't stopped to rest in 2 days. What's wrong, Samui-chan? I didn't cause that much of a problem, did I? Came a voice from behind the group. Slowly turning around, they saw Yugito standing next to someone they had never seen before, and for Samui and Kaori they had decided one thing: they wanted this man. Oh, it was no real bother, Yugito-chan. May I ask, who is your handsome friend? Samui asked, walking up to Naruto, swaying her hips slightly and not taking her eyes off the spiky-haired blonde. Hi, I'm Samui. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said seductively. Yugito was frozen. On the one hand, Samui was her best friend and would never hurt her, but on the other, this bitch was hitting on Naruto and needed to die. Naruto was about to respond, but then Naruto was cut off by the red-headed Kaori. And I'm Kaori. Are you in Kumo long? Maybe we can get together while you are here, she said, her yellow eyes intently gazing into his azure blue. Well, was about as far as Naruto got before Yugito cut him off. Hess, busy, she snapped defensively before wrapping an arm around his and dragging him away. I'm Naruto, by the way. It was nice meeting you, he called out as his girlfriend forced him from the area. Naruto, huh? Wait, that was the guy Yugito-chan said was her boyfriend, wasn't it? Oh well, doesn't mean I can't try. It will give me something to do for a few weeks anyway, Samui thought. Karu's thought process was far less complex. Naruto, hot. I really want some. Now Kaoru was not a dense or stupid fangirl by any means, but she had been stunned by what in her mind was like an exotic delicacy that was always the first thing you went for at a fancy restaurant. Hey Samui-chan, no hard feeling. Hey, this one is mine, Kaoru declared. No chance, he will be mine, but the first problem is Yugito-chan. She told me he was her boyfriend a few days ago. Oh, and there is one more thing about him that makes him an even better catch. He's the son of the Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Samui said. Wow, he is that man's son. How is it nobody ever knew about that? He does look strong though. I want him even more now. Guess we will just have to fight Yugito-chan for him. All's fair in love and war after all, Kaoru replied. During this exchange, Amoe just sat there, his mind running off on the possibilities of what would happen if the three girls had an all-out cat fight. He had concluded in his most unusual way that it would lead not only to the destruction of Kumo but the entire elemental countries. Moving on from this thought, he then decided that the best way to deal with this situation was to open another sucker and let it sort itself out. Flashback end. After that incident, Samui and Kaoru seemed to appear whenever Yugito and Naruto were out in the village, either together or alone, and this had led to her current state of annoyance. Oh come on Yugi-chan, I was just kidding. Sure, they are nice girls, but they have nothing on you, he said, beginning to walk in the direction of the Raikage Tower. This seemed to calm her down a bit. She knew Naruto was her boyfriend, but she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the way they would throw themselves at Naruto so obviously while he was still nice and polite about it. Naruto and Yugito arrived at the door to the Raikage's office and knocked. Entering after a loud come in, Naruto saw A behind his desk with B, Samui, Kaoru and Amoe standing in front of it. Ah, Namikaze-san, just who I wanted to see. We have gone over the information you have provided. Your tally of Akatsuki members is now 3. It seems quite impressive. That however does not mean I can trust you to look after Yugito-chan, and until I am satisfied she will be safe in Konoha there is no way I am letting her go with you, as said, lightly glaring at the boy, although there was no real menace held in it. What do you mean? You have said it yourself. I have killed 3 S-class criminals. What more could you possibly need? Yugito may be safe in the village, but with the council's control over her she can be sent out without your say-so, Naruto said respectfully, trying to keep down any anger he may have been feeling at the accusation that he was too weak to defend his most precious person. Fine then, I said, standing up. So you are letting her come with me? Naruto asked and looked around the room. Yugito was not smiling, she looked a little worried. No, you will prove to me you are worthy, fight me in a match, and if you impress me enough she can leave. Don't think I have no idea you two have been seeing each other. Hell, half the village knows it, and while I do not necessarily approve of her dating someone from another village, I can't stop her from liking you, but I can stop her from being around you often, as said, and began to put on his cage robe and hat. So basically we fight. If I win, Yugi-chan can come to Konoha until we at least deal with the Akatsuki, but if I lose she stays here? Naruto asked, deadly serious. More or less, a replied. B, go do whatever it is you do to draw a crowd and bring them to training ground 7. I want as many people as possible to watch me beat the son of the yellow flash into the ground," said, and he blew a hole in the wall before jumping out. Naruto had a determined look on his face. Nothing would stop him from making sure Yugito was safe, and if the only way to do that was to beat the Raikage in a duel, then so be it. His girlfriend on the other hand looked like she was ready to be sick. Naruto can't beat Asama, has just too strong. Not even Kirabai has been able to best him when he uses his lightning armor. When Naruto, Yugito and the others that were in the office at the time of the challenge arrived at Training Ground 7, there was already a large number of Kumo ninja there to watch the show. "So boy, are you ready? I owe your father a beating, but he is dead now, so I guess you will do," sneered. "I'm not just ready, I'm going to win." Old man Naruto declared, getting gasps from the crowd, some because of his declaration but most because of the fact Naruto called their Raikage old man. Naruto and A got into their stances. Naruto decided against using Sage Mode just yet, wanting to get a feel of his opponent. He didn't recognize the stance A took, but it was similar to the Goken of Guy and Lee. It was for this reason he chose a modified version of his original Toad style. "Looks like he is going to use speed. Guess I will just have to use that speed of his against him," the blonde thought. A took off at a high speed that could only be followed by a few of the elite Jonin of the village. Well, this was over fast, they thought, before their eyes almost vacated their orbital sockets. There was Naruto, calm as you like, blocking the Raikage's punch before flipping over him and kicking him in the back into a boulder. Naruto was on guard now. He may have won that little exchange, but he could tell that A was only toying with him at that speed. After all, this man was supposed to be the fastest man alive. A got up and this time took off at a much faster pace. Naruto narrowly avoided him and they began their close combat dance. Naruto would jump a direct kick spinning in mid-air before delivering one of his own, only to have it blocked easily. In fact, for every hit one of the pair made, they had missed around 30, but because their speed was so fast it just looked like a blur to most of the onlookers. Naruto knew he was going nowhere fast like this and made several clones. This got a small kick into the Raikage's side, giving the original Naruto the opening he needed. Dropping down, Naruto delivered a drop kick sending A flying through the air. The clones he made jumped up and kicked him again. Namikaze Naruto barraged his clones, called out, distributing a hail of kicks and punches before the real Naruto arrived and sent A back to earth with a devastating spin kick. Jumping back, Naruto got into a loose stance and waited. The crowd looked on, shocked. Their leader had just taken one hell of a beating. They soon relaxed a little when they saw A remove himself from the hole Naruto had left him in. "Hey, not bad, kid, but if that's all you got, this is over without me even trying," boasted A as he took off, this time far faster than Naruto could react to. The only thing he was able to do was think one word, "Fuck," before he was sent flying with a viscous punch to the chest. The beating didn't stop there and he was nailed in the chest with an elbow, knocking him back towards earth. The blonde was about 6 yards from the ground when A appeared again, this time knocking the wind right out of Naruto and caused him to almost float in the air, a small trail of blood flowing from his mouth before A jumped over him and smashed the blonde head first into the ground before he jumped away, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Hey, you couldn't even keep up with my full speed without lightning armor. How do you ever intend to defend yourself against the Akatsuki, let alone Yugito-chan?" taunted, although his voice seemed to have a hint of regret in it. The onlookers were ecstatic at seeing A defeat the blonde. Then for the second time during the fight, Naruto did something that shocked them. This time he stood up. "Don't think this is over just yet, old man. I told you I was going to win, didn't I? If beating you is what it takes to keep Yugi-chan safe, then there is no way I will lose," Naruto declared angrily, wiping the blood from his mouth before bringing his hands up into a hand seal, and the restriction seals began to glow before fading. "Restriction seals, huh? So how fast are you now?" A said, but the question was answered without words when Naruto disappeared at speed that were greater than his own and attempted a punch right at A's face, who narrowly avoided the contact that he was sure would not have ended well for him. Responding with an drop kick, A went wide-eyed when Naruto seemed to contort in mid-air and sent the back of his heel to the Raikage's face as he turned like a corkscrew and landing into a roll. The first thing he came to realize about this new and improved Naruto was that he packed a hell of a lot more punch than he did before the seals were removed. So his strength has also increased along with his speed. For one so young to be this talented, I wonder what else he is hiding, a thought as he got over his shock and began weaving in and out of the punches of several clones, thanking Kami that clones were never as strong as the original. After A had eliminated the clone, he searched for the real Naruto, but he was nowhere to be seen until he shimmered into existence, running through several hand seals. A was far too shocked to even consider moving. What was that jutsu? It was like he just appeared. He was brought out of this train of thought by Naruto finishing his jutsu Fuuten. Giant wind bullets, Naruto yelled before he took in a deep breath and began blowing out massive balls of compressed air the size of a small house. A was now on the retreat again. This jutsu was not only large but had great speed behind it as well. The only positive A could find was he could only use two before he had to stop to collect more air, and that would be his point of attack. running through some hand signs of his own as he dodged another house-sized ball of compressed air as it began to tear up the ground. And that's two. Raiden, twin spiraling bolts called out and shot a large bolt of lightning at Naruto from each hand, and they came together spinning around each other before connecting at the tip, which seemed to gain eyes. A was shocked when Naruto smirked at this and blew another bullet, this time without needing to breath, and he tricked me into thinking he only had two in him before he needed to recharge. Not bad. The lightning hit the wind bullet and they fought for dominance before the Futon Jutsu took over and redirected the lightning and used the charge to shoot even faster. A was shocked that the boy's jutsu was that strong but reacted fast enough so he was not torn into more pieces than his previous desk. The jutsu smashed into the ground and there was a huge explosion. The force of it threw the Raikage into a small cliffside that cracked and buried him with a small layer of rocks and dirt. Naruto sighed, using his last bullet that he kept in reserve had ended the jutsu. Walking slowly toward the rubble where the Raikage now lay, he saw that it was glowing blue and sounded like it was crackling. Deciding it was for the best, he kept a distance and got into a ready stance. Lightning exploded from the rubble, leaving behind it a clearly aggravated Raikage. Lightning was surrounding his body and causing him to glow. Okay, fun's over now. You have had a good run, kid, but I think it's time to end this. Although I do ask how you managed to hide in the open before you used that Futon Jutsu, said, clearly confident Naruto would now lose without much of a fight. Oh, it's my sensei's favorite jutsu, although he uses it for things I would rather not discuss at this point in time. As to your statement about finishing me, I have news for you. I'm just warming up, Naruto said, and one of his shuriken seals began to spin. On the edge of the training ground with the rest of the onlookers, Yugito was shocked. Just warming up? What the hell, Naru-kun? I guess he doesn't realize what he is facing now. That's Raikage-sama's lightning armor. That was when Yugito noticed something was happening to Naruto. Red oval markings were forming around his eyes, and now that she was focusing with her sight boosted by Nibi, she saw his eyes were no longer blue, they were yellow. What is this? I have seen him use Kyuubi's power and it makes his eyes red and slitted, not yellow and bar-like. Oh my, kitten, can you feel that? That power, this is it, the same energy he used to awaken you from your coma. It's magnificent, to be able to feel all of nature around you, almost talking to you. You can feel his chakra signature relax just from its presence, Nibi purred, remembering how it felt for the small amount of time the Senjutsu chakra was in her host's system. Yugito went wide-eyed at this. Maybe Naruto was not bluffing, but if A uses his full power, this is all over, she thought, even though she was begging for Naruto to win so she could be with him in Konoha at least for the foreseeable future while the Akatsuki were a threat. A saw the changes in the blonde's appearance but thought it negligible. Kicking off, all anybody could see was A disappear. Some of the veteran taijutsu specialists could follow his movements but not well. Naruto was hit square in the chest and sent flying. Game over, kid. You're 20 years too soon to be anywhere near my level, said with a smirk. In truth, the Raikage had thoroughly enjoyed the fight and hoped to have more like it, as his only real competition was his brother. The crowd roared in approval. This time they all thought, this time he will not get back up, but they were once again shocked as Naruto kicked himself up off the ground and dusted himself off like nothing had happened at all. Wow, that was fast. I only just got a block in, Naruto said, confusing A and shocking the crowd. He blocked it? They all screamed in their heads. Some of the more excitable and less in control ninja like Karu yelled it out loud, voicing the collective thoughts of the gathered group. What do you mean I am sure I hit you, said, still shocked the boy was able to even stand, yet here he was completely unharmed. Here, let me show you, Naruto said, and he disappeared in a blur as well. However, it was still much slower than the Raikage, but that was what Naruto was expecting. The Raikage saw Naruto approaching and, thanks to his lightning quick reflexes, pun intended, lazily bent his head to the side as the blonde's fist came close and readied for the counter. This proved to be a huge mistake. A's face contorted and buckled like he had just been hit full on in the face by a charging bull. The pressure caused the Raikage to once again blur out of existence, although this time it was not from the speed of his own movement. He was hit with such force he could no longer hold himself onto the ground even with his armor. What the fuck was that? Karu yelled as Naruto turned slowly to see A lying on the ground, unsure as he was conscious or not. I don't know. Nobody has ever been able to hit A-sama when he has been using his lightning armor, not even B-sama Samui said. That's harsh, yo. I can hit when Hess charged, but I don't like to clobber my bro. Be wrapped. Yes, but I have never seen you send him flying like that, at least not without Hachibi, Samui replied. Well, Hess Mr. 9 and he's fighting fine, but if he wants to beat bro he needs to get to the back of the line. Be wrapped again as he pointed to A, who was slowly getting up and for some strange reason looked happy. Well, this is a thrill. To think someone so young could even hit me when I was using some of my lightning armor, let alone hurt me to an extent that I would bleed this badly. It chuckled loudly before spitting out a large amount of blood. His eyes still had cuts over them and a deep scratch on his cheek was causing no small amount of discomfort. The Raikage wiped his blood off his face before his armor thickened and he turned to face the blonde again. Now let's see how you do against 30%, it declared before disappearing in a blur of speed. Naruto couldn't see a thing before he had the wind knocked out of him. I thought it was finally all over until Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke, a shadow clone. Damn, now where is he? Hess, using that invisibility jutsu again, and with my armor up I can't focus enough to sense where he is, and if I drop the armor, that ability he has with the changed eyes and increased strength and reach will crush me. Clever. That damn hermit sure knows how to teach. With tactics like this, it's no wonder Konoha has been considered the strongest village for so long. I looked around the clearing for anything that looked like ripples or distortions, but what seemed to confuse the Raikage was that now he was looking for something like that. They were appearing everywhere. Naruto appeared behind A and sent a kick into the Raikage's back. Naruto was shocked that he didn't do more damage, even with his added sage powers, but figured that it wasn't called lightning armor for nothing and must give him some defensive abilities as well as the increased speed. A spun around without Naruto realizing it and smashed his fist into the side of his head, only to have the blonde puff out of existence yet again. These shadow clones are really getting old, the Raikage said, irritated at the boy's ingenious strategy. Several more Naruto clones appeared next to A. This time they each had a long white knife and it was glowing with Fuutan chakra. The clones attacked from each side, causing A to have to react quickly even with his armor up to 30%. The clones did not prove much of a trouble to A, or so he thought. After the last one dispelled, he failed to take note of the small cut, less than an inch, that had formed on his cheek that had been previously unharmed. How many clones are out there? Wait, all those ripples, I thought that they were just my eyes playing tricks on me because I was looking for them. They're cones. Oh, clever boy, but your game is up now, thought A as he raced around smashing every Naruto he found, but was frustrated that every single one he was hitting was a clone. Damn it, get out here, he screamed. Sure, came a happy voice from a nearby tree and Naruto appeared there reading a small green book. What do you think you are doing? Are you mocking me? Or roared furious. The boy would take time out in a fight against a cage to read a book. No, not at all, but I needed to find out how to beat you, and thanks to my clones I know, and as for the book, well, I don't really need to focus much. I can feel every movement you make even if I can't defend against it. Well, until now, Naruto said confidently. Murmurs ran around the training field at this. What does he mean? How can he defend against Asama's lightning armor? It's impossible, one Chunin said. In the ninja world nothing is impossible, a Jonin responded, although he too was skeptical. Back at the fight, A had just gotten over the shock at the blonde's statement and wanted to test it. Rocketing off, he arrived at the blonde only to have him narrowly avoid his charge. Impossible, a thought as he kicked away from the kick that was sent at him at blistering speeds. I'm still much faster than him. That proves it. So how did he escape me? Charging in again, and once more Naruto was able to just keep out of the way, and this time he seemed to find it easier. Naruto gave a smug smirk before adjusting his stance from the frog kumite to his own style he uses for defensive fighting. Now let's see how long it takes me to hit you. Come on, get angry. The more angry you are, the longer it will take for him to figure it out, Naruto thought while taunting the large man. A was now confused and angry. This boy. I will show this boy. A shot forward, but once again he couldn't hit him. This time there was a larger gap before he dodged. This time I will have you, A yelled as he attacked. He charged and just saw the smallest hint of a smile on the young blonde's face before he spun on the spot and delivered a kick to the side of the Raikage's face, sending him flying. Damn it, how is he doing it? I need to focus. I won't let him push me any further. It's embarrassing, a thought, taking slow breaths to calm himself and trying to ignore the pain of that last hit. Several things came to mind about Naruto's uncanny ability to dodge him. First, he never moved from the same spot, he never attacked himself unless it was a counter, and finally he seemed to be focusing hard, but not only on him. A ninjutsu stated, letting the blonde know he had caught on to his little trick. Jinchuriki can't use genjutsu, so a ninjutsu is the only option, but how? I asked. Well, seeing as you figured it out, I will tell you. I knew you had me with that speed, I just couldn't match it, so I made several seal-less clones and hid them with the chameleon jutsu. Next I hid myself a good distance away, figuring that you needed high levels of focus to sustain that armor of yours. First I tested its defensive capabilities with the first clone, then I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to disrupt your armor, and my clones with the Fuutan blades gave me the answer when one of them cut your face, Naruto said in a lecturing tone. I reached up to find that he did indeed have a small cut on his cheek. Then he figured it out. A barrier, he declared, sounding impressed. Yes, I had to invent this one on the run, but I would say I'm getting the hang of it now. I think I will call it the Sage Art. Air compression barrier. While I am using it, it will greatly reduce the effect of your armor, slowing you down back to almost your normal speed, Naruto said with a grin. Clever, I give you that, but let's just see if it will work against me at full strength, I declared, and the lightning thickened around him. Naruto seemed worried now. Given time to perfect this jutsu, he was sure he could get it to a level that was good enough, but he was forced to invent this on the run, and it was at best at its experimental phase. A vanished Naruto couldn't see where he was, but he could feel him, and he was right behind him. "Tough luck, kid. I would enjoy another spar again sometime," said before knocking Naruto at the back of the neck with a hard chop that even with his advanced healing with Sage Mode and Kyuubi couldn't deal with, and he faded from consciousness. Chapter 29, Plans. Naruto slowly awoke to see several people standing around him. His eyes seemed glazed over and he found it hard to focus on anything for a couple of seconds before the world came back into view. Then it hit Naruto like a ton of bricks, or as far as Naruto was concerned, an angry rage. "I lost. I can't leave with Yugi-chan. But I can't let her stay here, it's not safe. What am I going to do?" he thought as the memory of getting chopped in the back of the neck by A with his armor at full power hurting him more than any wound he may have picked up during the fight. Then Naruto registered the voices and people that were around him. He felt two soft hands holding one of his. To Naruto this was not difficult at all, it was Yugito. The two people standing above him, well, one was a medic, he could tell by the red cross on his vest, but the other he couldn't see well. He was standing to the back of the room. The only thing Naruto could tell for sure was that he was big. "How is he? I hope I didn't do any permanent damage. Tsunade Dono would be highly upset if I caused serious injury to her ninja in a spar, albeit a serious one," said. "What do you mean a spar? You said it was a fight and I had to win, or Yugi-chan would have to stay here," Naruto said, shocking the others in the room. Naruto, having had enough of the blurry vision and headache, opted to use Senjutsu to bring him back to alertness. "Oh, how are you awake?" The medic stammered in shock. A2 was taken aback by this. Naruto had been hit by him with his lightning armor at full power. Nobody had ever woken up from a hit from that in under a day, but Naruto had awoken in just a few hours. "Well, I heal fast, and then Senjutsu heals me even faster," Naruto said flatly. He had yet to take his eyes off A, who seemed to have gotten over his shock and began chuckling. "Ah, the fight. Well, I think you will find Namikaze-san, that I said you needed to impress me, not beat me," said brightly. Both Naruto and Yugito looked up at this, hope suddenly filling their faces. "In truth, I was going to let her go anyway, but you had upset me. I asked for a spar when you first arrived and you never came to collect," said. Naruto was literally beaming now, his smile was so wide. "Than's you're not a bad man after all," Naruto grinned. "But why didn't you just ask for one before we left? Why did you need to threaten me with not being able to save Yugi-chan from the council?" Naruto asked. A thought about that for a moment before he gave a deep chuckle. "Well, let's see, I wanted to fight you at your best, and the best way to do that was to give you something to fight for. And you did remarkably well, I must say. If Yugito-chan was not in danger or I was not threatening your relationship with her, do you think you would have figured out a way to combat my armor? And I would appreciate if you kept that technique to yourself," said, finishing with a small glare. "Oh, don't worry about that. To be able to use it, you need to be able to coat Fuuten chakra with Senjutsu and extend it out from the body. Only people who can use it are me and Jiraiya sensei," Naruto said, deciding he could now no longer call the elder Toad Sage Erozenin after what he and Yugito had been doing. "So everything you said was to just make me fight better? Thanks, I guess. But what about what you said about us being in a relationship?" Naruto said. In truth, he would love to have the Raikage's blessing, but if not, he wouldn't care as long as they were together. "Now why would I have an issue with someone who genuinely cares about Yugito-chan? She has had it tough all her life and she doesn't need me making it worse. Who knows, maybe down the line we will have a political marriage to celebrate," said with a smile. At this point Yugito lost it, overcome with joy at not only being allowed to go with Naruto but had the Raikage's blessing as well. She could not stop herself from hugging A and crying multiple thank yous as loud as she could. "Okay, now I want you two to stay in Kumo for a few more days while I fix up the paperwork for Yugito to be transferred as a permanent envoy in Konoha. There won't be any problems with getting Tsunade to sign that, will there?" asked. "Nope, there's no way Ba-chan wouldn't sign. They're good friends," Naruto said confidently. He had discovered their unusual friendship in several of the letters Yugito had sent him that had requests from Tsunade. This had been what prompted him to start writing to Tsunade as well. He had been banned from telling the Hokage what he was doing in the event the wrong people found out more than they needed to know. This didn't deter Naruto, and he had begun writing her small messages, like asking how the village was doing and how she was. I just shook his head at this. The fact Naruto would call Tsunade Senju, Ba-chan, was unbelievable, but at the same time so was almost everything about the young sage. "Very well, but you two don't go getting married or having children just yet. I can't take the paperwork as it is, and an inter-village marriage is a lot of paperwork," the Raikage said as Naruto and Yugito both gave a full-blown blush. After enjoying the Jinchuriki's embarrassment for a while, they left, dragging the doctor out of the room with him. Said doctor seemed to be fascinated with Naruto, and had been poking and prodding him the entire time they talked. Naruto and Yugito didn't say anything, they just looked at each other before Yugito ran over to the bed and jumped on top of him, pulling Naruto into a hug and light kiss. I can't believe he is letting me go. I thought for sure he would say I have to stay because I hold Nibi, Yugito said after the quick embrace. She was still laying on the hospital bed that Naruto was in but no longer right on top of him. So we have a couple of days before we leave. Is there anything you want to do? Would you like me to help you pack the Kyuubi? Jinchuriki asked. Well, I want to say goodbye to B and his team, even though they have been massively overstepping their boundaries with you, she said before mumbling something not at all nice about Samui and Karo. Then there is Dorai and she, they were always nice to me. Apart from that there is A, but we will have to see him when we leave. As for help, no, I don't think you will be helping me, you're going to be doing it all, she said, teasing him at the end. Oh come on Yugi-chan, there is way too much of it, can't you help a little? Naruto fake whined before giving her a light peck on the lips. I suppose I could help, but I'm not as good with seals as you. I mean, what I can seal in 20 you can do in 1, she said, stealing another kiss before getting off the bed. Well, I guess I can't stay here all day, Naruto said, getting out of his bed and getting dressed before walking with Yugito out into the afternoon sun. Sealing cave. The giant form of Sanbi was slowly fading from view as the remaining members of the Akatsuki stood around focusing their chakra on the ceiling. Damn it. Why is this taking so long? This Baijuu doesn't even have a seal, Kisame said angrily. There are 3 less of us now. We may have the ring for Sasori which we gave to Tobi, but Kakuzu's body was retrieved by a team of Kumo ninja and Hidan. Well, he has nothing but particles waiting for what energy he has gathered via that seal of his to fade before he dies, along with Orochimaru still in possession of his. We are down 3 rings that are needed for the sealing, Itachi said. Well, why isn't Zetsu here helping? He already located our targets in Iwa, so where is he now? Kisame asked. I sent him to go to Kumo to check on the Nibi and Kyuubi to make sure they haven't moved, although it would be unwise to move on Kyuubi right now. We can't have him escaping us and disappearing again, Pain said. It was at this moment that the plant-like figure of Zetsu appeared. We bring news, leader Sama, Black Zetsu said. What is it, Zetsu? And now you are here, you can help with the sealing, Pain said. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the Raikage had a spar, and boy it was a good one. That Namikaze is one tough character. The Raikage needed to use his lightning armor at full power to win, Zetsu said. So not only has he defeated and killed 3 members of our group, he was able to hold his own, well, for the most part, against the main reason why we can't target Hachibi until it's safe and he goes to his valley he uses to train. This kid is a real pest, Kisame said. Indeed, we will wait until we have captured all of the others, then we will target the Kyuubi together. Zetsu, any other information we should know about? Pain said. No, leader Sama, we left Kumo right after the fight, Zetsu said. The rest of the sealing went smoothly and the members of the Akatsuki faded from the cave soon after Sanbi was sealed and a new eye opened on the statue. Konoha later that day. Tsunade was sitting at her desk happy in the knowledge she had just finished her paperwork for the day. She was soon interrupted by Shizune. The dark-haired medic and assistant came running in with a small stack of papers. Why does the paperwork never end? Tsunade thought as she had to suppress the urge to use one of her few fire jutsu to burn the papers in her assistant's arm. Tsunade-sama, urgent forms from Kumo for you to look over, Shizune said. Kumo? Oh fuck me, this just has Naruto written all over it. You better hand me the forms so I can see what he did. Tsunade sighed. She had a feeling something like this would happen as soon as Tenzo had returned with Asuma. Reading the paper, her eyes had been growing wider and wider, before a small smile crossed her face. My Naruto, what have you been doing? I wonder if they even know what is in this agreement. Guess I will just have to wait and see. Shizune, return this as soon as you can. This is only a first stage arrangement and needs to be ironed out, Tsunade said, making several notes on the bottom of the page before adding her signature and handing it to her student and friend. Tsunade-sama, was it something to do with Naruto-kun? Shizune asked. Indirectly, yes. It seems he has convinced Yugito-chan to become a permanent envoy working with Konoha teams. We still have to work out what missions I can send her on, as he only made it clear she was to be on the Gaki's team for missions outside the village. There was also other proposals dealing with the Akatsuki and other issues, but nothing all that important, Tsunade said happily. Shizune gave a small nod, seemingly satisfied with Tsunade's answer, and left to return the forms to the Raikage via the same Kumo eagle that had delivered them. Elsewhere in Konoha, Jiraiya was currently sitting with Kakashi in a small cafe. The pair were mostly talking about the perverted Sanin's books and his last novel based on his latest pupil. Moving on from the fictional version, their conversation finally settled on Naruto. When I worked with him at Tenchi Bridge, I couldn't help but think that he looks just like his father, Kakashi said with a smile. Yeah, they are just the same, in more ways than just looks though. When Naruto is serious or working on his seals, he analyzes everything just like Minato. But when he is just relaxing, has so much like his mother, it's scary. The same smile and round face, Jiraiya said. I'm going to have to get to know him better once he gets back, maybe help him learn a new jutsu. I know he has a large supply of Fuuten jutsu, but what's his second element, the copy ninja questioned. Don't know, to tell the truth, we haven't tested it. We just worked on mastering Sage Mode, Fuin Jutsu, Taijutsu, and Fuuten. We also spent a small amount of time working on Kyuubi's chakra, but we did not have much success. He can use up to 3 tails, but his anger gets to him too easily when he's using it, and it does not take long to set him off, Jiraiya said, giving Kakashi a basic rundown on Naruto's training. Still, he is quite impressive. He had Orochimaru on the ropes. He even shattered Kusanagi. Kakashi said, how is that even possible? That blade is supposed to be unbreakable. I don't know, Jiraiya admitted. How did it happen? If you can tell me, I might have a theory. I only arrived at the end of the fight, but when I got there, Naruto was pinned to the ground and holding the sword away from his chest with both hands. After a few moments, he let go with one of his hands and smashed it straight through the sword like it was nothing, Kakashi said, still finding it hard to believe that Naruto had once again done the unthinkable. That is weird. The only thing I can think of is he charged the sword with Senjutsu to make it brittle, the same way people who fail to control it turn into frogs and then to stone. If the same principle is used, the sword of Kusanagi, which is chakra conductive, he may have used it to channel his Senjutsu, overloading it, making it brittle and able to break, the old hermit theorized. Well, he always was unpredictable. Even back in the academy, would have been great to have him as a full-time student. Kakashi sighed and gave Jiraiya a small glare, knowing he had been the reason his request for Naruto and his Jinan team was declined. Why don't you teach him his second element? Kami knows the kid could use some variety in his jutsu despite how versatile he is with it, Jiraiya said, offering the copycat the chance to work with his sensei's son. Thanks, Jiraiya-sama, I would like that. Think I might get a spar out of him as well. I'm without a doubt sure he has surpassed me already, but I would still like to know for sure where I stand against him, Kakashi said with another eye smile. So I am curious, as his godfather, has he received any marriage proposals? Yes, since he has been unveiled as Minato-sensei's son. God, don't even talk to me about it. Every semi-noble civilian family in the Land of Fire has sent me letters, even some from Suna. I wouldn't even consider accepting any of them, although some of the photos they sent were good for research, Jiraiya said, finishing with a lecherous grin and producing a handful of small photos, most of them of ladies in lingerie and provocative poses. Jiraiya and Kakashi sat there for the next few hours, admiring and silently wondering why any woman in Konoha would send these sorts of pictures to the guardian of Naruto, especially when it was commonly known that Jiraiya was a self-proclaimed super pervert. Kumo that night. Yugito awoke in confusion. Her favorite pillow had been replaced with an ordinary pillow, and he was nowhere to be found in her now half-empty apartment. Where have you gone, Naru-kun? She thought as she lazily put on a nightgown and have a small look around the block. Yugito didn't get far before she felt a large but familiar chakra spike. That was Naru-kun's chakra signature. What is he doing at a training ground this late at night, she thought as she ran off in the direction of her lover's chakra. Arriving at the training ground, Yugito saw hundreds of Naruto clones all focusing on various skills while what must have been the real Naruto was struggling to do stand. So this is his secret, came a voice from behind the shocked Yugito. Spinning around, she came face to face with the Reikage. "Sama, what are you doing here?" she asked. "A large chakra spike of that level in my village this late at night. I'm not the only one who is here," said, directing Yugito's attention to several Anbu and Jonin standing around just watching his training. "I see, but why is he having so much trouble just moving around?" Yugito asked. "His loss to me today must have gotten to him, and he has now upped his weights to greater levels, even to the extent that he can hardly stand," said, looking down at the young Konoha ninja. "The clones confuse me though. What is the point of them?" "I know, Sama, it's the Shadow Clone's special ability, and the reason it is a guarded technique of Konoha. The Kagebushin no Jutsu allows for experience gained by the clone to be learned by the user," she informed the Reikage, who went wide-eyed at this. "Naruto is the only person who can use this type of training because the clones gather fatigue as well, and that transfers to the user. If they were to receive all that information and fatigue without something to help in processing it like Kyuubi, he would surely die," she said. "The kid is a genius. He could effectively train for effectively a year in one day if he used enough, but judging by the way he is the only one training his body, they don't help muscle mass," said knowingly. They sat and watched for a while longer until Naruto seemed to lessen his weights and dispelling his clones. Naruto sat gathering Sage Mode, not wanting to use his seals. Standing up in Sage Mode, he created 2 cloned and began gathering chakra in his hand. "What's he doing?" I asked, looking intently at the boy in the clearing. A large bell screech rung out as a large form of a jutsu nobody that was observing had ever seen. "What is that?" "So much power," Yugito said in awe, looking at the spiraling ball of wind chakra with 4 blades extending from the sides. Their shock didn't end there when he threw it. He yelled in shock. If Naruto didn't know they were there before, he sure would have now. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken flew forward, slamming into a large boulder before expanding. When the immense show of power died down, there was no longer a boulder but a crater. Everything in the blast zone had been vaporized. You know, it's really hard to pretend you're not watching if you are yelling out like that, Naruto said in a calm manner. Seeing this, Jutsu had been more than intrigued and arrived in the clearing next to the blonde. That, Jutsu, what was it? Asked. It was not an order, just a curious question from someone who respected powerful Jutsu, and that was the strongest he had seen, ever. It even trumped Kumo's treasured Kirin. That was one of the completed forms of the Rasengan. I call it the Fuuten. Rasen Shuriken, Naruto said calmly. He was not surprised by the arrival of the Raikage. Why did you not use this during our duel? Asked. Well, other than the obvious ones of me not being able to hit you with it or even form it properly with your speed. If I missed, I would have hit the crowd, and I didn't want to kill anybody. I don't like killing when I can avoid it. It's the same reason I didn't use any of Kyuubi's chakra that raises my speed quite a bit, you know, Naruto said with a small smile. Maybe, but you are still far too early to challenge me, I joked. Just you wait, old man. I will become strong and fast enough to beat you soon enough, Naruto said with a smile. I better get back to my hotel room. Don't you mean Yugito? Chanza said knowingly. That obvious, huh? Naruto said with a sweat drop. Well, that and the fact she was out in a dressing gown looking for you before she came here. I saw her on my way over, I said. She's still up on the hill watching. I better go, don't want to make her more mad than she already is, the blonde said before slowly walking in the direction Yugito was currently in. Arriving next to Yugito, the Konoha ninja could tell she was not amused. Hi Yugi-chan, nice night isn't it? Don't give me that. Why are you out here this late at night training, she said, giving Naruto a small glare. Well, I realized I still need to be much stronger than I am now if I'm going to be able to protect all the people who are precious to me. Getting beaten so badly today showed me there was still so much I could still do to become stronger, and if I lost you because I was too weak, I couldn't live with myself, Naruto said honestly. Despite the fact that everything turned out all right in the end, Naruto was depressed that the Raikage had been able to defeat him with no trouble at all once he went to full power. Hey, don't feel too bad, Naru-kun. I have never seen anybody fight with A-sama like that before except for B, and he has full control over his Baijuo, Yugito said, hopeful that Naruto would feel better about his loss if she put it into perspective. I guess so, but that doesn't mean I will stop trying to improve and beat him eventually, Naruto said, determined to win the next time the two had a spar. I'm sure you will, but no more training in the middle of the night. You're required to be my pillow during those hours and it is non-negotiable, Yugito said. Alright, we better get some sleep anyway. We have to finish your packing tomorrow so we can leave first thing the day after, Naruto said and wrapped his arm around his girlfriend before disappearing in a small tornado sunshine. 2 days later. Naruto and Yugito were walking with the Raikage towards the gates of Kumo. Yugito had said her goodbyes the day before. She left Naruto to seal the remaining belongings that she was taking with her into his scrolls. When they got to the gate, they found B and his team there waiting for them. B was the first one to break the silence in his usual flamboyant manner. See ya, Yogi, to go show Konoha how we roll, causing A to smack his brother upside his head. Ah yeah, thanks Kirabai. I'll do my best, she said, trying to avoid jumping for joy at the fact she would not have to put up with the constant rapping soon. Samui then came up and gave a hug to her friend. Make sure you send us letters while you're gone. I would hate to think you forgot about us. Not a chance, Samui-chan. I could never forget about you, but right now it's just not safe for me to be here, Yugito said, returning the hug. PFFT maybe, but you wouldn't even consider leaving if it wasn't for your boyfriend over there, Samui said before playfully teasing Yugito about some of the things she would do to Naruto, aggravating the Nibi Jinchuriki. They said some final farewells and slowly began heading off down the road to Konoha, walking hand in hand. Chapter 30, Living in Konoha. 2 days after leaving Kumo, Naruto and Yugito came upon the familiar sight of the main gates of Konoha. Hey Yugito, wanna make a bet? I guarantee that 2 Chunin named Izumo and Kotetsu are on guard duty at the gate, Naruto said with a smirk. No, I don't think I will take that bet. I have been here quite a lot over the last 3 years after all. I met Konoha's eternal gate guards, Yugito said with a smirk of her own. I am curious though as to what you hope to get out of the deal. Well, I was going to say winner picks where we eat tonight and I don't have to do all the work when unpacking your stuff in your new apartment, he said with a slight mock pout. New apartment? What's the point of that, Yugito said. Well, my place is way too small for more than one person. It's not that I don't want to live with you, I would like nothing more, Yugi-chan, Naruto reasoned. Then we will find a new place big enough for both of us, she demanded as they came into view of the guards who had just stopped playing cards to see the new arrivals. Well, look who it is, Izumo said with a smile as Naruto and Yugito walked up to hand over Yugito's passport. You come back to the village for about a day, then they tell us you're Yondaime-sama's son, then you just go off to Kumo for a few weeks, Kotetsu said conversationally. And you didn't even prank anyone. He finished, wiping a fake tear from his eye. Hey, sorry guys, a mission's a mission after all, gotta do what Ba-chan tells me to, Naruto said cheerfully. Yeah, well, just hope you know what you're getting yourself into. There have been rumors about a Naruto Namikaze girls only fan club, Izumo said, and broke into a small laugh when he saw the looks on the two blondes' faces. Naruto was horrified. He had the displeasure of meeting several fangirls before he left Akumo, but now to find out in the small time he had been away from the village again after his heritage was announced that there was a fan club was scary, especially when he remembered how bad fangirls could be, using Sakura as a prime example. Yugito kept her face calm, but on the inside she was calling out for blood, damn it. First Samui-chan and Karo-chan, now fangirls, why can't they leave Naruto-kun alone? He's mine. You will just have to show them who is the dominate female kitten, make sure they know that he is yours and yours alone, make out with him in front of them and they will get the idea that he has taken, Nibi suggested. Normally Nibi would have said to do far more than just make out, but for once decided that it would be acceptable to downplay the perverseness and help her contain her at least this once. That's a good idea, or I could burn them to a crisp with a katten. Only person in this town that could say that they had any real feelings for Naruto-kun is Hinata, and she is at least honorable enough to not interfere with our relationship, Yugito mentally raged. Well, that is an option, but you could get into trouble from the slug lady. Wouldn't be good to go around torching people in her city. Best just make it so obvious that the fox is yours they give up, Nibi replied calmly. Back in reality, Naruto and the gate guards were just staring at Yugito questioningly. She hadn't moved from her spot in 5 minutes and had the same smile she had put on when arrived. Is there something wrong with her? Kotetsu asked. Yugi-chan, are you alright? I think she's broken, Naruto said, waving his hand in front of her face, getting no response. It was another 30 seconds before Yugito came back to the real world and blushed furiously in embarrassment. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Obviously, come on, we have to go see Ba-chan before we can go looking for a place to live, Naruto said and began to walk in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was sitting at her desk sorting the page after page of marriage proposals. Both her and Jiraiya had been receiving them constantly for the last few weeks, ever since it became common knowledge Naruto was Minato Namikaze's son. Kami, what the hell are some of these people thinking? And half of these people are from families that wanted him banished and made a missing ninja with a kill on sight order when he left with Jiraiya, and if I see one more naked photo I will burn the lot of these and not bother replying, she thought as she took a swig from her bottle of sake. Hello, Ba-chan. Tsunade spat out a mouthful of her favorite alcohol at the fright she received before turning to glare at the young sage who was sitting casually on the windowsill. Gaki, how many times have I told you not call me that? Tsunade spat. Don't know, I kind of lost count before you became Hokage, Naruto replied in a conversational manner. You're a pain in the ass, you know that, Gaki. Look at these, Tsunade said, pointing at a large stack of papers that now had a light sprinkling of sake all over them. What are they? Naruto said just before a knock on the door. Oh, that would be Yugi-chan, she said. We needed to come in the right way. Walking over to the door, Naruto let Yugito in, who gave Tsunade a small bow. Well, it's good to see at least one of you knows how to show some respect, Tsunade said with a smirk. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I take it you have been informed of my arrival, Yugito said. Yes, of course, Yugito. You are to be working with Naruto at all times when outside the village, and we'll have either Jiraiya or Kakashi Hatake as team leader. Now I was just in the middle of giving Naruto some information you might find interesting as well, Tsunade said. Oh yeah, those papers, what are they? Naruto said, curious, as they did not look like the usual stacks of paperwork the Hokage had laying around her. These are marriage proposals, Gaki. They have been sending them to me all week, Tsunade said. You want to get married? Naruto questioned. They're not for me, they're for you, Tsunade said and gave a small smirk at seeing the reaction of the two Jinchuriki. They're what? I don't want to marry any of these people, I don't even know them. I'm not ready to be married, and definitely not to those people, Naruto yelled after getting over his shock. Yugito wasn't doing much better. She was shaking with rage and also scared that someone would take her, Naruto-kun. Relax, Gaki, I wasn't going to agree to any of them, but look at them all. I have to go through them and tell them no thanks. Jiraiya has even more as your legal guardian. Also, it seems every single Hyuga branch member that is single and female has sent me one. What are you, like some kind of Hyuga charmer? The Hokage said, enjoying the fact Naruto could not respond due to the amount he was spluttering. Yugito was the first to reply. Well, at least once you have replied to them all it will be done, so just tell them all to back off and let him live his own life and choose his own wife. She was trying desperately to keep the anger out of her voice and only failing slightly. My Yugito, I didn't take you for the jealous type, Tsunade teased. I'm not. Why would I? Hess my boyfriend, and I will not let him be taken by these pushy people that don't even care for Naru-kun. They just want to marry him for his name, she said, leaking a small amount of killer intent. That's exactly why I am saying no to everyone. I would have at least talked to the Gaki about them otherwise. Anyway, on to another topic. We will find you a small one-bedroom apartment in the Shinobi district and you can move in this afternoon, Tsunade said. Ba-chan, Yugi-chan and I want to live together, so we would like to find a large apartment for us both. Mine is too small anyway, Naruto said, thankful the topic had changed. Well, Gaki. Moving in with her already came the voice of Jiraiya from the same window Naruto entered from. I really need to start closing my windows, Tsunade sighed before turning to the elderly toad sage. Jiraiya, what do you want? What, I can't just come to see you, Haim. I'm hurt, Jiraiya teased before dodging a large medical book and falling into the room. What's up, Jiraiya-sensei? I thought you would be at a hot spring somewhere peeking on the women, Naruto said. Hey, would you look at that, I'm Jiraiya-sensei again. Anyway, I came to tell you that I will be out of the village to check on my spy network, and while I am gone Kakashi will be training you. And as for the hot springs, thanks to you I don't need to go to them for a while. Some of the photos and the wedding proposals you have been getting are better than any trip to do research, Jiraiya said proudly. For Kami's sake, you better not be accepting any of them, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said irritated. That's weird, I thought he would have called me Erozenin for sure that time, Jiraiya thought before shaking the thought off. Anyway, we have several 2-bedroom apartments, a small 3-bedroom. But she was cut off by Yugito. 1 bedroom is all we will need, it just has to be large. So that's it, huh? He won't call me Erozenin because he has discovered the joys of women. He's no longer a Gaki, Jiraiya thought as a lecherous grin spread across his face. Oh Naruto, you have become a man. I'm so proud of you, he fake cried pretending to wipe tears from his eyes. Why did you have to say that in front of him, Yugi-chan? Naruto moaned, pointing to Jiraiya who was performing some sort of pre-rehearsed victory dance complete with confetti and a large sign that read, "Congratulations Naruto, you are now a man," in big bold letters. Tsunade was just in shock. She had received word from the Raikage that they were in a serious relationship, but she didn't think they were this serious. Well, I have a large 1-bedroom place that you can easily afford. You can move immediately if you want to, the Hokage said, still in shock that they were sharing a bed and would be doing it every night. Thanks, Ba-chan, that would be great. Just give us the directions and we will go get settled in, Naruto said. Tsunade gave Naruto a small piece of paper with the address on it and they left before Jiraiya could begin expressing how proud he was of Naruto again. Which was a shame because the kabuki dance piece he orchestrated was a rather charming number. But alas, as was so often the case for the old toad hermit, Tsunade's way of showing affection was with her fist. Naruto and Yugito began slowly walking to their new apartment when they noticed that the glares had followed Yugito to Konoha. This seems familiar to our first date in Kumo, Yugito sighed, remembering how Naruto had put an end to it by blasting a man with enough killer intent to turn Sasuke straight in fear of all men. Don't worry about them, Yugi-chan, they are just jealous fangirls, Naruto said, and on second glance Yugito found that he was right. All of the glares directed at her were from women civilians mostly, but there were a few young Jinan that hadn't grown out of their fangirl tendencies yet. Truth was, more than half the single kunoichi wanted to have a crack at Naruto but would not let themselves be brought down to the level of the common fangirl, as it would give other kunoichi a bad name. Yugito looked around and saw the quantity of their followers, decided to play a little game she liked to call Poke the Bear, a simply smashing game where she would find out how long it took for the ravenous fangirls to attack if she showed open affection for Naruto in public. First she tested the waters with the affectionate nickname, "How much further is it, Naru-kun?" She pouted sweetly, loud enough for anybody who was focusing their attention on the couple to hear. "Not far, it's about 3 blocks over from my old place," Naruto said, confused as to why she even asked, as she knew where the place was when he showed her the address. The effect the nickname had was to intensify the glares directed at them. Some of the girls who had not really cared they were walking together and had been openly humping the spiky-haired Jinchuriki had then decided she was a threat and changed the focus onto her. Deciding she hadn't had enough, it was time for round 2. Yugito wrapped her arm around the closest of Naruto's and held it firmly into the valley between her breasts. Once again the effect was instantaneous. Loud whispering erupted from the street. "Look at that slut, who does she think she is doing that to Namikaze-sama?" one clearly jealous woman said. "I know, look at her walking along without a care in the world, arm in arm with Naruto-kun. That should be me," another said, who was far less concerned about showing how jealous she was. Most of the whispering was not that in depth, however, as more often than not all it came to was whore. Or in the more sophisticated cases, that whore. Yugito decided they were close but needed one final push. Stopping dead in her tracks, her arms still wrapped tightly around Naruto's own, which caused him to spin around and face her so close that they were almost touching. "Hey Yugi-chan, what the hell?" Naruto was cut off before he could finish as Yugito slammed her lips onto his passionately. Naruto responded by wrapping his free arm around her waist and pulling her closer, completely forgetting that they were currently in the middle of a busy intersection in the center of Konoha. "That's my girl, kitten, just like I told you. Now grab his package and take him," Nibi said, helping. Yugito had gone out the window the moment she decided to taunt the other girls. Now Nibi just wanted some action. "Nibi. I will not do that in public," Yugito declared. "This is just to see how the fangirls here will react, and to show them all that he is mine." Naruto and Yugito finally came apart, and the Nibi Jinchuriki gave a quick look around and saw looks of complete rage and jealousy on the faces of the other females. Poor Naruto was still lost in his own little world and had yet to open his eyes. Yugito leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Naruto?" "Yeah?" He replied contently. He still hadn't opened his eyes. "We kinda need to run," she said, grabbing his hand. This statement caused Naruto to return to full awareness, and he saw the looks the other women were giving them. "Oh shit," he said loudly, and they turned their hungry gaze onto him. Naruto felt like a pair of highly expensive shoes in the discount bin during a massive store sale. He was the prize they went to the store for, and all the women had just seen the shoes they wanted being held by the poor girl who saw them first, in this case Yugito. "Oh fuck me, Yugi-chan. Run," he yelled, and the pair bolted with the horde of evil fangirls screaming before beginning their pursuit. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Jiraiya were enjoying her bottle of sake together when they heard loud screams of women followed by what sounded like a stampede. "What the hell was that? There are no shoe sales on today as far as I know," Tsunade said, going to the window looking out over her city to check if anything had been destroyed yet. "Hey, it's probably a sale on Gakis," and a certain blonde from Kumo picked out the best pair. Jiraiya chuckled before getting out a pen and his trusty notepad and began taking notes. Back with Naruto and Yugito, the pair were still running through the streets when the kunoichi had a sudden realization. "We're ninja," she said, stopping mid-step. Naruto came to a halt with her and almost fell. "Yeah, so? Why are we running?" Yugito said. Oh I know, it's because we are being chased by rabid fangirls," wondering what Yugito was talking about. "Yes, but why not just shunshine away from them?" the kunoichi said. Naruto, who had still been in mid-step this time, fell over anime-style. "Kami, how did we not think of that sooner?" Naruto sighed exasperatedly as the horde grew closer. Just as the closest of the women was about to grab Naruto, both Yugito and said blonde disappeared in a shunshine. Arriving on the block of their new apartment, Naruto instinctively scouted the area for possible threats before slowly heading up the road and into their building. "Well, that was the first time I have been chased around Konoha since the day before I graduated, when I painted the Hokage monument in the middle of the day, full in the open," Naruto said with a small amount of pride. "How the hell did you manage to do that?" Yugito asked, unbelieving that anyone could do such a thing. "It's easy to go unnoticed when nobody wants you to exist," Naruto said sadly. "I wish I could tell you I don't know what you mean," Yugito said, having had a similar childhood. "Well, let's start getting you unpacked. Most of my stuff is still packed up in scrolls at my old place. I was only back in Konoha for a day when I left for Kumo, so I didn't get much done, although I'm glad that I didn't now, though makes this much easier," Naruto said as he took out his storage seals and handed them to Yugito. The rest of the day the couple spent unpacking and getting settled. Naruto wasted little time setting up seals to keep unwanted people out and privacy seals that would prevent people from looking in or hearing what was going on. Naruto had linked them up to a simple switch seal that could be turned on and off easily by just adding chakra to different parts of the seal. It was getting late and Naruto realized that they had no food in the house, so they decided to go out for dinner. Naruto had eagerly dragged Yugito to Ichiraku Ramen soon after. At Ichiraku's, "Hey old man, 2 lots of the usual," Naruto called out, seeing his favorite chef in the world who gave him a friendly wave. Naruto quickly paid in advance before turning to the old chef's daughter. "Hi Ayame Nichan, I'm starving, so I hope you're ready for a big meal." "Oh hi Naruto-kun, where have you been? Haven't seen you since the day before they told the council about your parents. You have quite the fan club now, I hear," as well, Ayame teased. "Yeah, I have been on a mission in Kumo. It was great, and because of it Yugi-chan is living here now," Naruto said with a smile. Ayame raised her eyebrows at this. "So you live here in Konoha now, Yugito-san?" Ayame asked. She had gotten to know the Kumo Jinchuriki during her time she spent in Konoha over the years that Naruto had been gone. "Yes, I'm here on an indefinite mission to work with Konoha's shinobi at least until the Akatsuki are dealt with, so I am now living here with Naru-kun," Yugito said proudly. "There are going to be a lot of upset members of the Naruto fan club if this gets out, you know," Ayame laughed, causing both Naruto and Yugito to grumble about unwanted attention. Pucci came out with several large bowls of ramen and placing them in front of the hungry pair of Jinchuriki. They ate and talked with the Ichirakus for several hours before finally deciding to head home. "Well, there is only one more thing we need to do today," Naruto sighed in relief. "What's that?" Yugito asked. Break the new bed, and he whispered seductively, nibbling on her earlobe. Oh yes, that is most important, she replied before pulling Naruto in a kiss which they didn't break as Naruto picked her up bridal style and vanished via sunshine. Chapter 31, To be a Sensei. Chunin exams were fast approaching, being held in Konoha the following month for the first time since the invasion 3 years ago. This explained why Konohamaru and his team were currently upset so early in the morning. Stupid Ebisu-sensei, thinks we aren't ready, he has to let me compete, how else will I catch up to that rival of mine, Konohamaru said, brooding about the fact that Naruto was a Chunin only 6 months after graduating. He just doesn't think we're ready yet, as a Jonin he would know best. It is disappointing though, Udon said, trying to calm his overeager friend. Yes, Konohamaru, you might think you're ready, but the Chunin exams are supposed to be really dangerous and Ebisu-sensei is just looking out for us, Moigi reasoned. Yeah, but he said he would enter us if we prove ourselves ready, and he gave us a month to do it, so let's get to training, and I know the perfect sensei to help us, the young monkey said, plodding away into the exams. He would not give up until they were over. Let's go guys, time to hunt us a sensei. Udon and Mogai shrugged in confusion but followed after their fearless leader. Elsewhere in Konoha, Kakashi had knocked on the door to Naruto's apartment so he could begin his training. But he had been shocked to find it completely empty. Worried by this development, the infamous copy ninja decided to head straight for the Hokage to find out if she knew where he was. Tsunade was sitting in her office relaxing, but like so many other times in the past few weeks, whenever the busty Hokage had time to relax, she was interrupted, mostly due to the antics of her favorite blonde Chunin. Just as the Hokage decided it was such a nice morning she would take a nap, her door busted open and in came a worried-looking Kakashi. What the hell, Kakashi, she yelled, not wanting to give away just how big a fright he gave her when he charged into the room. Hokage-sama, Naruto is missing, he said urgently. What? This time her anger was real. If the Akatsuki somehow took him last night, she would tear the whole land of fire and any of her allies' countries to pieces trying to find him. I was just at his apartment and it's completely empty. It's like he packed up and left. Kakashi spoke quickly so they could set up a search party. Tsunade relaxed immediately. Don't worry about it, she said offhandedly. What do you mean don't worry about it? Naruto is missing, surely we should set up a search party at least, Kakashi said, even more frantic now as it seemed to him that the Hokage didn't care that his sensei's son was missing. I said don't worry about it because he moved to a new place. Here'll give you the address, she said before taking out some paper and handing it to Kakashi. The copy ninja took the piece of paper and blushed in embarrassment. Thank you, Hokage-sama, and I'm sorry to disturb your nap, he said quickly before leaving the office before Tsunade could reply. Iwa. In a large office, a small man with a large off-color nose several times too large for his face was fighting the very same foe that all kage must face, paperwork. I have fought in 3 shinobi wars but I can't find a way to get rid of this. Kami, I bet that old monkey knew a way. Every time I saw him or went to Konoha he was so damn relaxed, Oonoki sighed. The door opened suddenly and a young girl with dark brown hair ran in holding a book. Kurotsuchi, what are you doing here? I thought you were out on a mission, that Tsuchikage asked, bewildered by his granddaughter's sudden appearance. Sorry Oji-san, but we were ambushed by several unknown ninja. We couldn't make it to where the host Freen B was living in time and now he is missing. Looks like there was a big fight though, the girl said, panting. Don't worry about it, he always does this to avoid work. I will have to set up a larger search party to find him again. Ever since he ran off to live in the wild, that damn Jinchuriki has been so hard to find, always moving around. Now tell me, what is that book? It looks like a bingo book from Otto, Oonoki said, eyeing the book suspiciously. Yes it is. In the group that ambushed us there were bingo books from every nation, Iwa included, Kurotsuchi said eagerly. Then why would you take the Otto one and not all the others as well? It's not like we can't get them if we just ask anyway, the vertically challenged Tsuchikage said. Because of this, grandfather, she said, handing him the book, page 6, you're not going to believe it. Oonoki took the book and gave it a quick look over. It was brand new, their latest release, only a few days old. Slipping to page 6 he read the name on the top before blinking and going over it again. The book slowly fell from his fingers only to clatter onto the desk, open on the page with a picture of a blonde with spiky hair and blue eyes looking exactly like the worst nightmare of many ninja in Iwa. Slowly coming out of his shock he began to decipher the bingo book entry word for word. Name, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Age, 16. Status, Chunin of Konohagakure and apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin. Reward, 5 million ryo. Wanted, alive. Information on bounty, wanted by Otokage for questioning and is considered a danger to Otogakure. Skills, ninjutsu, high, genjutsu, has no talent for genjutsu due to large chakra capacity, kenjutsu, unknown, fuinjutsu, master level. Other information: high wind affinity and uses several S-ranked Fuuten jutsu. Uses restriction seals to mask his true strength and speed. Known master of the Rasengan, a jutsu created by the Yondaime Hokage, he has mastered it to such an extent he has created his own variants of the jutsu. Kyubi Jinchuriki. Uses an unknown form of chakra that does not come from the Baijuu. Finally, his chakra levels are so high they can only be compared to Kisame Hoshigaki, who has been called the tailless Baijuu. Rank S. Approach with caution. Oonoki was shocked. He just couldn't take in the fact that there was another Namikaze. It just has to be his son. Just look at the photo. I know, just like all of the pictures I have seen of him, I would say I was looking at the man himself, Kurotsuchi said. Looks like we are going to be sending some of our elite Shinan to Konoha for the Chunin exams instead of the weak teams we usually send. I want to see this Namikaze in person, Oonoki said. Surely you're not planning on harming him in his own village. We should wait until he is out on a mission then strike at him from the shadows, Kurotsuchi said. I don't plan on harming the boy at all. Minato was the reason we lost the war, not this boy. I want to see what type of person he is. If he's anything like his father, it would be nothing short of suicide to make enemies out of him, Oonoki said calmly. You can't be serious. This is the son of the Yellow Flash. We should send some shinobi and eliminate him and be done with his family for good, Kurotsuchi spat. And that is why you are still a Chunin and not a Jonin. Think, if we were to attempt an assassination on this boy, we would be at war by the end of the week. Konoha also has 4 S-ranked ninja with the Sanin, the Namikaze and that old war hawk Dansu, and they also have far more high A rank than we do. A war with Konoha would be like handing that slug queen an open invitation to destroy Iwa, and she has the help of Suna as well, that Tsuchikage said. I can't believe this. We have a chance to get revenge and you do nothing, she said in shock. Revenge for what? We were in a war, and he fought. I met Minato and I can tell you he did not kill when he could avoid it, but he loved his village just as we do and would protect it with his life. That does not sound like a bad man, that sounds like an honorable man. Even if I hated him more than anything else, I still respected him, and I will not harm his son unless I am forced to, the Tsuchikage snapped. Kurotsuchi just shook her head and stormed out of the room. Konoha. Kakashi had just left Tsunade's office and was walking towards Naruto's new apartment when he saw a curious sight. Walking in the opposite direction, head slumped and crying slightly with a notepad in one hand and a pen in the other, was Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, what happened? Kakashi asked, wondering what could possibly upset one of the jolliest people he had ever met. Jiraiya didn't even look up, he just kept walking while sulking. I couldn't see anything, he cried out and just kept going, walking down the street aimlessly. Kakashi just shrugged it off, figuring they must have sealed off some of his favorite peeking holes at the hot springs. When Kakashi arrived at Naruto's new place, he had a quick look around. Strange, I can't hear anything coming from inside. Could he have gone out already? Kakashi said to himself as he slowly went to check a window only to find he couldn't see inside. What's this? Deciding to find out for sure if he was home or not, the copy ninja gave the door a quick knock, then waited. When there was no response, he knocked again, still nothing. One more time, then I give up, he thought, and began to pound on the door loudly. He waited several seconds and was just about to turn to leave when the door opened and there stood a very irritated Yugito wrapped in Naruto's jacket. Can I help you? She said in a way that made it very clear that she wanted the copy ninja to leave very soon before she got angry. Oh, hi Yugito-san, I was not expecting to see you here, Kakashi said, trying not to focus on the fact that despite Naruto's cloak she was wearing, she was in fact quite naked. And when that thought passed, he couldn't help but feel a little proud of Naruto for getting such a hot girlfriend. And why not? I live here, she said, obviously irritated. I was not aware you were living with Naruto. I'm sorry for waking you, but I was hoping that I could speak to Naruto about his training, Kakashi said calmly and friendly, hoping to lessen her rage. No, she replied flatly. What? Why not? The silver-haired ninja asked. He's busy, she said, and shut the door in the stunned Cyclops' face. Kakashi just stood there stunned and was about to bang on the door again in anger when he realized what she meant and collapsed into a fit of uncontrolled giggles. Well, that would explain why Jiraiya was so upset as well, seeing as you can't see into the apartment. Several hours later, Kakashi was standing in front of the memorial stone when he felt a chakra signature. He turned around just before Naruto arrived in the traditional leaf sunshine. Hey Kakashi-sensei, sorry about that this morning. If I had known it was you, I would have come out. Yugi-chan just said it was Jiraiya-sensei trying to peek again, Naruto confessed. Hey, that's alright Naruto, I would have stayed in bed if as well. She is a good one, Naruto, but next time could you answer the door? The only thing that stopped me from fainting from blood loss was my mask. Stop the bleeding, Kakashi joked. Stupid perverted sensei, he grumbled. So when are we going to get started? Can't wait to find out what my second affinity is. You need to have 2 to qualify for Jonin, don't you? The blonde asked curiously. Yes, it's a prerequisite to take the Jonin exams, but you don't need to have control of both, you just need to show you have sufficient control of your primary affinity so that a secondary has appeared. Now you know what this is, of course, Kakashi said, pulling out several familiar pieces of paper and handing one to Naruto. Yeah, chakra paper, how could I forget, Naruto said with a smile. Good, now I want you to channel your chakra into the paper but consciously hold back the Fuuten elements. This will stop the Fuuten from overloading the chakra of your second element, Kakashi said. So basically don't let any wind chakra into the paper so it won't just split, Naruto said, receiving a small eye smile and nod from the elder ninja. Exactly, you see, if you don't restrict the flow of your primary element only, that will show. The only time you get two elements on the same paper is if you have an active bloodline like Makuten the ninja with the gravity-defying hair said. Wasting no more time, Naruto began to pump his chakra into the card while restricting the flow of Fuuten. For a moment nothing happened before the water started dampen before turning to a soggy mush on the ground. So Suiten, right? That's good, it's more defensively focused and will work well with Fuuten, Naruto surmised. That's right, now your first objective is to soak a leaf with Suiten chakra, Kakashi said. Naruto created close to 1,000 clones and began attempting to soak the leaf. Most failed miserably on their first attempt while the others managed to cut the leaf in half. The real Naruto, who was watching with Kakashi, just shook his head. Don't cut the leaf, you idiots, he shouted. We didn't mean to. This shit is hard, the culprits replied while the others looked on smugly. They may not have gotten it right, but at least they were not being yelled at. It's alright, it's a common occurrence when somebody is learning their second element to subconsciously use the chakra of their first. To help with Suiten, imagine your chakra like it was a liquid trying to flow out of you and then contain the fluid into the shape that you want, Kakashi said. So flow and contain for Suiten and sharply and finely for Fuuten. Well, back to work, you heard the man, and the first one of you who gets it will be given a bowl of the ramen I get for lunch, Naruto said, causing all the clones to give a determined shout of joy and get to work. Are you really going to share your lunch with a clone? Kakashi asked curiously. Well, in my mind, yeah, I have every intention to do just that. The thing is, they always finish anything they learn at the same time, so whenever I use something like this as a motivator, they always end up fighting each other until there are no clones left for me to share with and I get it all to myself, Naruto said with a smile. The clones had been working for a few hours, Naruto dispelling large chunks every so often before reforming them to get back to work. Eventually, just as Naruto said, all the clones finished at the same time, began arguing, and subsequently began mass murdering each other as to which one of them would get to eat lunch, much to the amusement of Kakashi and the real Naruto. Meanwhile, with Yugito, the kunoichi with the slitted pupils was walking through the streets. She had offered to do the shopping for the week while Naruto went to train with the copy ninja. As she walked, she could see that some of the women seemed less interested in glaring at her now that Naruto wasn't around. That thought carried her until she saw someone she had surprisingly became good friends with 3 years ago. Hey Hinata-chan, she called out, running to greet the still Hyuga. Oh, hello Yugito-chan, when did you get back to the village? Hinata asked. Oh, just yesterday, came back with Naruto-kun, the blonde said. Hinata instantly became more interested. I didn't know Naruto-kun was back from his mission. I went to Tsunade-sama the day after he returned, but she said he had already left on a mission and was unsure when he would be back, she said sadly. Oh, so you haven't seen him yet? Well, if you weren't jealous before, you soon will be, Yugito said suggestively, causing Hinata to blush. I have heard he is very popular now. You are lucky to have someone as nice as him, but like I said before, I haven't given up yet, Hinata said. That's fair enough, but I don't plan on screwing this up. He's mine and I will not let him get away. As for the other girls, well, they can try to get him. But they won't. Did you know that every Hyuga branch member that is a single female that is anywhere near a respectable age for him has sent a letter to Tsunade asking for an arranged marriage, Yugito said. She had wondered about this. The main house was not big, only around 20 or 30 members and mostly old now, and of the 2 young females in the main house, Hinata liked Naruto. This seems normal enough until you factor in the 100 or so branch member females that also seem to like him. No, I didn't know that. Father allows the branch house members organize their own marriages and lets Hanabi and I choose as well, as long as he approves, Hinata said. So they all sent them in by themselves. Damn, Tsunade-sama must have been right. Naruto is like the Hyuga whisperer, Yugito laughed before another thought crossed her mind. Or maybe it is just they have all been peeking with those eyes of yours and know just how much of a man Naruto really is. Hinata blushed heavily at this. She had not used her Byakugan to check him out. She was too young back then to be thinking about that. But she had planned to now, and Yugito just called her on it. It's not possible. Naruto was only in the village for one D-day before he left again, and was nowhere near the Hyuga compound, the blue-haired kunoichi stuttered out. Oh, I just love how easy you are to fluster, Hinata-chan. Come on, let's go get some lunch and you can tell me all about what it's like on a team with a dog lecture. Kiba-kun is not that bad, he just is a little extreme at times, Hinata said, and the pair began to walk towards a nearby dengo hut that the pair knew sold both cinnamon buns and sushi. With Kakashi and Naruto. The copy ninja and the sage were currently standing on top of a river just down from the waterfall that Jiraiya loves so much. Naruto looked down in interest as small fish swam around beneath him. Okay, now for the hard part, Kakashi said. In truth, the copy ninja wasn't sure Naruto would find this that hard at all with all the clones he could make, and having seen Jutsu take care of his fatigue, the copy ninja could see him getting this down in a day. So what do I do? Stop the river with Suten Jutsu like I had to do to the waterfall with Fuuten? Naruto asked. No, nothing that extreme. You need to create a pillar of water. You will know you have mastered it when it is about 10 foot high and about a foot wide, he said, and moved out of the way while Naruto filled the river for as far as he could see with clones. Naruto got to work with his clones, completely expelling them all every hour while using Senjutsu to cope with the fatigue, and then repeating the process. It had been about 3 hours in when Naruto felt 3 chakra signatures approaching. Wonder what they want. Naruto left the river and walked in the direction of the chakra signatures, then gave a small grin when he felt them trying to hide so they could ambush him. You know, you guys really have gotten a lot better. 3 years ago you would have got me for sure, he called out. Konohamaru, Moigi and Udon came out of a tree with slight pouts on their faces. Ah, you found us. I would expect nothing less from my greatest rival, the young Sarutobi said. Hey, you guys stopped using the exploding powder, Naruto said, slightly disappointed. So what do you guys want, he asked. Boss, we were wondering if you could train us so we could convince Ebisu-sensei to let us into the Chunin exams, Moigi said. I'm kinda busy, but if you can pass a test I guess I could train you, and I have the perfect test for you. Actually, better yet. Naruto stopped to walk to the edge of the clearing. Hey Kakashi-sensei, he called out. Moments later the tall masked figure of Kakashi appeared in the clearing. Yo, he said, giving the Genin a wave. What's up, Naruto? You need something? He asked. Yeah, I want you to test these Genin with the bell test. Jiraiya-sensei told me about the bell test that was invented by the Nidaime, and I know it is the best way to judge how a team will work. I don't know how the test works, but I know my father gave it to your team so you would, Naruto said. Alright, I will test them if you want, but you saw what happened to the last team that passed my test, Kakashi said sorrowfully. Don't feel bad, Kakashi, you're a great sensei, and watching you explain this test will let me know how it's done so I can use it when I get my own Genin team one day, the blonde said. This raised Kakashi's spirits considerably and decided it was time to have some fun. Alright, the idea of this test is for each of you to get one of these bells, he said, producing 2 bells from his back pocket. But Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells, Moigi said. That's right, only 2 of you will pass and be trained by me, Naruto said, cutting off Kakashi, who was thankful that the reason was believable. What, but boss, that's not fair, Konohamaru yelled. Life isn't fair. Now if you will excuse me, I have to go check on my clones. They start slacking off if they're left unsupervised for long, the blonde said before casually heading back to the river, listening to Kakashi's explanation of how long they would have and the fact they needed to come at him with the intent to kill. When Kakashi yelled begin, all 3 sprang away into the trees. Well, they have got their stealth to around high Genin level. That's A+. Now let's see who acts first, the silver-haired Jonin thought before taking out his little orange book and looking away uninterestedly. Suddenly a kunai came flying out of the trees at the back of the lazy Jonin, who tilted his head to the side and it flew past him. Not bad, but could have waited longer and used more than one kunai. Then Konohamaru jumped out of the tree behind the copy ninja and ran at Kakashi, sending a flurry of punches and kicks which were easily dodged, but to the young Sarutobi's credit he did have to put his book down to do so. Kakashi quickly ducked under a swing from Konohamaru before running through some hand signs. Ninpyu, 1,000 years of death, Kakashi called out before sending Konohamaru flying by what could only be described as the enema from hell. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly when the Konohamaru that was currently airborne and clutching his ass in severe pain and mental trauma puffed into smoke. Shadow clone, he thought before turning to see the real Konohamaru charge at him from the side. He was so close, just a fingertip away from the bells, when Kakashi reacted and spun away from him, leaving the young Genin grabbing at air. So Naruto has already taught you some tricks? Hey, Kakashi said, impressed. His taijutsu could use some work, but it's not bad. He's reasonably fast, and to be able to use the Kagebushin no jutsu, skill-wise he could be a Chunin if he got lucky, but what about mentally? The Jonin jumped into a tree away from the charging Genin. You're a bit slow, you will never get a bell like that, Kakashi taunted his trap set. Oh yeah, just you wait and see. Ha, you dropped something, Konohamaru said, running over to a bell that lay on the ground. Kakashi made a big deal of looking around his body to see what he missed, Then the trap sprang and Konohamaru found himself hanging upside down tightly tied to a tree. "Well, it looks like you fell for my trap. See ya," and with that Kakashi jumped away and hid in a nearby tree to see if the others would help him. Moments later Udon came out of the bushes and began to cut his teammate down. "Looks like he figured it out, well better go test the other one while I'm not being attacked," Kakashi thought and jumped off to where he could sense Moegi. The copy ninja found Moegi nearby watching Udon help Konohamaru out of his confines and decided to test her genjutsu. Pink petals began falling around the Jinan and she began to feel drowsy. "So tired, I need to sleep. Wait, what are these petals?" "This is Genjutsu Kai," she shouted, and the petals disappeared. Turning, she came face to face with the smiling face of Kakashi. "Yo!" She screamed. She couldn't help it, but reacting quickly she jumped back and ran up a tree and started peppering the lazy Jonin with kunai and shuriken. Drawing a kunai of his own, Kakashi began to swat them out of the air until he began to realize that they were now coming from two angles. Looking up, he saw Udon in the tree sending his own shuriken at the copy ninja. "So that's two. Now where is?" But he didn't get to finish this thought. Konohamaru came out of the clearing on both sides. One of them was obviously a shadow clone, kunai in hand, and lunged at Kakashi. The copy ninja jumped over the onrushing Jinan and landed in a tree only to find he had just landed on a tripwire. Looking across, he saw several exploding tags. What made matters worse were several looked like they were designed by Naruto. Boom! The explosion rocked the clearing and the three Jinan stopped their assault to look for their sensei. The tags, while creating a large explosion, were not powerful enough to kill. Arriving at where they had expected to see the unconscious body of Kakashi, found only a log. Their eyes shot open when they felt a presence behind them. "Phew, that was a close one, but it seems your time is up," the Sharingan user said as they heard a buzzer. Back in the clearing, the three Jinan sat looking disappointed. They had failed and would now have to find some other way of getting strong enough to let Ebisu enter them in the Chunin exams. Naruto entered the clearing shortly after. "So how did they do? Did they get the bells?" Naruto asked. "No, they failed to retrieve the bells," Kakashi stated. "So how do you rate their skills?" the blonde asked. "Tough question. Konohamaru is the fighter in this group. He is fast and has his passable taijutsu, the shadow clone jutsu, which I take it you taught him. He uses exceptionally well for a Jinan but is mentally not Chunin material, and if I know Ebisu he won't let them enter unless he knows they are fully ready," Kakashi said firmly, making Konohamaru sigh in frustration. Next we have Udon. Clearly the brains of the team was able to formulate a plan to get the bells and figured out that he needed help to do so. His problem is he showed no signs of wanting to come in close, which means he prefers long-range fighting, yet his aim needs to be improved, and showed no signs of ninjutsu. "I suggest he learn the kunai and shuriken Kagebushins," he said, and Udon gave a sad understanding nod. Finally we have Moegi. She was able to recognize a Chunin level genjutsu and release it. She was also quick to react, if not a little loudly, to a threat in close proximity. She had the same issues as Udon, but instead of the long-range jutsu I would recommend several genjutsu and maybe some medical ninjutsu, as she is a support type ninja. Moegi didn't say anything either. She knew she often let Konohamaru and Udon do most of the work. "So overall, what do you think? Can they make it?" Naruto asked. "They pass," Kakashi said, and the tree Jinan looked up hopeful for the first time since the bell rang for the end of their test. "Well, you heard him. Meet me here tomorrow at 3. I still have to finish my own training first," Naruto said, getting whoops of joy from Konohamaru and large smiles from the others. Alright everyone, that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I will try to post more as soon as possible. I have already posted the full story over on my Patreon if you are interested in that. Link to that is in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.